Hey there, my sleepy lovers of history. I'm positive today was quite long, so why don't we become comfy? And let me tell you a story here tonight that isn't about the clash of swords or the thunder of battle, but about the quiet moments between conflicts, the steady rhythm of an impossible march, and one man's extraordinary dream that changed the ancient world forever. This is the calm wars of Rome, Hannibal, and the long march over the Alps. So if you're new here, joining the community is super quick and easy. Just tap subscribe and like the video, and let me know where in the world you are watching from and what time it is for you. Now, find your sweet spot for sleeping, and let's begin. Imagine the Mediterranean Sea in 218 BCE as a vast blue stage where two great powers circled each other like cautious dancers. On one side, Rome, still young, still hungry, expanding from its 7 hills with the methodical determination of someone organising a particularly complex filing system. On the other, Carthage, ancient, sophisticated, wealthy beyond measure, its merchant ships threading through every port like silver needles, stitching together the fabric of ancient commerce. You need to understand that these two civilizations were as different as wine and olive oil, both valuable, both essential to Mediterranean life, but fundamentally incompatible when forced to occupy the same vessel. Rome built its strength on citizen soldiers who farmed in peacetime and fought when called, men who viewed military service as a civic duty roughly equivalent to paying taxes, except with significantly more marching and considerably less paperwork. Carthage, meanwhile, had turned commerce into an art form so refined that Roman merchants looked like children playing store by comparison. While Romans were still figuring out maritime trade, Carthaginian sailors had been navigating by stars their ancestors had named, following currents their grandfathers' grandfathers had mapped, and moving goods between continents with the casual efficiency of someone who's done the same route so many times they could do it blindfolded. The city of Carthage itself sat on the North African coast like a jewel in a setting of lesser stones, its harbours engineered with such precision that Roman engineers would later study their ruins the way you might study a master craftsman's techniques. The famous circular military harbour could shelter over 200 warships, each in its own covered berth, protected from both weather and prying eyes. Imagine an ancient naval base designed with the kind of security and efficiency that would make modern military planners weep with envy. But what made Carthage truly remarkable wasn't just its wealth or its ships. It was the vast trading network that stretched from the Pillars of Hercules in the west to the eastern reaches of the Mediterranean, and even beyond to mysterious lands that Romans only heard about in sailors' tales. Carthaginian merchants traded in tin from distant Britain, amber from northern forests, frankincense from Arabia, and exotic animals from deep within Africa. They were the Amazon prime of the ancient world, except delivery took months instead of days and occasionally involved elephants. Rome and Carthage had already fought one major war, the First Punic War, which lasted 23 years and ended with Rome acquiring Sicily and developing a navy almost by accident. It was the kind of conflict where both sides started out thinking it would be quick and decisive, then found themselves still fighting 2 decades later, having spent fortunes and lost entire generations, all over an island that neither had particularly wanted in the first place. The peace that followed was the awkward kind where both parties smile at each other, while mentally cataloguing grievances and planning for round 2. Carthage retreated to rebuild, focusing on Spain, where silver mines promised the wealth needed to pay war indemnities to Rome. Rome consolidated its gains and eyed Carthage's Spanish holdings the way you might eye your neighbour's attractive lawn furniture. Into this delicate balance came Hannibal Barca, whose very name would eventually make Roman children behave and Roman senators lose sleep. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. First, you need to understand the world he inherited, a Mediterranean basin where established powers and rising ambitions created a situation as stable as a table, with one leg shorter than the others. Something was going to shift eventually. It was just a matter of who would provide the push and which direction the whole arrangement would tumble. The landscape itself seemed to reflect this precarious balance. The Mediterranean's northern shores rose into mountain ranges that had channeled and shaped human movement, since people first figured out that walking around obstacles was easier than going over them. The Alps stood like a natural wall between southern Europe and the north, their peaks catching clouds and creating weather patterns that determined where cities grew and armies marched. Southern Spain, where our story truly begins, offered a different geography, hot, mineral-rich, and populated by tribes who had been metalworking since before Rome was even a village. The Carthaginians had established themselves there not through conquest, but through the more subtle art of making themselves commercially indispensable, which is like winning a war without the expense of actually fighting one. This was the world in 218 BCE, balanced, prosperous in patches, divided by mountains and united by sea, waiting for someone to disturb its equilibrium in ways that would ripple across centuries. The stage was set, the actors were in position, and somewhere in Spain, a young Carthaginian general was planning something that would make the Roman Senate wish they'd paid more attention to geography lessons. Let's talk about young Hannibal for a moment, because understanding his dream requires understanding the man, and understanding the man requires going back to when he was just a boy watching his father prepare for war. Hamilcar Barca, Hannibal's father, was the kind of man who carried grudges the way other people carry family heirlooms, carefully, protectively, with every intention of passing them down to the next generation. He'd commanded Carthaginian forces in Sicily during the First Punic War, watched his city forced to accept humiliating peace terms, and spent the rest of his life rebuilding Carthaginian power in Spain with the single-minded focus of someone planning an extremely elaborate comeback. According to ancient sources, and you can decide how much to trust stories that were written down by people who weren't actually there, Hamilcar once brought 9-year-old Hannibal to a sacrifice and made him swear eternal enmity to Rome. Whether this actually happened or was later propaganda doesn't particularly matter. What matters is that Hannibal grew up in a household where Rome wasn't just an enemy, but the enemy, the obstacle between Carthage and its rightful place in the world. Hannibal's education was the ancient equivalent of an advanced degree in how to make Rome uncomfortable. He studied Greek because that was what educated people did in the Mediterranean world, the same way modern professionals learn English regardless of where they're from. He learned warfare from his father and later from his brother-in-law Hasdrubal, watching how to manage mercenary armies composed of Iberians, Numidians, Libyans, and others who had no particular loyalty to Carthage beyond regular pay and competent leadership. But more than tactics or languages, Hannibal learned to think strategically in ways that most of his contemporaries couldn't match. While other generals planned campaigns, Hannibal planned wars. While they thought about next season's fighting, he thought about how to reshape the entire strategic situation. His dream wasn't simply to defeat Rome in battle. That was just Tuesday for a competent general. His dream was to break Rome's power so completely that Carthage would never again have to worry about Roman interference. Here's where you need to understand the Roman power structure, because Hannibal understood it better than most Romans did. Rome's strength didn't come from its legions, impressive as they were. It came from its alliance system, the complex web of treaties and relationships that connected Rome to hundreds of Italian communities. These allies provided soldiers, supplies, and strategic depth that made Rome almost impossible to defeat through conventional warfare. Hannibal looked at this system and saw its vulnerability. Rome's Italian allies weren't joining gladly. Many had been forced into alliance through conquest. They provided troops not from a love of Rome, but from lack of alternatives. If someone could demonstrate that Rome wasn't invincible, if someone could march through Italy showing that Roman protection was worthless, then perhaps these alliances would crumble like old bread, leaving Rome isolated and defeatable. This insight was the foundation of Hannibal's dream. He would take the war to Italy itself, not through a naval invasion that Carthage's weakened fleet couldn't support, but through an overland route that everyone knew was impossible. He would march an army from Spain, through Gaul, over the Alps and into northern Italy. Then he would defeat Roman armies in their own territory and offer their allies a better deal. It was the kind of plan that sounds absolutely insane when you first hear it. Like someone today suggesting they'll walk from New York to Los Angeles just to prove it can be done. Except with war elephants and hostile tribes and mountain ranges that had never been crossed by an army. But Hannibal had advantages that made the impossible merely extremely difficult. First, he had inherited his father's Spanish base, complete with silver mines that funded his operations and veteran soldiers who'd been fighting together long enough to trust their commanders. Second, he had diplomatic contacts throughout Gaul who could provide intelligence, supplies and guides. The ancient equivalent of having friends along the route who'll let you crash on their couch. Third, he had elephants, which might seem like a logistical nightmare, but were actually brilliant psychological warfare tools. Nothing says "I mean business" quite like showing up with creatures that most people had only heard about in travellers' tales. But beyond these practical advantages, Hannibal had something more valuable. The ability to inspire people to attempt things they would never consider on their own. His soldiers followed him, not because they were forced to, but because they believed in his vision, or at least believed that following him would lead to plunder, glory, and stories they could tell their grandchildren. In 218 BCE, at 29 years old, Hannibal stood at the head of an army in Spain and looked north toward the Alps. Most generals would have seen an impassable barrier. Hannibal saw a route to immortality. His dream wasn't modest. It involved rewriting the power structure of the entire Mediterranean world. But here's the thing about impossible dreams. They remain impossible right up until someone accomplishes them, at which point everyone claims they knew it could be done all along. The decision to march was made not in a moment of passion, but after careful calculation. Hannibal spent months preparing, gathering supplies, securing agreements with Gallic tribes, and studying what little information existed about Alpine passes. He sent scouts ahead and made arrangements for supply depots. This wasn't impulsive adventurism. It was methodical planning applied to an outrageous objective. As spring approached and the campaign season opened, Hannibal's army began its march north from New Carthage in Spain. The dream was about to become a very cold, very difficult reality. But first, they would spend months crossing relatively friendly territory, giving Hannibal time to train his diverse forces into a cohesive unit, and giving his soldiers time to contemplate exactly what they'd signed up for. Picture yourself on a warm morning in late spring, 218 BCE, standing on the outskirts of New Carthage, modern Cartagena, watching an army assemble for what most observers thought was just another Spanish campaign. The smell of dust and horse sweat mingles with the salt air from the Mediterranean, and if you closed your eyes, you might think this was just another military deployment, the kind that happened regularly throughout the ancient world. But open your eyes and really look at what's gathering. This isn't just an army, it's a mobile nation, a self-contained world preparing to walk from Spain to Italy. 90,000 infantry from a dozen different tribes and nations, 12,000 cavalry, and 37 elephants whose handlers treat them with a careful affection you might show a particularly temperamental but beloved family member. The diversity is staggering. Libyan spearmen in their distinctive linen armour stand near Iberian tribesmen carrying the falcata, that distinctively curved sword that could cut through Roman shields like an aggressive letter opener. Numidian cavalry from North Africa sit on their horses bareback, making Roman cavalry, who at least use saddles, feel like they're overdoing it with equipment. Balearic slingers, whose accuracy with their simple leather slings rivals modern target shooters, practice their craft with stones that hum through the air like angry bees. And the elephants. We need to talk about the elephants, because they're both more and less important than you might imagine. These aren't the massive African bush elephants you see in nature documentaries. These are North African forest elephants, smaller, now extinct, but still impressive enough to make an entrance. Each one requires about 300 pounds of food daily, drinks enough water to fill multiple bathtubs, and has a handler who knows its moods, preferences and personality quirks the way you know your closest friend's coffee order. The elephants serve multiple purposes beyond their obvious combat role. Their mobile propaganda walking advertisements for Carthaginian power and exoticism. They're psychological weapons that will terrify enemies who've never seen anything larger than a cow. And they're symbols of Hannibal's confidence. Only someone absolutely certain of success would burden themselves with such high-maintenance companions on a journey through hostile territory and impossible mountains. The march begins with deceptive ease. The army moves north through Spain, following well-established routes through territory that's partly under Carthaginian control and partly inhabited by tribes who've decided that not interfering with this particular army is the better part of valour. The pace is deliberate rather than rushed, roughly 10 to 15 miles per day, because moving 90,000 people with their equipment and supplies isn't something you can do quickly without creating the kind of logistics disaster that ends military careers. Each evening, the army stops and transforms itself into a temporary city. Tents rise in organised patterns, fires are lit for cooking, sentries are posted, and for a few hours the world takes on a rhythm that feels almost domestic. Soldiers clean equipment, repair sandals worn by the day's march, and share food and stories in languages that span the Mediterranean. The elephants are fed and watered, their handlers checking them for injuries or illness with the thoroughness of nurses. Hannibal moves through these evening camps with practiced ease, stopping to speak with different units, asking about supplies and listening to concerns. Leadership at this level isn't about dramatic speeches. It's about being seen, being accessible, and demonstrating that you share the hardships you're asking others to endure. When Hannibal eats soldiers' rations and sleeps in a regular tent, it builds loyalty more effectively than any amount of inspiring rhetoric. The army crosses the Ebro River, that traditional boundary between Carthaginian and Roman spheres of influence in Spain. This is the point of no return, the moment when the campaign becomes an official act of war. But the crossing itself is anticlimactic. Just a long day of ferrying men and equipment across a river that flows with the muddy determination of all major waterways. The elephants wade across, enjoying the bath, while their handlers curse and pray in roughly equal measure. Beyond the Ebro, the territory becomes progressively less friendly. Spanish tribes who owe no loyalty to Carthage eye this massive army with understandable nervousness. Some offer tokens of submission, food, guides, and promises not to attack if the army just keeps moving. Others prepare for resistance, gathering warriors and sending messages to neighbouring tribes about this unprecedented invasion force. Hannibal handles each situation with a flexibility that keeps his army moving while minimising delays. When resistance seems serious, he offers overwhelming force, defeating tribal armies with such efficiency that other communities decide cooperation looks more attractive. When tribes seem willing to negotiate, he's generous with promises and modest with demands, understanding that the goal isn't to conquer Spain, it's to pass through it with minimal damage to his army. The weeks blur into a rhythm of march, camp, occasional skirmish, and march again. The soldiers stop asking where they're going and focus on the immediate tasks of surviving each day's journey. Equipment wears out and is repaired or replaced. The weaker soldiers fall out and are left behind with wounds, illness, or simple inability to maintain the pace. The army that continues north is smaller but harder, winnowed by the journey into something approaching fighting trim. By the time they reach the Pyrenees, that mountain range separating Spain from Gaul, Hannibal has already sent home about 10,000 soldiers whose loyalty seemed questionable. Better a smaller army that's committed than a larger one that might desert or betray at a crucial moment. It's the kind of ruthlessly practical decision that characterises Hannibal's entire campaign. Better to solve problems early than watch them grow into disasters later. The crossing of the Pyrenees is a preview of greater challenges ahead. The mountains are steep, but not impossibly so. The pass is well used by traders and shepherds. Still, it's the army's first real taste of what moving through serious mountains involves. The thin air that makes breathing harder, the rocky terrain that tears at sandals and hooves, and the cold at higher elevations even in summer. When they emerge on the Gallic side of the Pyrenees, the army has shrunk to perhaps 50,000 infantry and 9,000 cavalry. The elephants remain, though the mountain crossing has left some showing signs of stress. But the survivors are now veterans of a journey that has already exceeded what most armies would consider a major campaign, and they haven't even reached the Alps yet. Gaul sprawls before them, a vast patchwork of tribal territories where Celtic peoples live in a relationship with Rome that ranges from hostile to merely suspicious. Hannibal's diplomatic preparations pay dividends here. Tribal leaders who've been contacted months earlier provide guides, supplies, and permission to pass through their territories. Others, hearing of this unprecedented army's approach, decide that maintaining neutrality is the wisest course. The march through Gaul takes on a different character than the Spanish portion. Here, Hannibal isn't just passing through potential enemy territory, he's building alliances that might prove useful later. Celtic tribes who resent Roman expansion see Hannibal as a potential ally against their mutual enemy. They offer warriors to supplement his forces, provide intelligence about Roman movements, and share knowledge about the Alps that will prove invaluable in the weeks ahead. As summer wanes and early autumn approaches, the army reaches the Rhone River, that major waterway that flows from the Alps to the Mediterranean. The crossing becomes another major logistical challenge. The river is wide, swift, and contested by local tribes who aren't thrilled about an army crossing through their territory. Hannibal solves this through a combination of negotiation and intimidation, arranging for boat builders to construct rafts, while cavalry demonstrates what happens to tribes that actively oppose the crossing. The elephants present a special challenge. Some are coaxed onto rafts disguised to look like solid ground, the ancient equivalent of tricking a cat into a carrier by making it look like a cosy hiding spot. Others have to be persuaded through more direct means, their handlers using every trick learned through years of experience. One story claims an elephant was led onto a raft by its mother, only to jump off and swim the river when it realised the deception, with its handler clinging to its ear the entire way. Whether true or embellished, it captures the mixture of comedy and danger that defined the entire enterprise. Beyond the Rhone, the Alps rise in the distance like a promise and a threat. The army can see them now on clear days, snow-capped peaks that seem to touch the sky, ranges that no army has ever crossed with supplies and equipment intact. Hannibal's soldiers look at those mountains and begin to understand what their general is really asking of them. But they've come too far to turn back now. Behind them lies territory they've already crossed, where Roman armies are surely mobilizing to cut off any retreat. Ahead lies the only path forward, up and over mountains that everyone says are impassable, toward Italy and the war that will determine whether Hannibal is a visionary or simply someone who led 50,000 men to die in the snow. The march toward the Alps continues, each day bringing those peaks closer, each evening camp filled with quieter conversations, as soldiers contemplate the impossible challenge ahead. Hannibal walks among his troops and tells them that the mountains are just another obstacle, that together they've already overcome challenges others thought impossible. Whether they believe him or not, they continue marching. Because that's what armies do. They march, they camp, they march again, carrying forward the dreams and ambitions of their commanders until those dreams become reality or turn into nightmares. And somewhere ahead, in passes that have seen only traders and shepherds, the Alps wait to test whether Hannibal's dream has any substance beyond ambition and will. Let me tell you what it's like to stand at the base of the Alps in late autumn, looking up at mountains that seem less like geography and more like mythology made solid. The air has a crystalline quality at this altitude, sharp and clear and cold enough that each breath feels like drinking from a mountain stream. Behind you, the rolling hills of Gaul descend toward the Rhone Valley. Before you, rock and snow rise toward clouds that tangle in the peaks, like wool caught on thorns. Hannibal chose his route based on intelligence gathered from Gallic guides, who knew these mountains the way sailors know familiar coastlines. The exact pass he used remains debated by historians. Was it the Col de Clapier, the Col du Mont-Cenis, or perhaps the Col de la Traversette? Each has its advocates and its geographic logic. But for our purposes, what matters isn't the precise location, but the experience itself, the reality of moving an army through terrain that actively resists human passage. The initial ascent is deceptive. The lower slopes offer decent footing and enough vegetation to graze horses and pack animals. The army moves in a long column that stretches for miles, each unit finding its own pace as the trail narrows and steepens. The elephants do surprisingly well initially. Their sure footing and strength make them better at mountain travel than you might expect, though their handlers remain in constant anxiety about what lies ahead. But as the army climbs higher, the mountains begin to reveal their true nature. Trails that looked reasonable from a distance turn out to be barely wider than a man's shoulders, with drops on one side that make even veteran soldiers nervous. The air thins, making breathing laboured and increasing fatigue beyond what the physical exertion alone would cause. Veterans who've marched across Spain and Gaul find themselves stopping frequently to catch their breath, puzzled by their own weakness until someone explains what altitude does to human bodies. The local Celtic tribes who inhabit these heights add their own complications. These aren't sophisticated city dwellers impressed by elephants and diplomatic overtures. These are mountain people whose wealth consists mainly of what they can take from travellers, and a slow-moving army laden with supplies represents opportunities that are hard to ignore. They know every trail, every hiding spot, and every place where a handful of defenders can make the path impassable. Hannibal faces ambushes at narrow points where his superior numbers mean nothing because only a few men can fight at once. Boulders roll down slopes, triggered by defenders who understand leverage and gravity better than they understand formal warfare. The army's advance slows to a crawl as each suspicious cliff and narrow passage must be scouted, secured, and passed with agonizing caution. Imagine being a soldier in this situation. You're exhausted from altitude and constant climbing. Your sandals, designed for Mediterranean terrain, are falling apart on these rocky paths. The weather shifts with unsettling rapidity, warm in direct sunlight, frigidly cold in shadow, with winds that seem to come from every direction simultaneously. You watch men ahead of you dislodge rocks that tumble down the trail, forcing everyone behind to freeze until the danger passes. You're cold, you're tired, and you're starting to wonder if your commanding officer's vision might actually be fatal insanity. But you keep climbing because everyone around you keeps climbing, because stopping means dying. There's nowhere to go but forward or back, and back means admitting defeat to comrades who've become family through shared hardship. Because your general is somewhere in this column, sharing the same cold and danger and exhaustion, and if that determined Carthaginian can keep placing one foot ahead of the other, so can you. The elephants become a project that consumes enormous effort. Handlers coax them over narrow paths, sometimes building up edges with stones to widen the trail enough for their massive bodies. When an elephant balks at a particularly difficult section, everything stops while the animal is encouraged, bribed with food, or sometimes simply given time to work up its courage. The patience these handlers demonstrate would impress any modern animal trainer. They understand that forcing an elephant in these conditions would be counterproductive and potentially fatal. Snow begins to appear, first in patches on shaded slopes, then more persistently as the army climbs higher. The white powder is beautiful in an austere way, catching sunlight and transforming the mountains into something that might grace a landscape painting. But its beauty is deceptive. Snow hides trail edges, conceals hazards, and creates surfaces where pack animals slip and slide like drunks on ice. The nights become genuinely dangerous. The army camps wherever it can find space, often on slopes where sleeping means preventing yourself from rolling downhill. Fires are difficult to start and impossible to maintain properly. There's little wood at this altitude, and what exists is often too damp or too wind-battered to burn well. Soldiers huddle together for warmth, sharing cloaks and body heat, discovering that survival requires cooperation at the most basic level. Frostbite claims fingers and toes. Altitude sickness leaves some soldiers dizzy and nauseous, unable to keep down the food they need for energy. Pack animals, never complaining but suffering nonetheless, begin to fail from the combination of cold, altitude, and insufficient fodder. When animals die, they're quickly butchered for meat. Wasting food in these conditions isn't just foolish, it's suicidal. Then the army reaches the summit of their chosen pass, and for a moment the suffering almost seems worthwhile. From this height they can see back across the route they've climbed, a dizzying descent that makes clear how far they've come. More importantly, they can see ahead to Italy. The Po Valley spread below them like a promised land, green and warm and inviting in the autumn sunlight. Hannibal gathers his troops at this high point and, according to legend, tells them the worst is behind them. He's lying, of course, but it's a useful lie. The descent proves as difficult as the ascent, just in different ways. Trails on the northern slopes are steeper and often covered in ice that makes footing treacherous. Gravity, which was an enemy on the way up, becomes a dangerous ally on the way down, threatening to send men and animals sliding uncontrollably down slopes. The army descends in a controlled fall, each step a negotiation between progress and disaster. A story passed down through ancient sources describes a section where the trail has been destroyed by a landslide, leaving the army stopped at an impassable cliff. Hannibal's solution demonstrates both practical engineering and psychological leadership. His soldiers spend days building up the trail with rocks and earth, creating a passage where none existed. They heat rock faces with fires built from precious timber, carried up from below, then douse them with vinegar. The rapid temperature change fractures the stone, making it easier to clear. Whether this specific detail is accurate or an embellishment hardly matters. What matters is that the army finds a way through obstacles that should have stopped them completely. The elephants negotiate these final obstacles with what can only be described as determination bordering on stubbornness. Several are lost to falls or simply to exhaustion, their handlers mourning them with genuine grief. But most survive, making the descent with the same surprising agility that got them over the summit. By the time the army reaches lower elevations where the air is thick and breathing comes easy again, the elephants that remain have earned their place in history through sheer endurance. After 15 days in the mountains, though some sources suggest it might have been longer, Hannibal's army descends into the Po Valley in northern Italy. They've lost about half their soldiers to combat, desertion, exposure, and the simple attrition of an impossible journey. The survivors are ragged, frostbitten and near starvation, their equipment damaged and their morale hanging by threads of shared accomplishment. But they've done it. They've crossed the Alps with an army, with supplies, with elephants. They've accomplished something everyone said was impossible, and that accomplishment transforms them from soldiers into something more, witnesses to, and participants in a legendary feat that will be discussed for thousands of years. As they descend into Italy's relative warmth and plenty, Hannibal's soldiers probably don't think about their place in history. They think about food, about warmth, about rest. They think about replacing worn-out equipment and letting frost-damaged fingers and toes heal. They think about the fact that they're alive when so many others aren't. What they don't yet realise is that crossing the Alps was the easy part. Now they have to conquer Rome with an army that's been reduced by half and is exhausted beyond anything normal military experience would encompass. The worst, despite what Hannibal told them at the summit, is definitely not behind them, but that's a problem for tomorrow. Tonight they camp in the foothills where the air is warm and breathing doesn't hurt. Tonight they tend their wounds and tell each other stories about the crossing that will grow with each retelling. Tonight they are men who have walked over the roof of the world and survived, and that's enough. The first thing Hannibal's soldiers probably noticed about northern Italy was how flat it seemed after the Alps. The Po Valley stretched before them like a gift from geography itself. Fertile plains where rivers meandered through farmland, settlements dotted across a landscape that looked prosperous in the hazy afternoon light. After weeks of mountains, even modest hills probably looked imposing. The second thing they noticed was that they were in terrible shape. Crossing the Alps hadn't just reduced their numbers, it had transformed healthy soldiers into something approaching medical emergencies. Frostbite had claimed extremities. Exhaustion had settled into bones deeper than any night's sleep could fix. Equipment was damaged or simply worn out. The elephants, those survivors who'd made the journey, needed care and feeding that the barren mountains hadn't provided. Hannibal understood that he couldn't fight in this condition. His dream of liberating Rome's Italian allies required first making his army capable of fighting, which meant rest, recovery, and recruitment. The Gallic tribes of the northern Italy, who had their own reasons for resenting Roman expansion, provided what Hannibal needed most: time and space to rebuild. The army established itself in territory controlled by the Insubri, a Gallic people who viewed Rome the way you might view an aggressive neighbour who keeps expanding their fence line onto your property. They offered food, shelter, and most valuably, warriors to replace Hannibal's losses. Young Gallic men, hearing tales of the legendary crossing and eager for glory or plunder, or simply adventure, joined the Carthaginian force in numbers that helped restore its strength. During these weeks of recovery, something remarkable happened within Hannibal's army. The shared experience of the Alpine crossing had created bonds that transcended the usual mercenary relationships. Libyans, Iberians, Numidians, and now Gauls, men who spoke different languages and worshipped different gods, had become something approaching comrades through the simple act of surviving together. The Alps had been a forge that transformed disparate peoples into a unified force. Hannibal used this recovery time to train and integrate his new Gallic recruits, creating a fighting force that combined Carthaginian tactical sophistication with Celtic enthusiasm and local knowledge. He also began his diplomatic offensive, sending messages to Roman allies throughout Italy offering them a simple proposition: Rome doesn't protect you, and I'm here to prove it. Join me, or at least stay neutral, and together we can end Roman domination. It was during these autumn months that Rome first began to grasp what Hannibal had accomplished. A Carthaginian army in Italy shouldn't have been possible. They'd posted forces to stop any invasion through Spain, stationed fleets to prevent naval crossings, and generally assumed that the Alps would do their defensive work for them. Learning that Hannibal had simply walked around their defensive strategy must have been the ancient equivalent of realizing someone had burglarized your house by coming through a door you didn't know existed. The Roman response was swift, but hampered by the simple fact that they'd prepared for the wrong war. Legions were marching towards Spain to confront Hannibal there. Fleets were positioned to intercept Carthaginian ships, and nobody had thought to station significant forces in the Po Valley because nobody expected to need them there. It's the kind of strategic surprise that military planners study as an example of why you should always expect your enemies to do the thing you think is impossible. The first confrontation came at the Ticinus River, a relatively small engagement where Hannibal's cavalry proved decisively superior to their Roman counterparts. It wasn't a major battle by ancient standards, more like a large skirmish that happened to involve several thousand men, but it sent an important message. Despite the Alpine crossing, despite the army's reduced size, Carthaginian forces could defeat Roman legions in open combat. The psychological impact of Ticinus exceeded its tactical significance. Hannibal had proven he could hurt Rome in its own territory, and Roman allies throughout Italy began reconsidering their commitments. If Rome couldn't protect itself, could it protect them? If this Carthaginian general was as capable as rumours suggested, might joining him be safer than opposing him? Winter approached, bringing the traditional end to the campaign season. Ancient armies generally didn't fight during winter months. Supplies became scarce, weather made movement difficult, and everyone recognised that there were better uses of time than fighting in snow and mud. Hannibal established winter quarters in Cisalpine Gaul, allowing his army to recover while he planned the following year's campaign. This period of relative calm was when Hannibal truly demonstrated his gift for leadership. Managing an army in combat is one thing. Any competent general can order charges and retreats. Managing an army during months of inactivity, keeping soldiers trained and motivated while preventing the kind of indiscipline that idle armies develop, requires different skills entirely. Hannibal maintained his troops' edge through regular training and occasional raids that kept both his soldiers and their enemies alert. He rotated units through different duties, ensuring no one felt their service was less important than others. He settled disputes, enforced discipline, and maintained the careful balance between firmness and fairness that marks effective military leadership. The elephants required special attention during these months. These weren't hardy mountain animals adapted to Italian winters. They were creatures from North Africa, suffering in climate conditions their biology wasn't designed to handle. Handlers spent enormous effort keeping them warm, healthy, and mentally stimulated, understanding that these animals were valuable psychological weapons worth the investment of time and resources. As winter progressed, Hannibal received intelligence about Roman preparations for the following year. Rome was raising new legions, calling in allies, and generally mobilizing for the kind of total war effort that their military system enabled. The Roman Senate wasn't panicking. Romans didn't panic, at least not publicly, but they were taking Hannibal seriously in ways they hadn't bothered to before his arrival. Hannibal used this time to refine his strategic understanding of Italy. He studied maps drawn by local guides, interviewed traders who knew the road networks, and carefully considered which Roman allies might be persuaded to switch sides. His goal wasn't to conquer Italy city by city. That would take more resources than Carthage possessed. Instead, he aimed to break Rome's alliance system, leaving the city isolated and vulnerable. The quiet months also allowed Hannibal's soldiers to fully recover from the Alpine crossing. Frostbite healed or scarred over into permanent reminders. Bodies regained strength, lost to starvation and exposure. Equipment was repaired or replaced, and the army that emerged from winter quarters was fundamentally different from the ragged force that had stumbled out of the mountains months earlier. Spring brought renewed campaigning, and the realization that Hannibal's arrival in Italy had transformed the strategic situation in ways Rome was still struggling to comprehend. The legions sent to intercept him in Spain were now uselessly positioned hundreds of miles from the actual war. The fleets meant to prevent invasion found themselves with nothing to intercept. Rome's careful defensive planning had been rendered irrelevant by one audacious march. But more importantly, Hannibal's mere presence in Italy was forcing Rome to fight on his terms rather than their own. Instead of choosing when and where to campaign, Rome had to respond to Carthaginian movements. Instead of taking war to enemy territory, they had to defend their own homeland. The psychological shift was profound. Rome had always been the aggressor, the expanding power. Now they were reacting, defending, and uncertain. The Po Valley, where Hannibal had established himself, became a stage where two very different military philosophies would test each other. Rome relied on citizen soldiers organised into legions, fighting in tight formations that emphasised collective discipline over individual heroism. Hannibal commanded mercenaries from a dozen nations, each with their own fighting styles, united by their general's tactical brilliance and the promise of plunder. As the weather warmed and roads dried, both sides prepared for the campaign that would determine whether Hannibal's incredible journey would become a lasting strategic achievement or simply a spectacular suicide mission. The Alps had been crossed, the army had recovered, and now the real test would begin, not of endurance or determination, but of whether Hannibal could actually accomplish what he'd come to Italy to do. Let's pause here in the story as winter turns to spring in northern Italy, and talk about something that ancient historians often skip over in their excitement to describe battles and conquests. Let's talk about the waiting, the preparing, and the long stretches of time when armies existed but didn't fight, when soldiers were simply people trying to survive another day in a foreign land far from home. Hannibal's camp during those months between major engagements would have felt less like a military installation and more like a mobile city. Picture rows of tents arranged with military precision, yes, but also the organic chaos that develops wherever humans settle temporarily. Smiths work portable forges, repairing equipment and occasionally creating new items when materials allow. Sutlers, those civilian merchants who follow armies like seabirds follow fishing boats, trade luxuries and necessities with soldiers who have coin or goods to exchange. The smell would be distinctive. Smoke from countless fires, food cooking in various styles as different ethnic groups prepare meals according to their traditions, the ever-present odour of horses and elephants, and the tang of metal being worked and leather being treated. It's not unpleasant exactly, but it's dense with information if you know how to read it. A sudden increase in metalworking means the army expects combat soon. More food being prepared than usual suggests either a celebration or preparations for a march. The sounds create their own rhythm. soldiers training in the mornings, the clash of wooden practice weapons, the counting cadence used to coordinate movements, occasional laughter when someone makes a mistake that's funny rather than dangerous, animals being tended, horses whickering for food, elephants making those low, rumbling sounds that you feel in your chest more than hear with your ears. Multiple languages in conversation, the linguistic diversity of the Mediterranean world compressed into a few acres of Italian countryside. Hannibal moved through these camps with a familiarity that suggested he was as comfortable here as anywhere. He'd spent most of his adult life with armies and understood their rhythms and needs. When he inspected troops, he didn't just check their equipment, he asked about their health, their concerns, and whether they were receiving adequate supplies. This wasn't merely calculated leadership. It reflected a genuine understanding that soldiers fight better when they believe their commander actually cares whether they live or die. The elephants required constant attention even when not preparing for combat. These animals couldn't simply be parked somewhere and ignored until needed. They were complex beings with physical and psychological requirements that their handlers worked to meet. Each elephant had a personality, preferences and moods that varied as much as human moods vary. Some were naturally bold, eager to advance when given the signal. Others were more cautious, requiring encouragement and reassurance before confronting anything unusual. Training elephants for combat involves strange compromises between the animal's nature and military necessities. You can't force an elephant to charge into danger it finds genuinely terrifying. The animal is too large and powerful to compel. Instead, handlers work to make combat situations seem safe enough that the elephant's trust in its handler outweighed its natural caution. It was a relationship built over years, based on mutual respect, and the elephant's recognition that following its handler's directions had always led to safety and food in the past. During these calm periods between major engagements, the army also dealt with the administrative realities that kept any military force functioning. Supplies had to be inventoried, distributed and protected from theft or spoilage. Pay had to be calculated and distributed. Mercenaries fight for money, and armies that don't pay regularly tend to dissolve through desertion or mutiny. Letters from home, carried by merchants or travelling soldiers, brought news that connected these warriors to lives they'd left behind months or years earlier. Medical care occupied significant attention. Ancient warfare generated injuries that didn't immediately kill but required extended treatment, wounds that needed cleaning and monitoring to prevent infection, broken bones that needed setting and time to heal, and illnesses that spread through camps with depressing regularity. The army had physicians, but their knowledge was limited by contemporary understanding of medicine. They could set bones, stitch wounds, and had some effective herbal treatments, but infection remained a mysterious killer that struck seemingly at random. The psychological toll of military life during these periods manifested in various ways. Some soldiers became superstitious, developing elaborate rituals meant to ensure survival in the next battle. Others became reckless, affecting an attitude of careless bravado that masked genuine fear. Many simply became quiet, conserving emotional energy for the challenges they knew were coming. Hannibal's leadership during these calm periods was perhaps more important than his tactical brilliance in combat. Keeping an army cohesive and effective during months of relative inactivity requires different skills than winning battles. He had to maintain discipline while preventing the kind of harsh enforcement that would breed resentment. He had to keep soldiers trained and ready while not exhausting them through pointless drill. He had to balance competing demands from different ethnic groups within his force, ensuring no one felt consistently disadvantaged or disrespected. The Gallic warriors who joined Hannibal's army brought their own cultural expectations about warfare. They were used to seasonal raiding, quick campaigns followed by returns home to handle agricultural work. The idea of multi-year campaigns far from home, fighting not for plunder but for strategic objectives, represented a cultural adjustment that required patient explanation and management. Religious observances provided structure and meaning during these waiting periods. Different groups within the army worshipped different gods, conducted different rituals, and observed different festivals. Hannibal, who'd been raised in the religiously diverse world of Carthage, understood that allowing these observances strengthened rather than weakened his army. Soldiers who felt their gods were honoured fought with more confidence than those forced to abandon their spiritual practices. The passage of seasons marked time in ways that the mere counting of days couldn't capture. Spring brought warmer weather and the resumption of serious campaigning. Summer meant heat and dust, long marches under the Mediterranean sun that turned armour into portable ovens. Autumn brought harvests that could be appropriated to feed the army, and the knowledge that winter would soon limit mobility again. Each season had its rhythm, its challenges, and its opportunities. News from the wider world filtered into camp through various channels. Merchants trading with the army, deserters from Roman forces, and diplomatic envoys from Italian cities considering their options. Through these sources, Hannibal tracked Roman preparations, learned which allies were wavering in their loyalty, and gathered the intelligence that informed his strategic decisions. Letters from Carthage arrived irregularly, bringing news from home and instructions from the government that theoretically controlled this campaign. But distance and the difficulty of communication meant Hannibal operated with enormous autonomy. The Carthaginian Senate might pass resolutions about what he should do, but by the time those instructions reached Italy, circumstances had usually changed enough that they were irrelevant. Hannibal fought his war according to his own judgment, for better or worse. The relationship between Hannibal and his soldiers during these calm periods created bonds that would be tested in coming battles. When soldiers had watched their general share their hardships for months or years, had seen him eat the same food and endure the same weather, and had observed him making decisions that prioritized their welfare when possible, they developed loyalty that couldn't be purchased or commanded. This loyalty would prove crucial when battles went badly, and retreat seemed more rational than continued fighting. As each period of relative peace ended and the army prepared for the next campaign, soldiers performed the small rituals that warriors have always performed before combat. Equipment was checked one final time. Personal items were secured or given to comrades for safekeeping in case of death. Some soldiers wrote letters to be sent home if they didn't survive. Others simply spent quiet time alone, contemplating mortality in whatever terms their religion or philosophy provided. The elephants sensed these shifts in mood and routine. The handlers could tell when the army was preparing for combat by subtle changes in the animal's behaviour. Increased nervousness, reluctance to eat, and the way they grouped together as if seeking mutual reassurance. Managing these magnificent but temperamental creatures required understanding that they responded to human emotional states with surprising sensitivity. And then the waiting would end. Scouts would report Roman movements, or intelligence would arrive about a vulnerable target, or strategic necessity would demand action regardless of whether anyone felt ready. The camp would transform from a temporary city back into a military machine, all those months of waiting and preparation distilling into renewed purpose. But even as the army prepared to march toward whatever awaited them, the memories of these calm periods remained. Soldiers carried with them the knowledge that their comrades were people, not just weapons to be employed in combat. Commanders understood that their decisions affected real lives, families back home who depended on husbands and fathers and sons returning from this foreign war. This human dimension, the waiting, the wondering, the quiet moments between dramatic events, is often lost in historical accounts that focus on battles and movements. But for the men who lived through Hannibal's Italian campaign, these calm periods were as much a part of their experience as any dramatic confrontation. They were the times when friendships formed, when fears were shared, and when the reality of being far from home with an uncertain future pressed most heavily on consciousness. Now let's fast forward through the years that followed, not because the battles aren't important, but because tonight's story is about something deeper than tactical victories and strategic manoeuvring. It's about how one man's dream and one impossible march created ripples that spread across centuries, changing how humans thought about possibility itself. Hannibal would spend 15 more years in Italy after crossing the Alps, winning battles that should have destroyed Rome but never quite achieving the decisive victory that would break Rome's power. He won at Trebia, at Trasimene, and most famously at Cannae, where he destroyed a Roman army twice his size through tactical brilliance that military strategists still study today. Yet Rome refused to surrender, refused to negotiate, simply raised new legions, and continued fighting with a stubbornness that eventually wore down even Hannibal's remarkable army. The story's end isn't happy by conventional measures. Hannibal was eventually recalled to Carthage to defend against Roman invasion. He lost his first battle at Zama, not because he'd forgotten how to fight, but because Rome had finally learned from its defeats and produced a general, Scipio Africanus, who could match Hannibal's brilliance. Carthage sued for peace on Rome's terms, accepting conditions that guaranteed they'd never again threaten Roman power. Hannibal lived on for years after the war, serving his city as a civil administrator, trying to rebuild Carthaginian prosperity through commerce, since military competition was no longer possible. Eventually, pursued by Roman demands for his surrender, he took poison rather than be captured, dying in exile far from the Carthage he'd spent his life trying to protect. It's the kind of ending that ancient tragedies were built around. The brilliant hero undone not by lack of skill, but by forces larger than any individual could control. But here's what makes Hannibal's story worth remembering 2 millennia later. He permanently changed what humans thought was possible. Before Hannibal, armies didn't cross the Alps with elephants. They didn't march from Spain to Italy through territory that geography said was impassable. They didn't win battles through tactical creativity that turned expected advantages into fatal vulnerabilities. The Mediterranean world had assumptions about warfare, about logistics, and about what was feasible, and Hannibal casually demolished those assumptions through the simple expedient of ignoring them. His crossing of the Alps became the standard example for impossible journeys. When Napoleon crossed the Alps centuries later, using proper roads that hadn't existed in Hannibal's time, he explicitly compared himself to the Carthaginian general, because that's how deeply Hannibal's feat had embedded itself in Western consciousness. When military planners talk about bold strategic moves that ignore conventional thinking, Hannibal's name comes up with the regularity of a metaphor that's earned its place through sheer appropriateness. The tactical innovations Hannibal demonstrated at battles like Cannae influenced military thinking for centuries. The double envelopment he executed there, where his army surrounded and destroyed a larger Roman force, became a template that generals dreamed of replicating. Modern military academies still teach Cannae as an example of perfect tactical execution, which means 20-something cadets today study a battle fought by a Carthaginian general 2,200 years ago. But Hannibal's deeper legacy isn't really about military tactics or strategic innovation. It's about what his story teaches about human capability, determination, and the relationship between dreams and reality. Consider what Hannibal actually accomplished. He took a diverse army of mercenaries who had no particular loyalty to each other, led them through a journey that everyone said would kill them, and forged them into a force that repeatedly defeated the ancient world's most successful military power. He did this not through overwhelming resources or supernatural intervention, but through leadership, planning, and the ability to inspire people to attempt things they didn't think they could achieve. The soldiers who crossed the Alps with Hannibal weren't special forces or elite troops at the start of that journey. They were ordinary men, farmers' sons, tribal warriors, poor young men seeking fortune, who became extraordinary through the simple act of continuing when continuing seemed impossible. That transformation suggests something important about human potential. Our limits are more flexible than we assume, and sometimes the only thing preventing achievement is our certainty that achievement isn't possible. Hannibal's story also demonstrates how individual vision can overcome structural disadvantages. Carthage was weaker than Rome by almost any objective measure. Smaller population, less extensive alliance network, fewer resources. A conventional strategic analysis would have concluded that Carthage couldn't win a direct conflict with Rome, which was probably accurate. But Hannibal didn't attempt conventional strategy. He invented a new approach, found a route no one expected, and nearly defeated Rome despite all structural advantages favouring his enemy. This has implications beyond ancient warfare. In business, politics, personal life, anywhere someone faces challenges that seem overwhelming. Hannibal's example suggests that creative approaches can sometimes overcome apparently insurmountable obstacles. Not always, not reliably, but often enough that attempting the seemingly impossible isn't automatically foolish. The story also illustrates the limitations of individual brilliance. Hannibal was possibly the most gifted military commander of ancient times, yet he ultimately failed to achieve his strategic objectives. Rome's institutional strength, its ability to absorb defeats and continue fighting, its extensive alliance system and its governmental stability proved more durable than Hannibal's personal genius. Sometimes the structural realities really do win, no matter how capable the individuals challenging them. This tension between individual agency and structural forces is part of why Hannibal's story remains compelling. He succeeded beyond any reasonable expectation, yet ultimately failed to change the historical trajectory he challenged. He was simultaneously incredibly successful and fundamentally unsuccessful, which makes his story more interesting than if he'd either conquered Rome or been immediately defeated. The human element of Hannibal's legacy might be its most enduring aspect. Here was someone who cared enough about his soldiers to share their hardships, who developed relationships with war elephants that his handlers respected, and who could inspire loyalty from people who had every reason to desert or betray him. In an era when military commanders often viewed soldiers as expendable resources, Hannibal treated them as humans whose welfare mattered beyond their utility in combat. This approach to leadership, combining strategic brilliance with genuine concern for those being led, has influenced thinking about management and command ever since. Modern military leadership doctrine still emphasizes the importance of leaders who share their subordinates' hardships, and business management theory often discusses the value of leaders who prioritize employee welfare. These ideas trace back through various sources, but Hannibal's example is one of the earliest and clearest instances of this leadership philosophy in action. The elephants themselves became legendary, symbols of Hannibal's audacity and exoticism. For centuries after, writers who wanted to suggest something was impossibly difficult would compare it to taking elephants over the Alps. The fact that most of the elephants died during the Italian campaign, from climate, combat, and simple exhaustion, somehow doesn't diminish the legend. If anything, it enhances it, demonstrating that Hannibal attempted his impossible journey despite knowing the cost would be enormous. Rome itself was transformed by the Hannibalic Wars in ways that shaped its future development. The near-death experience of facing Hannibal in Italy convinced Romans that their survival required total dominance of the Mediterranean world. The Roman Empire that would later stretch from Britain to Mesopotamia was built partly on lessons learned during those desperate years when a Carthaginian army wandered through Italy, seemingly unstoppable. Carthage's eventual destruction, raised completely in a later war, its territory sown with salt in a gesture of absolute annihilation, was partly motivated by Roman trauma from Hannibal's campaigns. Rome had been so frightened by what one Carthaginian general had accomplished that they decided the only safe Carthage was no Carthage at all. It's a sobering reminder that sometimes success creates its own disasters. Hannibal's brilliance helped ensure his civilization's destruction. The cultural memory of Hannibal spread far beyond the Mediterranean world. His name appears in text from cultures that had no direct contact with Carthage or Rome, passed along through trade routes and cultural exchange until even people in medieval Europe and Asia knew stories about the general who crossed the impossible mountains. This kind of cultural persistence suggests that his story touched something universal about human ambition and achievement. Modern historians continue debating details of Hannibal's campaigns, which pass he used, exactly how many troops he had, and whether specific accounts of battles are accurate. But these scholarly debates, important as they are to specialists, miss the larger point. Hannibal's legacy isn't really about the precise details of his campaigns. It's about the story those campaigns tell regarding what humans can accomplish when they refuse to accept conventional limitations. As you settle deeper into your blankets and feel sleep beginning to pull at your consciousness, let's bring this story to its quiet close with some final thoughts about Hannibal and his march through time and memory. Somewhere in northern Italy, if you look carefully, you can still find traces of the routes Hannibal's army followed. Not obvious monuments or dramatic markers, but subtle signs visible to those who know what to look for. Old roads that follow paths chosen for military logistics rather than commercial convenience. Place names that echo in languages descended from the tribes who witnessed that unprecedented army's passage. The Alps themselves remain, unchanged by the armies that have crossed them over millennia. The passes that seemed so impossibly difficult to Hannibal's soldiers are now threaded with highways and rail tunnels, made manageable by engineering that would seem like divine intervention to ancient travellers. Yet for anyone who's walked in genuine mountain wilderness, who's felt altitude steal their breath and cold numb their fingers, Hannibal's achievement remains impressive regardless of modern technological advancement. Think about those soldiers who made the crossing, the ones who survived to tell their grandchildren about the time they walked over the roof of the world, following a general whose dreams seemed like madness until it succeeded. They returned eventually to homes in Libya, Iberia and Numidia, those who survived the Italian campaigns, carrying memories of snow-covered peaks and desperate mountain passages. Some probably exaggerated their stories, making the mountains higher and the dangers greater with each retelling. Others probably understated them, finding that the reality defied description and that listeners couldn't really understand what they had experienced. The elephants that survived the crossing lived out their remaining years in Italy, exotic creatures far from their African homes, cared for by handlers who'd crossed impossible mountains in their company. When these elephants died, from age, combat, or simple exhaustion, their passing marked the end of one of history's most unusual military logistics efforts. No one would attempt war elephants in Alpine campaigns again, partly because Hannibal had demonstrated both that it was possible and that the cost probably exceeded the benefits. Hannibal himself, in his later years of exile, sometimes spoke about the Alpine crossing to those who visited him. By then it had been decades since that extraordinary march, and the world had moved on to other conflicts and concerns. But for Hannibal, the crossing remained central to his identity. The moment when he'd proven that will and planning could overcome barriers everyone else considered absolute. In his final moments, taking poison rather than surrendering to Roman capture, did Hannibal think about the Alps? What about the young men who'd followed him over impossible mountains because they believed in his vision? About the elephants struggling through snowdrifts and the scouts finding paths where no paths should exist? We can't know, but it's pleasant to imagine that his last thoughts included some satisfaction about that impossible achievement, that dream made real through determination and leadership. The story of Hannibal's crossing lives on because it speaks to something fundamental about human nature. We need stories about people who refused to accept limitations, who looked at impossible challenges and decided to attempt them anyway. Not because these stories guarantee success. Hannibal ultimately failed in his larger strategic objectives, but because they remind us that impossible is often just difficult in disguise, and that human capability exceeds what we typically demand of ourselves. As you drift towards sleep, imagine yourself on that mountain pass, looking back at the route you've climbed and forward toward the descent into Italy. The air is thin and cold, the path ahead uncertain, but you've come too far to turn back now. Around you, thousands of others are making the same journey, sharing the same hardships, bound together by common purpose and shared impossibility achieved. This is what Hannibal gave to history, not just tactical innovations or strategic lessons, but a story about what becomes possible when people refuse to accept conventional limitations. A story about leadership that inspires rather than compels, about soldiers who become heroes through simple perseverance, about elephants in snowdrifts and armies achieving the impossible through the accumulation of small possible steps. Sleep now, comfortable in your warm bed, safe from cold and altitude and the dangers that Hannibal's soldiers faced. But carry with you into dreams the knowledge that 2,000 years ago, people did impossible things because one man dreamed them possible and had the skill to make others share that dream. The Alps still stand, snow-covered and magnificent, indifferent to the humans who cross them. But they remember in their patient, stony way the army that shouldn't have been able to pass but did, leaving footprints in snow that melted millennia ago, but somehow still mark the path between impossible and accomplished. Tomorrow you'll wake to your own challenges, your own mountains to cross, metaphorical certainly, but no less real for being personal rather than geographic. When you face them, remember Hannibal and his soldiers, taking one step at a time through impossible terrain, proving that sometimes the only way to cross an impassable barrier is to stop believing it's impassable and start walking. Rest well. Dream of elephants in snow, of generals who dared greatly, of soldiers who achieved the impossible by refusing to accept impossibility, and know that their story continues as long as people remember that human will, properly applied with skill and determination, can reshape the world in ways that seem like legend until they become history. The calm wars of Rome ended long ago, but their lessons remain, carried forward through centuries by stories told on nights like this, when sleep approaches and the past seems near enough to touch. Hannibal crossed the Alps 2,000 years ago, but his journey continues every time someone faces an impossible challenge and decides to attempt it anyway. Sleep now. The mountains have been crossed. The story has been told. And tomorrow awaits with its own adventures, its own impossibilities waiting to be transformed through determination into achievements that future generations might remember with wonder. Born in 69 BCE, Cleopatra, the seventh Philopator came from a family that had controlled Egypt for over 3 centuries. These were the Ptolemies, who were descended from a general under Alexander the Great. The Ptolemaic Empire was a peculiar hybrid by the time Cleopatra was born, a Greek-speaking monarchy situated atop a deeply Egyptian terrain. The dynasty itself was plagued by family feuds, political assassinations, and tense truces with growing Roman authority, despite the capital, Alexandria, being a global centre of scholarship. Tradition frequently portrays Cleopatra as a captivating queen who captivated influential men. However, that portrayal disregards her extensive education, linguistic proficiency, and strategic savvy. She pursued studies in philosophy, astronomy, medicine, and mathematics in the renowned Library of Alexandria. Cleopatra was raised in a society that demanded royals demonstrate their abilities, as each prospective heir faced the risk of being outwitted by cunning family members. In a court notorious for backstabbing, mental acuity was just as important to survival as birthright. For a large portion of his rule, her father, Ptolemy XII Auletes, had to balance local unrest with Roman favour. Despite the Ptolemies' claims to divine heritage, Roman power actually loomed big. To gain Roman political support, athletes paid hefty prices, which put Egypt's finances in jeopardy. As she observed these discussions, Cleopatra learned early on that money could purchase allies but could never ensure true respect. She also saw how quickly a monarch may lose their position of authority if they made a mistake that alienated those in charge. When Cleopatra was a little girl, she travelled to Rome with Auletes on diplomatic missions and saw a civilization on the verge of enormous growth. She watched the Senate's operations there as well as the moves of powerful people like Julius Caesar and Pompey. She had a first-hand insight from these experiences that few Egyptian royals had ever experienced. Cleopatra's route to the Egyptian throne was uncertain. To maintain the unity of the bloodline, Ptolemaic law encouraged sibling marriage partnerships, and her father had other children. An ancient Macedonian custom that the Ptolemies had taken to extremes. This behaviour was startling to modern ears. As a result, Cleopatra's destiny was intertwined with her brothers, one of whom would, at least in theory, share power with her. Everyone knew that a puppet sibling could be used to overthrow a more ambitious relative, and the tension in the royal family was evident. History frequently reduces Cleopatra to an exotic character who courted Roman rulers, but she was developing her diplomatic abilities from an early age. She acquired multilingual skills, in addition to Greek. She reportedly knew Aramaic, Ethiopian, and probably Hebrew well as an Egyptian, which most of her Ptolemaic predecessors never tried to master. She was able to avoid having her comments misinterpreted by interpreters by speaking to courtiers, merchants, and foreign envoys in their own tongues. Her ability to communicate directly became one of her most powerful assets, enabling her to bridge cultural gaps. The domestic politics of Egypt were very complicated. As they had done for thousands of years, priesthoods held considerable power. Careful supervision was required of this irrigation system. Grain shipments fueled the kingdom's economy by feeding both Egyptians and international markets. Cleopatra was aware of the fragility underlying the opulence of the court's spectacles. In ancient times, grain was valuable, and managing the Nile's resources meant managing the money needed to survive, to keep the Roman bankers happy, the priests placated, and the crops steady. A wise ruler was required. However, when her father passed away in 51 BCE, Cleopatra was still a young woman. She and her younger brother, Ptolemy XIII, were designated as joint rulers in the will. This arrangement was less about true balance and more about ceremonial tradition. Groups in the court tried to influence the young boy king against his sister very immediately. Cleopatra had to decide whether to submit to these power struggles or to stand up for herself at the risk of starting a civil war. Cleopatra's early life prepared her for her eventual decisive actions, even though most people only recall her later involvements with Mark Antony and Julius Caesar. Her background, learning at the library, observing Roman politics, and negotiating a contentious court, formed the foundation of her strategic perspective. She was adamant that ambitious Romans should not use Egypt as a prize or a province. Although the road ahead was dangerous, Cleopatra had been well prepared by her upbringing. She wasn't a passive character. She was already planning ahead and prepared to play a political chess game that would decide her kingdom's destiny. Cleopatra, who was 18 at the time of Ptolemy XII's death, found herself sharing the kingdom with her brother, Ptolemy XIII, who was only 10 or 11 years old at the time. Although they were classified as equals in their official titles, Cleopatra was aware of the covert power structures in the royal court. The young king's advisors saw an opportunity to marginalise her by portraying her as an intrusive sister who posed a danger to the boy's legitimate authority. Political scheming by a flurry of courtiers, including the powerful regent Pothinus and a general by the name of Achilles, soon compelled Cleopatra to leave Alexandria. Cleopatra was sent into exile because she would not concede defeat. Instead of disappearing into obscurity, she gathered a small troop and set up camp east of the Nile Delta to wait. She made appeals to border troops who were devoted to her father's legacy, merchants who were upset over the mayhem in Alexandria, and local allies. Cleopatra closely monitored Rome's internal conflicts during this period. Caesar's previous ally, the Roman general Gnaeus Pompey, was now losing a civil war against his erstwhile comrade. The Alexandrian court made the tragic choice to have Pompey killed when he landed in Egypt in search of resources and safety. The killing was likely done to appease Julius Caesar, who was pursuing Pompey. However, the results of this heinous deed were not what they had hoped for. Caesar personally landed in Alexandria in the fall of 48 BCE. A stable monarchy, or at least a compliant administration that would pay for his wartime expenses, was what he hoped to discover. Instead, he found himself in a country that was embroiled in a fraternal war, with Ptolemy XIII's camp fighting for control of the city and Cleopatra in exile. Caesar was apparently horrified to learn of Pompey's assassination, since he had planned to capture Pompey rather than have him killed by outsiders. Seeing her chance, Cleopatra came up with a bold scheme to meet Caesar in private and make her case. According to legend, to get past Ptolemy's guards, Cleopatra planned to be smuggled into the palace rolled up in a carpet or bag. Although some historians disagree with the precise approach, everyone agrees that Cleopatra's first-hand meeting with Caesar was a persuasive masterstroke. She portrayed herself as a legitimate queen whose brother's court had turned treacherous, rather than as a defenceless exile. She knew Latin well enough to communicate directly with Caesar, who was said to be as fascinated by her intelligence and humour as he was by her royal demeanour. Caesar, a master strategist, believed that Cleopatra was a better ally than her younger brother in ensuring Egypt's stability. The siblings must get back together and rule together again, he said. The councillors to Ptolemy XIII refused to obey because they felt their authority was in jeopardy. As tensions increased, the Alexandrian War broke out. Alexandria's streets and docks became battlefields when Caesar's army engaged in combat with Ptolemy XIII's supporters. Although reports differ on the extent and timing of the destruction, the renowned library itself may have sustained some damage during this fight. Cleopatra remained calm in the face of chaos. She collaborated closely with Caesar, providing local intelligence and resources. She understood that while she required Caesar's help, she also possessed power, because Caesar wanted a stable monarchy, and control over Egypt's grain supply was vital to Rome. They eventually routed Ptolemy XIII's army. While attempting to escape, he himself perished in the Nile. To maintain the illusion of a dynastic tradition, Cleopatra's younger brother, Ptolemy XIV, was appointed as a nominal co-ruler. However, Cleopatra held the real power. After the civil war was done, Cleopatra sided with Caesar, and according to many, fell in love with him. Caesarion, the child they would eventually have, symbolized the marriage of Egyptian ancestry with Roman ambition. Nevertheless, Cleopatra never saw herself as a simple consort. Her goal was to bring her kingdom back to life while juggling Roman interests and preserving some degree of autonomy. She lavished Caesar with hospitality, throwing lavish feasts that could only be supported by the Nile's wealth. Beneath these extravagant outbursts, however, she engaged in painstaking negotiations to secure her rule's continuation after Caesar's inevitable departure. Alexandria had been returned to Cleopatra at the end of this turbulent time. She was no longer the helpless fugitive. Instead, she had become Egypt's undisputed monarch, albeit one who was closely associated with Roman authority. She had forged a complicated alliance with the most powerful man in the Mediterranean by navigating war and conspiracies. There were new obstacles in the way, primarily how to balance Egypt's sovereignty with Rome's demands. However, Cleopatra had demonstrated that she was more than capable of skillfully navigating through situations that would shatter a less powerful ruler. Following the Alexandrian War, Cleopatra oversaw a court that combined Roman and Hellenistic elements with old Egyptian customs. She reclaimed trade routes vital to Egypt's growth and dispatched envoys to negotiate border accords to regain control over areas lost during previous crises. Beyond politics, Cleopatra prioritized cultural patronage. She provided financial support for academic pursuits, sponsored building projects, and made sure that Egypt's temples, particularly those honouring the goddess Isis, whom she came to identify increasingly with, received royal backing. She and Julius Caesar's relationship kept changing. Caesar, attracted by Cleopatra's companionship as well as political motives, stayed in Egypt longer than many Roman senators thought was wise. Their well-known Nile cruise, which was later romanticised, served two strategic purposes. Caesar learned about the area's resources and fortifications firsthand, while Cleopatra demonstrated the size of her dominion. Though some Alexandrians questioned the expenditure, Cleopatra recognised the importance of spectacle and heard tales of sumptuous feasts on royal boats. She wanted the Egyptians and Romans to understand that the Ptolemaic throne had not lost its majesty in a time when the ability to dazzle was frequently used to gauge one's level of authority. Caesar and Cleopatra, however, were unable to deny Rome's restlessness. After defeating Pompey's allies, Caesar solidified his hold on power, and his status as dictator was both admirable and vulnerable. He brought Cleopatra back to Rome in 46 BCE, but not as a simple concubine. She successfully positioned herself on the Roman stage by arriving with her retinue, which included the baby Caesarion. Conservative Romans, who disapproved of her alien status and her alleged aspirations, were scandalized by this. Caesar gave Cleopatra a privileged position that no other foreign ruler had, however, by letting her remain at a villa across the Tiber. Within the city's political circles, rumours circulated that Caesar may declare himself king and Cleopatra his queen, a notion that was unappealing to Romans who had vivid memories of overthrowing monarchs centuries before. Both xenophobic animosity and curiosity were stoked by Cleopatra's appearance, her attire, and her entourage of Egyptian courtiers. In the meantime, she researched the tribunes, the Senate, and the network of patronage that connected aristocratic families in Rome. She realised how shaky Rome's acceptance of her was. Nevertheless, she engaged in diplomatic outreach, establishing connections with powerful senators and their spouses, giving presents and organising cultural events that showcased Alexandria's refinement. But Cleopatra's primary goal was to ensure the future of her dynasty. From the Egyptian perspective, she desired Caesarion's recognition as his heir, even if it wasn't official. Caesar gave Caesarion preferential treatment even though he never legally declared him his son under Roman law. Caesar's continuous success appeared to be the key to the future. However, the tide of Roman politics was shifting, and many were disturbed by Caesar's acquisition of awards and display of monarchical accoutrements. Caesar was assassinated on the Ides of March in 44 BCE as a result of a conspiracy. Cleopatra, shocked and exposed, was in a dangerous situation in Rome. she swiftly retreated amid the confusion, returning to Alexandria with Caesarion and her entourage. According to some accounts, she thought about siding with Mark Antony or other groups in the ensuing power war. Cleopatra, however, was realistic. She understood that Romans would fight for the Republic once more, and before making any dangerous agreements, she needed to know who would win. Securely established in Egypt, she concentrated on bolstering the economy and defences of her realm, while she awaited the next Roman ruler to initiate contact. She made a deliberate decision to stay out of Rome during this rough time. If she had stayed, one side or the other might have exploited her as a pawn. Rather, she withdrew to a world in which she was truly in charge. She developed an image of herself at home as a conventional pharaoh in addition to being a Hellenistic queen. Her picture with a diadem, occasionally with subtle references to Egyptian iconography, was featured on coins bearing her name. To guarantee that the priesthood acknowledged her son Caesarion as a prince descended from God, she funded religious ceremonies. Cleopatra cemented her position among her subjects by fusing traditional Egyptian devotion with classical Greek elegance. Though she was aware that Egypt's destiny would unavoidably be shaped by the next wave of Rome's civil war, she never cut off contact with Roman politicians. Cleopatra's top objective amid the chaos that followed Caesar's murder was to maintain her independence to the greatest extent feasible. Although she had already navigated the maze, the Roman stage was about to change again, bringing new performers who would test her wits. She would have to carefully consider her options now that she could no longer rely on Caesar's favour, forming alliances and battling for time in a game where the outcome could affect the Mediterranean's future. After Caesar's death, Rome fell into civil war, creating a power vacuum. On one side were the assassins, led by Brutus and Cassius, advocating for a return to republican ideals. The second triumvirate brought together three important figures: Octavian, Caesar's adopted son and heir; Mark Antony, a seasoned general and close ally of Caesar; and Lepidus, whose influence quickly diminished. In the following 2 years, these factions fought for dominance. From Alexandria, Cleopatra observed, knowing Egypt's wealth could become a bargaining chip again. Mark Antony had previously been kind to Cleopatra. He visited Alexandria during Caesar's time and enjoyed the court's hospitality. As the triumvirate faced Brutus and Cassius, Antony required resources, grain, ships and money, to strengthen his position. He called Cleopatra to Tarsus, Asia Minor, to negotiate terms. The summons was not just a polite request. Ignoring it could provoke Roman anger. Cleopatra recognized an opportunity. Negotiating from a strong position could help her gain recognition for Caesarion and assert her autonomy. Her arrival in Tarsus turned into a legendary tale. Rather than seeming like a beggar, she glided up the river Cydnus on an ornate barge, adorned with luxurious fabrics and fragrant sails. Musicians played as Cleopatra, adorned as the goddess Aphrodite or Isis based on the source, invited Antony to witness a display of opulence akin to a royal festival. Cleopatra recognized the significance of spectacle. Her dramatic entrance overshadowed rumors of Egyptian subservience. Antony realized he was not in charge of a subordinate, but was instead welcoming a king in full splendor. He was impressed and accepted her invitation to dine on her vessel, where her wit and cultural sophistication captivated him as much as the luxuries. An alliance began, political and romantic, that would shape the Eastern Mediterranean's fate. Their relationship was complex. Antony aimed to gain Cleopatra's loyalty and resources to tackle the ongoing challenges to the triumvirate. Cleopatra demanded the return of Egyptian territories lost under previous Ptolemaic rulers. She urged for formal Roman recognition of Caesarion's significance, at least in Egypt. What started as a tactical partnership evolved into a personal bond. Antony spent the winter in Alexandria, enjoying the city's lively culture. He took part in festivals, enjoyed hunts along the Nile, and even created a drinking society with Cleopatra, humorously called the Inimitable Livers. Cleopatra remained focused on her political goals despite the distractions of revelry. She manoeuvred through court intrigues, handled the Egyptian bureaucracy, and protected her throne despite rumours that Antony was succumbing to her spell. These rumours extended beyond mere gossip. In Rome, Octavian eyed Antony's actions warily. Octavian ruled the West, while Antony managed the East as co-rulers of the Roman world. Antony's extravagant gestures toward Cleopatra reinforced the idea that he was abandoning Roman values for Eastern excess. Cleopatra understood the gravity of Octavian's propaganda. She had encountered Roman disdain previously. Now the risks were greater. Loss of Antony's favour in Rome could jeopardize Cleopatra's position. Antony's early campaigns in the east had some success. He reaffirmed Roman authority in rebellious areas and granted Cleopatra land in Phoenicia, Cyprus, and parts of Crete and Syria. These grants enhanced Egypt's power and filled Cleopatra's treasury. At the same time, the triumvirate unravelled. Lepidus was sidelined, intensifying the rivalry between Antony and Octavian. Cleopatra and Antony had children, starting with twins and then another son whom Antony acknowledged publicly. Children were given territories, culminating in the notable Donations of Alexandria ceremony, where Cleopatra and her children donned regalia representing their rule over vast regions of the Near East. Roman observers were shocked. The event resembled the establishment of a new Hellenistic empire at the cost of Rome. Cleopatra understood that her fate depended on Antony's military achievements. Antony found himself increasingly conflicted between the East, where Cleopatra held sway, and the Roman heartland, where Octavian was turning public sentiment against him. Cleopatra employed her diplomatic skills to secure local alliances, ensuring that if war arose, she could gather sufficient Egyptian manpower and naval power to be taken seriously. She noticed the cracks appearing. As Antony embraced his Eastern identity by adopting Greek customs and granting grand titles to Cleopatra, hostility in Rome intensified. Octavian waited patiently, gathering proof to label Antony a traitor influenced by an Oriental queen. This delicate balance endured for years, lending Cleopatra's reign a sense of renewed grandeur alongside looming storm clouds. She had journeyed from uncertain exile to commanding queen, but the horizon suggested a final confrontation that could overshadow all her previous struggles. By the mid-30s BCE, tensions between Antony and Octavian nearly ensured another Roman civil war. To mend the divide, Antony wed Octavian's first sister, Octavia, while still maintaining his affair with Cleopatra. He attempted to balance these conflicting responsibilities. However, the political alliances proved too weak, and Octavian exploited Antony's ongoing stay in Egypt as proof of treachery. In 32 BCE, after Antony divorced Octavia, Octavian claimed that Antony had turned into Cleopatra's puppet, labeling her as the master manipulator. Cleopatra, sensing Rome's growing animosity, prepared for battle. She strengthened the Egyptian coast, gathered grain, and grew her navy. Despite the strength of Egyptian forces, facing Rome's legionary machine was intimidating. Cleopatra thought that victory relied on Antony's skill in maintaining the loyalty of his legions and uniting Eastern client states under his leadership. As war approached, his support started to weaken. Several allied kings hesitated. Roman senators who once supported Antony switched their allegiance to Octavian. Driven by fear or political strategy, the propaganda war intensified. Octavian depicted Cleopatra as a foreign seductress aiming to enslave Rome, stoking xenophobia among the Roman people. In 31 BCE, the decisive confrontation occurred off Greece's western coast, near Actium. Antony and Cleopatra gathered a significant fleet, but Agrippa, Octavian's admiral and subadmiral, outsmarted them. Historians may argue over specifics, but the result is evident. Antony's navy became desperate, lacking supplies and troubled by Agrippa's better naval strategies. In the climactic battle, Cleopatra, leading her squadron, suddenly broke away and fled to Egypt. Antony, realizing she was leaving, gave up the fight to pursue her. The fleet's fate was sealed. Lacking unified leadership, Antony's naval forces fell apart, allowing Octavian to achieve a decisive victory. Rumours about Cleopatra's escape circulated. Was it panic, strategy, or a prearranged plan if the situation worsened? Some accuse her of betrayal, while others believe she realised the battle was lost and tried to salvage what she could. Actium dealt a severe blow to Antony's cause. Afterward, Cleopatra hurried to strengthen Egypt, hoping to rebuild defences and negotiate a diplomatic deal. Octavian had the momentum on his side. He waited patiently, systematically restructuring his forces, rejecting Cleopatra's negotiation proposals unless they met his conditions. Antony and Cleopatra's relationship, once adorned with splendour, faltered under the burden of the loss. Antony experienced shame in front of his troops, many of whom abandoned him. Cleopatra confronted the truth that her meticulously built Eastern Empire was falling apart. She attempted to negotiate once more, Would Octavian allow Caesarion to rule as co-regent if she surrendered Antony? Historical records indicate Cleopatra considered various escape options, yet Octavian remained ruthless. He viewed Cleopatra as a danger and aimed to remove her from power. Caesarion, being Caesar's biological son, complicated his claim to Rome's legacy. Removing both mother and child would pave the way for Octavian's unchallenged dominance. In the summer of 30 BCE, Octavian launched an invasion of Egypt. Antony's efforts to organise a defence crumbled due to desertions and a superior Roman force. According to legend, upon hearing a false report of Cleopatra's death, Antony took his own life by stabbing himself. Mortally wounded, he discovered the queen was still alive and was brought to her. Their last meeting marked a sad end to a once glamorous partnership. Antony passed away in her embrace, forcing Cleopatra to face Octavian by herself. Octavian's victory was certain. Cleopatra's final hope was to maintain a trace of her dynasty or escape the shame of being displayed in Rome. She locked herself inside a mausoleum she had constructed, filled with her treasures and said to hold concealed toxins. Octavian aimed to capture her alive, likely planning to showcase her in his triumph as a trophy representing Rome's victory over the East. Understanding the futility of resistance, Cleopatra readied herself for a final act that would echo through history. Various accounts of her death exist, but the most well-known is the tale of an asp sneaked into her hideout, biting her arm and bringing a quick, though painful, demise. Some say she took poison. She made the decision to face death on her own terms rather than accepting it as the living conquest. Cleopatra's death marked the end of the Ptolemaic dynasty, leading to Egypt becoming a Roman province. Caesarion was captured and executed on Octavian's orders, removing any threat to his rise as Rome's first emperor, Augustus. Cleopatra's reign ended, but her legend was just beginning, destined to be recounted in ways that often masked the woman behind the myth. After Cleopatra's death, Roman accounts depicted her as a cunning temptress whose ambitions led Antony astray from Roman virtue. Poets and historians aligned with Octavian, who would become Augustus, reflected the official narrative that Cleopatra represented the corrupt East. Her final stand, the gilded mausoleum, and the tale of the asp became material for moralizing treatises and sensational storytelling. Despite the Romans' vilification, they could not deny her importance. She was the final monarch of a once mighty dynasty, and her fall signified Rome's clear dominance in the Mediterranean. Egypt transformed under Roman control. Cleopatra's administrative frameworks, such as tax systems, land management, and temple support, remained intact, with Roman officials now at the helm. Alexandria remained a significant cultural hub, despite no longer being a royal capital. Cleopatra's memory in Egypt became intertwined with the local folklore over time. Some viewed her as a tragic figure aiming to safeguard the land from foreign control. Some, swayed by Roman propaganda, held her responsible for leading the nation into war. The temples showcased images of Ptolemaic rulers in pharaonic attire, reflecting the hybrid world Cleopatra once ruled. Rome gained a vast province and a compelling narrative. The victory over Cleopatra symbolized the triumph of Roman discipline over Eastern luxury. Augustus leveraged this narrative to consolidate his power. He erected monuments to commemorate his conquest of Egypt, minted coins declaring peace restored, and influenced the Roman mindset to see Cleopatra's downfall as unavoidable. Behind the propaganda was an acknowledgement that Cleopatra was an extraordinary opponent. She matched Roman statesmen in diplomacy, commanded resources, and nearly forged a new political reality. If Actium had unfolded differently, the narrative of Rome could have changed significantly. Over the centuries, Cleopatra's reputation changed numerous times. Roman playwrights depicted her as a witch, captivating Antony with his potions and spells. Early Christian writers used her as a cautionary tale about the dangers of lust and power, emphasizing moral lessons. However, there were also more understanding perspectives. Chroniclers, particularly of Greek descent, lauded her intelligence, multilingual abilities, and cultural refinement. Alternative accounts reveal her negotiations with local elites, philanthropic gestures to the Alexandrian poor, and efforts to maintain Egyptian autonomy. These insights provided an alternative to the prevailing Roman story. In the medieval period, much classical literature remained in monasteries. Cleopatra appeared occasionally in moral tales or collections of notable women. frequently overshadowed by biblical figures. The Renaissance revival of classical learning sparked new curiosity. Scholars found Greek and Roman texts, revealing Cleopatra as a multifaceted figure. Artists drew inspiration from her dramatic life, creating paintings, plays, and poems. Shakespeare's Antony and Cleopatra portrays her with a tragic grandeur. Shakespeare partly followed Roman biases, portraying her as theatrical and manipulative, yet he also revealed her depth, showcasing the fiery intelligence that fueled her allure. Subsequent centuries witnessed additional reinterpretations. Enlightenment thinkers debated if Cleopatra was an enlightened ruler or a reckless tyrant. The Romantics saw her as a symbol of passionate defiance against a cold, practical empire. In the 19th and early 20th centuries, European Orientalist views transformed Cleopatra into the symbol of exotic allure. Painters depicted her in extravagant settings, focusing on her beauty and wealth, while overlooking her administrative skills and political acumen. Hollywood embraced this image, creating epic films that highlighted spectacle, grand sets, intricate costumes, and a Cleopatra who captivated famous Romans with alluring glances. However, beneath these depictions, historical research dismantled the stereotypes. In the 20th and 21st centuries, scholars refocused on Cleopatra's intelligence, linguistic skills, her role as a living goddess in Egyptian tradition, and her adept rule during challenging times. Recent archaeological discoveries and fresh interpretations of primary sources portray her not just as a femme fatale, but as a stateswoman facing the mightiest empire of her time. This change in viewpoint highlighted the conflict between Cleopatra's real governance, managing taxes, suppressing uprisings, directing foreign policy, and the narrative crafted by those who aimed to rationalize her defeat. Cleopatra's reputation changed with Rouge era's agendas, reflecting cultural fantasies and fears. Her true legacy, her efforts to preserve a sovereign Egypt against Rome's expansion, endures as a testament to her strategic prowess, even if overshadowed by the highlights of her personal liaisons. Cleopatra is a figure that urges us to see beyond stereotypes, highlighting that the true complexity of history is often lost in the propaganda and entertainment of the era. Cleopatra's story still captivates in our modern age. She has become an icon that transcends her time, symbolizing female power, political skill, cultural fusion, and the tragedy of lost sovereignty. To truly appreciate Cleopatra, one must view her not as an exotic siren or a mere footnote in Rome's story, but as the pinnacle of a unique dynasty navigating a rapidly changing world. Her importance stems from the careful balance she maintained from the moment she assumed power. Cleopatra forged alliances with Caesar and negotiated with Mark Antony, expanded her kingdom's territories, and maintained the reverence of Egypt's priesthoods, orchestrating a precarious dance. She encountered a Rome shifting from republic to autocracy, a superpower in transition, uncertain of its future. Cleopatra understood that to protect Egypt, she needed to navigate Roman politics while embodying the role of pharaoh, merging Greek and Egyptian traditions more effectively than her predecessors. Cleopatra's intellectual interests deserve greater focus. Growing up in Alexandria's vibrant intellectual atmosphere, she gained both scholarly and practical knowledge. She authored works on medicine, cosmetics, and possibly linguistics, but these writings have now vanished. She communicated with the subject peoples in their languages, an ability that granted real legitimacy in the eyes of those unfamiliar with Greek-speaking Ptolemaic rulers. Cleopatra engages with Roman elites in Greek or Latin, and leads Egyptian ceremonies in the local language, showcasing her cultural fluency as a political asset. Her story highlights how quickly propaganda can distort a legacy. Roman accounts depicted Cleopatra as a seductive foreign queen, overshadowing her contributions as a stateswoman. The caricature persisted over the centuries, influencing art and theatre while reducing her complexity. By piecing together scattered evidence, from coins with her profile to Greek historians' descriptions, we glimpse the real Cleopatra, a determined monarch making monumental decisions in a time of colliding global powers. Their ultimate demise highlights the weaknesses of a smaller state trapped among Roman factions. Cleopatra's relationship with Antony was both personal and practical, yet in the competitive realm of Roman politics, it served as a tool for Octavian's ambitions. The empire needed new conquests to solidify its political transformations, and the idea of Cleopatra's conspiracy with Antony gave Octavian the moral pretext to march on Egypt. However, Cleopatra managed to outsmart him, engaging in covert negotiations until Actium irreversibly shifted the balance. Even Cleopatra's death, often recounted with melodramatic flair, reflects her refusal to be paraded as a captive in Rome. By choosing to die on her terms, she denied Octavian a triumphant display, ensuring her final image was one of defiance instead of submission. This act, dramatized in art and theatre, embodies a political strategy. Cleopatra ensured she was remembered as a queen, not a captive. After that final act, Egypt turned into Rome's breadbasket, supporting an empire that would rule Europe, North Africa, and the Near East for centuries. Alexandria continued to be a centre of scholarship and trade, maintaining Greek and Egyptian cultural influences even during Roman rule. Cleopatra's children with Antony were taken to Rome and largely disappeared from history, except for one daughter, Cleopatra Selene, who married into another African kingdom and preserved a fragment of her mother's legacy. Caesarion, the son of Julius Caesar, was executed to eradicate any rival claim to Rome. Thus, the direct line of Cleopatra ended brutally, a testament to how Roman realpolitik disdained potential threats, however young or innocent. Interest in Cleopatra continues over 2,000 years later. Historians discuss her strategies, archaeologists search the Egyptian coast for her burial site, and filmmakers recreate her life in grand productions. Every retelling reveals as much about the storyteller as it does about Cleopatra. Her character reveals the complexities of power, the dynamics of gender and politics, and the resilience of a dynasty facing extinction. She bridges worlds, Greek and Egyptian, a female leader and Roman ally, a scholar and politician. Cleopatra emerged as a leader who would not allow her kingdom to be a mere pawn in Rome's strategy. She engaged in high-stakes gameplay, experiencing both spectacular victories and devastating losses. She transcended the caricatures that defined her posthumous image. The final Queen of the Nile remains an enigma who challenges us to look deeper than the simple myths, reminding us that history is often shaped by those who wield the pen, and that a life as momentous as hers deserves constant re-examination. The day my old name died began with crows on the battlements and ended with a circlet of hammered gold pressing a red welt into my brow. I had lived 17 winters as a foster son. Arthur was fit only to muck stalls at Sir Ector's holdings in the Welsh marches. Yet here I stood in a chill sunrise at Caerleon, wind off the Usk tasting of iron filings, while lords who had never met me raised spears in acclaim. The heralds trumpeted, "Pendrag!" and my ribs fluttered like a quail's. I will not pretend the cheering felt noble. It felt terrifying, as though a roaring sea had broken through the courtyard gate. Sir Kay whispered, "Hold the sword higher, brother, they need to see you." My arm shook under the hilt's surprising heft. Excalibur, Merlin called it Caldfolk, the hard bright cleaver, had looked weightless in the stone, but wielded, it was equal to a ploughshare in wet clay. As sunlight ran down the fuller, the onlookers strained forward. Hedge knights in patched mail, sleek barons whose rings smelled of civet, and barefoot children craning between guard shields. One could map the fractures in Britain by their faces, angles tight-lipped beside downtrodden Romano-British magistrates, Cymri hill kings glaring at Northumbrian envoys. All of them watched the orphan who had slipped a sword from an anvil when worthier men could not. That first week passed in parchment dust and the clack of tally sticks. My new councillors educated me mercilessly. Grain levies were overdue in the Wye Valley. Mercian raiders had burned the monastery of Iltud, and the Royal Mint in Winchester lacked silver for coin dies. I listened, numb, and when I spoke it was mostly to ask why. Why did a salt tax vary between counties? Why did we tithe fish to Rome when Rome was ashes? Each reason produced new corridors of ignorance for me to explore in secret. Night brought no truce. Merlin, maddeningly serene, met me in the candlelit library of the old Roman basilica. He smelled of peat smoke and elderflower wine. "The crown is a mask, Arthur," he told me while aligning dusty scrolls about irrigation. "Wear it too loosely and it slips, wear it too tightly and it blinds." I wanted instruction, not metaphor, but his lessons remained riddles. He had not taught me to retrieve Excalibur for his amusement. He meant me to retrieve a future no one else dared picture. Sleep refused me. I lay in the solar on wolfskin blankets, listening to the wind whistle through arrow slits, revisiting the moment the blade slid free. The scrape of metal echoed in my memory, akin to a key reluctantly unlocking a locked childhood. My pulse quickened until dawn, and with dawn came fresh petitions. A widow from Gwent begged remission of scutage. A Gaulish mason offered to rebuild the Roman bridge at Venta if I would guarantee free toll for pilgrims. I granted both, half from pity, half because they cost only my signature. On the 7th day I mounted a nervous mare and rode the perimeter of Caerleon's outer palisade alone. Frost clung to dead bracken, mist curled between apple stumps where orchards had been raised for siege timbers. I thought, this is my acreage of sorrow to tend. Yet I also saw promise, fields where spring barley could root if given peace, kilns that might fire roof tiles instead of slingstones. By the time I reined in, the sun had melted the frost into silver rivulets. Hope, I realised, was a crop that required cultivation as deliberate as wheat. Before evensong, I convened a rookie council of blacksmiths, scribes, and 2 abbots who smelled of vellum glue. I invited them to Birkund and speak first, keen to hear sentences unclouded by flattery. They were shocked into plainness. Smiths wanted charcoal quotas, scribes wanted tariffs on imported papyrus lowered, and abbots wanted safe conduct for pilgrims. I promised nothing, recorded everything. When the assembly disbanded, Sir Kay slapped my shoulder. "You looked like a king," he lied. I felt more like a bucket catching leaks in a storm-patched roof. Still, that night as rain drummed the shutters, I wrote a single line into my ledger. A throne is not a chair, but a question asked daily. In that admission, I finally understood what Merlin had meant. The mask must never harden. The wearer must keep adjusting the fit or risk seeing nothing at all. By the time the crows returned to the battlements, I was ready to ask another question. War councils smelled of damp wool, horse sweat and candle grease. Ours convened on a ridge above the Vale of Dortmoor, where Saxon banners glittered like rows of wet scales in the distance. Gawain sketched deployment arcs with a charcoal nub on his buckler's inside. Archers here, heavy spears there, while Lady Gwen Hwyfar read out casualty projections from a carved tablet. In that moment I saw the Round Table not as furniture, but as an algebra. Variables shifting until valour equalled victory with minimum unknowns. We fought at first light, hoarfrost crunching under greaves. Trumpets blew a sour, brassy note that made my teeth hurt. I led Calidor's cavalry wing, 200 destriers snorting steam. Gawain, brilliant and reckless, angled the infantry phalanx 15 degrees off the expected axis. The Saxons misread the feint, plunging into our kill pocket where marshy ground devoured their footing. The real slaughter, though, occurred at the ford of Barn. Kay blocked it with a shield wall 3 men thick, forcing enemy cohorts east where our slingers perched among leaf-bare alders. Stones whistled, helmets dented. By noon the river was pinkish, yet triumph tasted metallic. I walked among the fallen wearing a surgeon's grimace, instructing squires to bind the wounded regardless of allegiance. A captured Saxon boy no older than 12 tried to spit at me but produced only blood. Holding his gaze, I ordered bandages. Mercy is harder than steel. It resists tempering and bends toward fatigue. My captain muttered I was naive. I reminded them that a terrorized enemy often regroups in the dark while a respected one hesitates before recrossing the border. Afterward, we quartered in a half-ruined Roman amphitheatre nearby. The curved seating became crude barracks. Rain filtered through collapsed vaults, pooling in the arena where gladiators once bled under imperial applause. I addressed the fighters from the old emperor's box. What we win in fear we lose in seasons to come. Rule by respect, and we plant hedges no sword can shear. Some nodded, some scoffed, but the words lodged like seeds. The campaign dragged into winter. We learned to move on frozen ground, sledging supplies on ox-drawn travois. My gauntlets cracked from the cold. The smell of pine pitch replaced blossom in my memory. On solstice eve, snow swirling like ghost feathers, I found Merlin alone by a ruined milestone reciting a fragment of Virgil about husbandry. Even empires, he murmured, begin as fences to keep goats from eating winter wheat. I laughed despite fatigue. He never preached. He implied. By spring, peace chatter reached us from Saxon envoys. I drafted terms on scraped sheepskin, a boundary set at the limestone ridge, hostages exchanged but treated as honoured guests, and intermarriage encouraged to weld bloodlines. Gawain bristled, wanting a punitive march. Gwen Hwyfar, ever pragmatic, pointed out we lacked surplus grain to feed conquered households. The council split until I invoked the fording scene, how our mercy had softened Saxon resolve. Reluctantly they consented. Signing the treaty took place in a smoky timber hall north of the new border. Both sides brought bards to witness. I clasped forearms with Eldred, a war-cautious alderman whose beard reeked of mead. He muttered, "Your sword could have drunk deeper." I replied, "But your grandchildren will sip cider in orchards we did not burn." His belly laugh rattled roof beams. Alliances sometimes germinate in unexpected soil. In the months after, the Vale of Dortmore greened under truce. I requisitioned stonemasons to repair weirs, reopened Roman causeways, and established a bilingual toll house, where erstwhile enemies haggled over salt weight using standardized counterstones. Commerce often clinches what diplomacy initiates. Seeing Saxon traders bow to Cymry clerks over tariff receipts thrilled me as much as any martial cheer. Privately I wrestled nightmares, blood-slick reeds, dying boys with accents I barely understood, and my crown dipped in gore. Gwen Hwyfar found me pacing ramparts and urged prayer. I preferred ledgers. I tallied war costs, lost ploughshares, orphan stipends, and forced the numbers to speak. They said moderation was cheaper than triumph. They never lied. One damp morning, while Oliver the quartermaster complained about dwindling pitch reserves, a courier arrived bearing a wreath of river reeds from Ildred, to the king who waters peace. I pinned it in the council chamber above our campaign map. Some mocked the rustic token, others touched it like a relic. For me, it represented both a reminder that swords end battles and a recognition that agreements end wars. Thus my second year of kingship closed not with a coronation feast, but with an accounting ledger and a wreath made by a former foe. I slept soundly that night for the first time since lifting the blade. Camelot was never marble. It was coarse sandstone sweating lichen, scaffolds creaking like old knees. Yet visitors entering its magnificent hall felt something rare, a geometry of fellowship. Round tables, contrary to gossip, are terrible for hierarchy and perfect for candour. My smiths forged a 30-seat monster from oak and riveted iron bands. It smelled of resin and rain on the day we slid it into place. The crack it made across the flagstones felt like a knell tolling for privilege. Within a month, debates at that board ranged from maritime tariffs to whether owls could predict frost. Sir Bedivere cited alder ring thickness charts. Dame Rhiannon cross-checked shipping dockets from Cornish ports. Laughter flared, daggers flashed into tabletops for emphasis, but each voice found equal purchase. I learned to moderate like a choirmaster, coaxing melody from an opinion. Court politics, I discovered, is less duel than duet. Themes offered, harmonies tested, discord resolved or embraced as counterpoint. Social experiments, however, breed social consequences. My barons grumbled that Franklin farmers now supped alongside them during harvest councils. One sneered that peasants stank of manure. I replied sweetly, "So does the earth we all depend upon." The retort earned silent respect and silent enemies. Soon, anonymous leaflets with still tacky ink accused me of hobnobbing with swineherds while I neglected noble bloodlines. I left the pamphlets tacked to gateposts. Nothing defangs slander like daylight. Domestic alliances formed in subtler currents. Gwen Hwyfar established a guild of herbalists, recruiting peasant women whose willow bark tinctures outperformed monastic leechcraft. Knights wounded in jousts found themselves dosed with poultices prepared by hands they once dismissed. Healing, unlike war, proved indifferent to pedigree. Watching the Queen kneel beside a tanner's daughter, grinding sage into salve, reminded me governance can bloom at ground level. Evenings rippled with softer intrigues. Minstrels sang Breton lays, jugglers tossed iron apples, Lancelot, bright as dawn on new steel, led sparring exhibitions that drew appreciative gasps. My admiration for him was a delicate balance. I felt pride in having a fierce comrade, but also unease at the way Gwen Hwyfar's eyes shone like moonlight when Lancelot bowed. I told myself trust is stronger than jealousy. My heart argued otherwise in sleepless whispers. I commissioned a scriptorium, hiring Greek copyists formerly marooned in Exeter by piracy. They illuminated legal codices with celadon inks, rendering statutes almost luminous. Literacy rates crept upward, as stewards demanded to read decrees rather than memorize them. When a reeve from Devon petitioned for the right to cite code in a land dispute and won, the cheers in the hall outshone any tournament roar. Words became both weapons and shields, and every child who learned to etch letters into wax inherited a small amount of power. Religion, that restless fox, prowled our henhouse. Rome's emissaries urged higher tithes. Druids insisted the spring equinox remain a feast day. My compromise, dual calendars, The offerings did not fully satisfy either sect, but they helped to prevent riots. Unity, I learned, is not homogeneity. It is the artful overlap of dissimilar circles. Merlin called it interlaced sovereignty, like Celtic knotwork where strands meet, part, and meet again without severing. Still, friction sparked. When a knight struck a serf for stepping on his cloak, I hauled the offender before the round table and fined him triple the annual grain tribute he collected. Outrage roared among old families. Peasants toasted in cider lofts. Justice, though blind, is rarely silent. Between crises I sought quiet with Gwenhwyfar in the orchard courtyard, where our first apple crop dangled. She confessed fear, of plague, invasion, and her childlessness. I confessed fear of a kingdom buoyed by my charisma rather than structural strength. Charisma dies, she said. So do kings. We resolved to embed redundancies. Delegate treasury to 3 co-stewards, rotate militia captains quarterly, and copy archive scrolls in triplicate. We decided to govern by scaffolding, not by personality. One amber dusk, troubadours rehearsed a ballad calling me Rex Quondam, Rex Futurus, the once and future king. The phrase sent a cold shiver along my spine. Legends petrify living men into symbols. Symbols risk shattering under inquiry. I walked out before they could finish, and spent the night in the smithy helping sharpen scythes for harvest volunteers. Sparks bit my sleeves, iron rang in my bones. Real kingship, I reminded myself, smelled not of incense but of hot metal and tough questions. As autumn fog muffled Camelot, I watched ravens pinwheel over parapets. Their calls sounded like quarrels from a distance, like counsel at close range. I listened for patterns, hoping that, amidst the cause and counsel squabbles, I could still discern the rhythm of the realm, chaotic, diverse, and vibrant. Love, when braided with rulership, frays at stress points. I learned the truth the night Gwenhwyfar failed to return from Vespers. Lantern in hand, I combed the cloisters until dawn, finding only footprints and stone-cold beeswax. She reappeared at sunrise, cloak damp, claiming prayer had carried her beyond time. I believed her until a squire whispered of Lancelot's horse seen tethered near the aqueduct ruins. Jealousy can outpace any charger. That morning I presided over petitions with iron politeness, but parchment edges shredded under my grip. Rumours possess a multifaceted nature. A spilled cup in the refectory became proof of an adulterous pact. A misfiled stable roster mutated into clandestine rendezvous. I addressed none directly, hoping discretion might starve speculation. Instead, it fattened. Lancelot avoided my gaze during lance drills. Gwenhwyfar busied herself in the herb garden, eyes rimmed red. Merlin, sensing fracture, suggested a pilgrimage to St. Albans for conjugal renewal. I nearly laughed. Miracles of the sacred spring would not mend brittle trust. War interrupted scandal. Pictish raids harried our northern garrisons, forcing a muster at Hadrian's broken wall. In frigid drizzle I marched alongside Lancelot, sharing campfire silence as men sharpened seax blades. On the eve of engagement, he finally spoke. "My loyalty is yours," he whispered, his voice as raw as peat smoke. I wished he had said affection or even desire, words that might name the shadow between us. Instead, loyalty, that slippery coin, rolled into darkness. Battle against the Picts proved brutal but brief. Their skirmishers scattered after our heavy horse flanked them through misty birch copses. The victory did not alleviate my emotions. On return I found Gwenhwyfar pale and fevered. She had miscarried, a secret child I'd never known she carried. Grief welded us strangely. We wept together beneath quilts while rain scratched the shutters like quills scripting tragedy. Suspicion for a while drowned beneath shared loss. Court, however, has no patience for the private mourning. Accusers soon hissed that the lost babe bore not Pendragon blood but Lancelot's. In fury I convened a closed tribunal, Gawain, Morgan, and Dame Rhiannon as adjudicators. Evidence proved vaporous, testimony coloured by envy. The panel dismissed charges, yet acquittal cannot erase insinuation. Lancelot requested leave for solitary penance. Gwen Hwyfar prayed daily in the chapel's darkest niche. A hairline crack in the kingdom's foundation spread like frost under paint. Politics sensed weakness. Mordred, my nephew fostered at court, began cultivating malcontents, dispossessed barons and debt-burdened merchants. His rhetoric skewered my egalitarian reforms. Arthur feeds peasants but starves chivalry. Listening from behind a tapestry, I recognised hunger in his tone, not for justice but for my throne. Betrayal by blood weighed heavier than adultery's rumour. Yet I hesitated. Public reprimand might martyr him. I sought Merlin's counsel at midnight under a sky brazed by aurora. He traced constellations in the frost on the parapet. "A king must prune to save the orchard," he said, "but not all blossoms you sever are weeds." His riddles, once charming, now exhausted me. I snapped, speak plainly." He touched my shoulder, weightless, pitying. "Find the true root," he answered, "or rot will claim trunk and fruit alike." The next day I ordered a tournament to channel courtly aggression. Jousts clanged, banners snapped, and the populace roared approval. Lancelot, newly returned, unseated every challenger until only Mordred remained. Their final pass ended in a splintering collision. Mordred toppled, Lancelot's lance buried in turf. Cheers erupted, but Mordred rose grinning, blood on his lip. "Behold your champion," he called to the stands, "friend to queen and king alike." Applause faltered. Suspicion rekindled. The acclaim seemed to exile Lancelot as he bowed stiffly and left the field. That evening I stared into a silver basin, watching torchlight ripple across water like molten doubt. Choices presented themselves like duelists: expose the affair and risk civil fracture, swallow pride and risk moral decay, or punish rumour and risk tyranny. None felt royal, all felt human. In the end I chose delay, believing time could cauterize wounds. History would call that indecision. Yet in that moment I was still the boy of 17, a crown too big, calculating that love, even bruised, was lighter to bear than bloodshed. I clasped the circlet, straightened my spine, and prepared for whatever scabbard destiny would draw next. Not every saga of rule is wrought in steel. Many unfold in barley. 3 summers after the Pictish affair, drought crisped the Midlands. Streams shrank to pebble staircases, and sheep nibbled dust. My granary ledgers bled red ink. Famine is a slower blade than war, but kills as surely. I summoned economists, though we lacked that word, for emergency counsel. Gawain, pragmatic as ever, advised seizing surplus from hoarding barons. Gwen Hwyfar proposed seed grants and communal mills. Lancelot, recently returned from self-imposed exile, offered to escort relief convoys. Amid logistical squabbling, a monk named Galen arrived bearing tales of a relic, a chalice reputed to refill inexhaustibly, a grail. He claimed it lay hidden in the ruined valley of Anar, guarded by faith rather than fortification. Hungry people, overhearing, seized upon myth, the way parched lips cling to dream water. Soon pilgrims clogged crossroads, abandoning ploughs and plumb lines to search holy gullies. Grain yields plummeted further. I recognized danger. Scarcity breeds credulity. Credulity begets chaos. Yet I also recognized narrative power. Merlin once said stories are scaffolds humans climb to reach outcomes reason alone cannot fetch. So I sanctioned an exploratory quest, not to chase miracles but to restore focus. Lancelot would lead, Galen would guide, I would underwrite supplies. Behind closed doors I told them, return with truth, not talisman. Truth sells dearer in famine. They departed in midsummer while I remained to wrestle spreadsheets of oats versus population. I dispatched riders to confiscate hoards at cost plus 10%, a fair premium. Barons balked, K enforced, wagons rolled. At night I walked incognito through village alehouses, listening to whispers. Some cursed me as a grain thief. Others blessed me for flatbread still warm in ash ovens. Approval, I learned, is never unanimous. Effective policy courts equal praise and scorn. Meanwhile, Gwen Hwyfar organised spinning circles where idle hands produced linen to trade for imported rye. The queen who once orchestrated lute recitals now bartered thread counts against caloric yield. Her eyes lost some brightness but gained steadiness. Partnership, we discovered anew, could transcend romance. In autumn, the questing party returned, gaunt, mud-streaked and empty-handed. They found no grail. Instead, they discovered a collapsed monastery library where architectural fragments indicated that Roman aqueduct channels had rerouted spring water underground. Gallian wept. His faith cracked. Lancelot knelt. A slab of marble etched with Latin, reading Aqueducta vivificat, drawn water brings life, was proffered before me. We found an engineering marvel, he murmured, not a miracle. I hugged him publicly, declaring the inscription a holy message directing us to practical salvation. We mobilized masons to rehabilitate those subterranean channels. When water surfaced again in frost-stiff fields, Gallienne proclaimed it sign enough. Pilgrims returned to ploughs. Barley germinated in resurrected soil. Famine abated not by chalice but by limestone, leverage, and labour. Still, bards sang of a grail uncovered. Hope prefers cup imagery to culverts. I let the myth stand. If people sleep easier, believing Providence favoured them, let them dream. The grain crisis taught me economics is theology wrapped in numbers. To feed bodies, we must first feed belief that tomorrow's loaf exists. Without that trust, coin hoards vault upward like drawbridges, cutting off circulation. The Round Table issued the first bread depository notes, parchment chits guaranteeing a fixed ration redeemable in any county granary. Some scholars called it proto-currency. Peasants called it Arthur's word. In either tongue, famine loosened its grip. During the harvest festival, I addressed the gathered throng beneath bundled sheaves stacked like copper obelisks. The grail we sought, I said, proved to be the will to work together. Sceptical grunts mixed with cheers, but I sensed a new tone in the crowd, a spark of civic confidence. Legends may spark action, yet outcomes are rooted in the tangible. My realm learned that year how infrastructure can masquerade as a miracle if narrated properly. When the revels subsided, Gwen Hwyfar and I walked the orchard path under lanterns. We spoke no word of Lancelot or miscarriage, only of next year's seed strains and the colour of dawn on ripening grain. We discovered that peace was as quotidian and delicate as spider silk woven across plough furrows, easily broken, readily rewoven. In my journal I recorded the observation that a king is half granary clerk and half storyteller. Forget either half and the kingdom starves. Merlin later read the line, chuckled, and pronounced it the truest magic I would ever wield. Prosperity irritates complacent adversaries. 5 winters after the drought, Norse longships knifed into 7 estuaries, disgorging warriors armoured in bear pelts. Their raids threatened our trade arteries. I mobilised a coalition. Cymri slingers, Anglian bowmen, and Saxon auxiliaries bound by the old Dortmore Treaty. Even Mordred, aging into statesman-like gravity, pledged spearmen. Our muster at Dyffryn Clwyd was the largest Britain had seen in generations. On the eve of battle, a red storm birthed thunderhead anvils that blotted out stars. Superstitious murmurs surged. I convened the army around beacon fires and spoke not of divine mandate but of shared markets, shared marriages, and shared bread. Who here eats grain milled beyond his parish? Hands rose. Who drinks cider pressed by folk with foreign grandmothers? More hands. Then you already fight together every harvest. Tomorrow only formalises what you practice. Silence. A thoughtful one answered. Combat exploded at dawn. Norse berserkers bellowed under horn blasts, rushing our vanguard like river ice. My centre buckled. I rode the perimeter, rallying foot archers into wedge formation. Bedivere redirected reserves through willow scrub to flank their shield wall. The rain slicked the helms and the clay sucked the boots. I witnessed death up close, a flute-voiced page skewered through lungs, a Pictish mercenary slipping on entrails, and a priest clutching a splintered crucifix like a cudgel. War's indiscriminate appetite never altered. Mid-melee, I locked eyes with the Norse Jarl, a giant crowned by a raven helm. He charged, axe screeching against my shield, driving me backwards until Excalibur caught the haft and sheared it. Sparks showered, his helm skewed, exposing startled blue irises. Before I could finish, a Saxon ally intercepted with a spear thrust. The Jarl fell. Victory pivoted in that flicker, a coalition's blade saving a king who once viewed Saxons only as foemen. Irony tastes metallic indeed. By dusk, the surviving enemies fled toward the surf, leaving behind a silence filled with death. Our dead lay interlaced, no regard for ethnicity, just stillness. I ordered a shared burial mound, no segregation by tribe, and inscribed a lintel. They sowed defence, we reap tomorrow. Some scoffed at the sentimentality, yet I needed living minds to remember costs. That night, huddled under rain-patched canvas, I felt an old wound near my ribs throb like a metronome. Gwen Hwyfar sat beside me, her hand steadying the poultice. We said little, understanding conversation would garnish exhaustion with regret. Out beyond tent walls, bards tuned lyres to weave victory into oral tapestry before grief cooled. Legend works fastest on fresh blood. Mordred approached at dawn, helmet under arm, expression unreadable. He congratulated me, yet something in his posture, too straight, too silent, troubled me. Rumour later whispered he coveted the admiration my battlefield survival commanded. I made a mental note. Watch the nephew whose smile revealed more teeth than warmth. We returned to Camelot trailing wagons of wounded. Cheers greeted us, but eyes quickly flicked to casualty carts. Triumphs age rapidly when widows count absences. I declared a fortnight of mourning before any celebration, and the court accepted this decision. However, merchants were concerned about the potential loss of revenue. In council, we moved to fortify estuary beacons, create river patrols, and negotiate neutrality pacts with Danish settlements. Strategy matured, not conquer, but discourage. The kingdom's fabric, now densely woven, discouraged single-thread repairs. Weeks later, Merlin, gaunt, cough-ridden, visited my solar. He traced campaign maps with a shaking finger, pronouncing the realm near its zenith. I asked, "What follows zenith?" He answered, "Shadow, unless vigilance burns like a second dawn." He then placed a raven feather on my desk. "Ravens remember kindness but feast on complacency," he said, departing before I framed a response. I stared long at that feather. Had complacency already nested in my council? Mordred's stiff congratulations replayed. Gwen Hwyfar's lingering sadness remained unresolved. Lancelot's loyalty persisted yet felt fragile. Victory, paradoxically, highlighted the fractures that success had only partially sealed. Victory, similar to forged steel, is hard yet susceptible to hidden cracks caused by the quenching process. Still, I slept that night, content that the realm endured. On the window ledge, the raven feather quivered in the breeze. I dreamt I planted it in soil, and it sprouted into a black-leaved tree, casting complicated shade. When I woke, dawn pulled gold on the horizon, indifferent yet generous. The kingdom breathed for now. Peace unravelled 3 years later, not by foreign sail, but by domestic ambition. Mordred, bolstered by disaffected nobles and whispers of my failing vigour, declared the realm should move from sentimental roundness to firm straight lines. His manifestos, crisp vellum, gold ink, decried my tolerance as weakness and my mixed counsels as corruption of lineage. Older knights shrugged, younger captains listened. Momentum tilts kingdoms. I confronted Mordred in the council hall. The air smelled of damp rushes and old tallow. He argued succession law, claiming Pendragon blood entitled him to regency, while I convalesced from battle fatigue. My anger sharpened my voice, leading me to label him as an oathbreaker. Yet I hesitated to order an arrest. Family and precedent tangled my judgment. That hesitation granted him nightfall to abscond north with 300 lancers, the treasury's reserve gold, and a captive, Gwen Hwyfar. The pursuit culminated at Camlan's mist-shrouded plain. The rain fell heavily. Our armies formed up under a slate sky, transforming the round table ideal into a geometric horror. Before the charge, I attempted parley. I offered exile and a stipend in Armorica. Mordred laughed, calling me a relic. We clashed. Battle consumed vision and hearing until only pulse remained. I found Mordred amid briar thickets, red plumes soaked. Words failed. Swords spoke. His style mirrored mine, tempered by resentment. We traded blows until Excalibur cleaved his shield. He lunged at me, wielding iron in both fists, and stabbed my thigh. Pain detonated behind my eyes, but I pivoted Excalibur upward into his cuirass. The sword lodged in bone, his breath exited like extinguished bellows. He whispered, "Round ends here," then collapsed, pulling my balance with him. I tore the blade free, but I staggered as my thigh wound gushed warmth into the mud. Chaos ebbed by dusk. Both armies, leaderless, withdrew in wounded whimpers. I lay under thorny hawthorn, rain stinging the wound. Gwen Hwyfar found me hours later, face streaked with ash. She pressed linen, tears mixing with blood. Lights blurred, her voice sounded like surf on a distant shore. I felt softness, perhaps Lancelot's cloak cover me. Someone wept the old Breton lament reserved for harvest deaths. They ferried me to Avalon's marshy isle, accompanied by Merlin and 3 cloaked priestesses. Night herons shrieked overhead. In a reed-roofed hospice I hovered between sleep and echo. Merlin murmured, "Kings do not die, they redistribute into stories." I wanted to ask about grain reserves and treaty renewal, mundane legacies, but speech faltered. Gwen Hwyfar squeezed my hand, the first uncomplicated gesture in years. At dawn's haze I instructed Bedivere to return Excalibur to the lake. Twice he balked, unwilling to discard legend. The third time he hurled the blade into the mist. A silver arm, they say, rose to claim it. I never witnessed it, yet I believe some objects deserve mythic custody once human hands exhaust them. Breath thinned. I recalled frost on my first crown morning, the wreath of reeds from Eldred, the grain vouchers, children's scribbling letters, Saxon traders bowing at toll houses, Gwen Hwyfar's herb guild, and Lancelot's spear snapping on Mordred's shield. None of it is perfect, but all of it is real. I hoped history would keep at least fragments intact. As the skylight brightened, I released Gwen Hwyfar's fingers. She kissed my temple, murmuring forgiveness neither of us fully understood. Merlin whispered the final riddle. The once and future king. Not a promise of bodily return, but a warning that any generation may need to wear responsibility anew. I exhaled, tasting apple blossom carried on a salt breeze. When consciousness lifted, I saw not gates of paradise, but a vast round table of faceless figures debating drought relief and treaty clauses. I smiled. Work continues. The vision receded. Silence arrived. Coda, chronicle of the Ledger King monks who recorded the Camlan ruin, would later puzzle over the scarcity of gold loot. Gwen Hwyfar had secretly donated treasury bars to rebuild the hamlets that had been displaced. Lancelot vanished into hermitage, copying agricultural treatises for posterity. The Round Table burned in a later siege, yet charcoal shards discovered centuries later bore scratches of early property law. Legends took shape in other places, transforming my identity into a romantic ideal. That is acceptable. Let songbirds have the shiny fragments while archivists hold the ledgers. If you, ambitious reader, seek guidance from my experiences, consider this. Kingship, parenting, project management, marriage, and citizenship all require a similar approach. Knees unlocked, centre of gravity forward, one question always ahead. What does the next dawn require? Ask it each morning, crown or no crown. Then lift whatever sword, ledger or ladle the work demands, and remember grain sometimes matters more than grails. Close your eyes for a moment and imagine the year 1800. There's no hum of electricity in the background, no distant traffic noise, and no notification sounds breaking your concentration. Instead, the world announces itself through different rhythms. The clip-clop of horses on cobblestones, the distant ring of a church bell marking the hour, or perhaps the creak of a wooden cart making its way down a dirt road. In this world, nearly everything you touch has been made by someone you could actually meet. Your shoes were crafted by the cobbler 3 streets over, the one whose shop smells of leather and beeswax. Your shirt was woven by someone who knew the sheep that provided the wool, and maybe even helped shear them on a bright spring morning. The nails holding your house together were hammered out one by one by a blacksmith whose grandfather taught him the trade, who learned it from his own grandfather before that. The 1800s occupy this fascinating middle ground in human history, a bridge between the ancient world of pure handcraft and our modern age of mass production. At the century's beginning, methods of making things hadn't changed substantially in hundreds of years. A medieval craftsman transported to 1800 would have felt reasonably at home in most workshops. But by 1900, factories were humming with machinery, and that same medieval craftsman would have thought he'd stumbled into some kind of mechanical fever dream. You have to understand that in 1800 the concept of shopping as we know it barely existed. You didn't browse through identical products made in distant factories. Instead, you visited craftspeople who would make something specifically for you, shaped to your measurements, built to last not months or years, but potentially generations. Every object carried the fingerprints, sometimes literally, of its maker. This wasn't romanticised simplicity. Life was hard, work was demanding, and making even basic necessities required skills that took years to master. But there was something in this way of making things that we've largely lost. A direct relationship between maker and user, between material and finished object, and between the time something took to create and the value placed upon it. The 1800s would watch this entire system transform. Steam engines would gradually replace water wheels and muscle power. Factories would centralise work that had once been scattered across thousands of small workshops. Skills passed down through apprenticeships would begin to be codified in technical manuals that anyone could theoretically learn from. It was progress, certainly, but it came with costs that craftspeople of the time could feel in their bones. What's fascinating is how long traditional craftsmanship persisted alongside these new industrial methods. Even as factories began producing cheap textiles, hand weavers continued their work, creating fabrics that machines couldn't yet match. While mass-produced furniture filled modest homes, skilled cabinet makers still crafted pieces for those who valued artistry over economy. The century became a long, slow negotiation between handmade quality and manufactured quantity, between individual artistry and standardized efficiency. Tonight, we're going to explore this world through the hands and workshops of the people who made it. Not the famous inventors or industrial magnates whose names fill history books, but the blacksmiths and carpenters, weavers and cobblers, tinkers, and countless other craftspeople whose skills shaped daily life. Their world moved at the pace of careful work, measured not in metrics and deadlines, but in the time it takes to do something properly. So settle in deeper, adjust your pillow, and let's step into workshops where the air smells of wood shavings and coal smoke, where time is marked by the rhythm of tools meeting material, and where making something beautiful and useful is simply how you spend your day. The blacksmith's workshop is the heart of any 1800s town or village, and you can usually smell it before you see it. That distinctive scent of coal smoke mixed with hot metal, and the slightly acrid tang of quenched iron meeting water. It's early morning as you approach, and already the forge is glowing, radiating heat that feels pleasant in the cool dawn air, but will become oppressive by midday. Step inside, and your eyes need a moment to adjust to the dimness punctuated by the brilliant orange-yellow glow of the forge. The blacksmith is already at work. These craftsmen often start before sunrise because metalwork demands the best hours of the day, when the mind is sharpest and the hands steadiest. Watch how he works, because there's a rhythm to blacksmithing that's almost musical. The iron rod goes into the forge, nestled in the carefully banked coals that maintain a temperature of around 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Not that anyone in 1800 is measuring temperatures precisely. The blacksmith knows his heat by colour. Black iron that begins to show a faint red glow, red that brightens to orange, orange that lightens to yellow, and finally the rare white heat reserved for welding two pieces together. While the iron heats, the blacksmith might prepare his tools or check previous work, but mostly he's watching that glow, waiting for the precise moment when the metal is ready. Pull it out too soon, and the metal won't move under the hammer. Wait too long, and you might burn the iron, ruining its properties. It's a judgment that takes years to develop, based not on thermometers, but on the subtle shifts in colour that tell an experienced eye everything about the metal's state. When the moment is right, the iron comes out of the forge in a smooth practice motion. No hesitation, because hesitation means lost heat and wasted work. The metal goes onto the anvil, that massive block of iron that might weigh 200 pounds or more, sitting on a stump of hardwood that's been specially selected for its ability to absorb shock without splitting. Then comes the hammer, and this is where blacksmithing reveals itself as something more than simple pounding. Each strike is deliberate, placed with precision, and varying in force depending on what the blacksmith wants to achieve. Light taps to spread the metal gradually, heavier blows to move it more dramatically, the hammer almost dancing across the iron surface. The sound echoes through the workshop, ring, ring, ring. A rhythm that people in town use to mark the passage of their day, the way we might glance at a clock. Between heating and hammering, the blacksmith might return the piece to the forge a dozen times or more. There's no rushing this process. Metal has its own pace, and forcing it leads to cracks, weak spots, or pieces that won't hold up to use. You learn patience at the forge, or you learn to fail repeatedly. What amazes modern observers is the range of things a blacksmith creates. Obviously there are horseshoes, and these aren't simple U-shapes stamped out of flat bar stock. Each shoe is shaped to the specific hoof it will protect, with nail holes carefully placed and the ends shaped to provide the right grip. A skilled farrier, a blacksmith specialising in horse care, can look at a horse's stance and gait and make shoes that correct problems or enhance performance. But horseshoes are just the beginning. The blacksmith makes the nails that hold buildings together, crafting them from iron rods, drawing them out to the right length and taper, then cutting them off with a sharp blow. A skilled smith can make hundreds of nails in a day, each one shaped by hand, each one slightly unique. He makes the hinges that allow doors to swing, the latches that keep them closed, and the hooks that hang pots over fires. Farm tools flow from the blacksmith's forge, plough blades that must be hard enough to break soil, but flexible enough not to shatter on rocks, hoes and rakes, axes and adzes. Each tool is created with intimate knowledge of how it will be used. An axe for felling trees differs from one meant for splitting firewood, and both differ from the smaller hatchets used for kindling. The blacksmith knows these distinctions in his muscles, in the automatic adjustments his hands make while working. More delicate work happens too. The same hands that can swing a heavy sledgehammer can also craft intricate scrollwork for decorative gates, forming hot iron into curves and spirals with tools that look almost like chopsticks. Fire pokers terminate in handles shaped like twisting vines or animal heads. Door knockers become small works of art while remaining perfectly functional. The blacksmith's workshop collects a lifetime of specialised tools, many of which he's made himself. Dozens of different hammers hang within easy reach. Ball-peen hammers for shaping, cross-peen hammers for drawing out metal, and straight-peen hammers for creating grooves. Tongs of every conceivable shape grip different-sized and shaped pieces. Swages, fullers and hardies fit into the anvil's hardy hole, each designed for specific shaping operations. The physical demands of blacksmithing leave their mark. Blacksmiths typically develop one arm noticeably larger than the other, from constantly swinging the hammer. Burns are inevitable. Tiny scars dot forearms and hands from sparks and accidental contact with hot metal. The constant heat means working in relatively light clothing even in winter, stepping outside periodically for relief when the forge becomes unbearable. But there's deep satisfaction in this work. You start with a straight bar of iron, and through patient heating, hammering and shaping, you create something that didn't exist before. Something useful that will serve its purpose for decades or longer. Objects made by the 1800s blacksmiths are still in use today. Testimony to the quality of work done when taking time to do things right wasn't considered optional. As evening approaches and the blacksmith banks his forge for the night, the workshop begins to cool. The day's work hangs on hooks or rests on shelves, horseshoes waiting to be fitted, tools ready for pickup, and projects in various stages of completion. Tomorrow the forge will glow again, the hammer will ring, and more iron will be transformed into the 1,000 useful things that hold a pre-industrial world together. The blacksmith washes the coal dust from his face and hands at the pump outside, and as he does, you notice his hands, scarred, calloused, and incredibly strong, but also capable of delicate precision. These are the hands that hold together everything in the town, one careful hammer blow at a time. Walk past the blacksmith's forge, and a few buildings down you'll find the carpenter's workshop, an entirely different world despite both craftsmen working with their hands. where the blacksmith's domain is dominated by fire and metal. The carpenter's workshop speaks in the quieter language of wood, its varied grains and colours, the way different species respond to tools, and the subtle music of sharp blades meeting timber. The first thing that strikes you entering a carpenter's workshop is the smell. It's one of the most pleasant aromas in the pre-industrial world. Fresh wood shavings, the slight resinous scent of pine, the deeper, richer smell of oak or walnut, and perhaps a hint of linseed oil and beeswax. It's a smell that tells your brain to relax, that says something beautiful is being created here without the violence of hammer and forge. The workshop is dominated by workbenches, massive affairs made of hard wood that won't budge during planing or sawing. These benches are marvels in themselves, featuring vices that can grip boards from multiple angles, dog holes that allow boards to be secured lengthwise, and surfaces kept meticulously flat because they're the reference plane for all work done upon them. A carpenter might spend weeks building his primary workbench, knowing it will serve him for his entire career. Light streams in through large windows. Carpenters need good natural light to see grain patterns, check if surfaces are truly flat, and spot defects in wood. Unlike the blacksmith who works with glowing metal visible in any light, the carpenter's work requires the subtle perception that only good daylight provides. The tools hanging on the walls represent generations of refinement, saws of every description, cross-cut saws for cutting across the grain, rip saws for cutting with it, smaller back saws for precise joinery work, coping saws for curves, and bow saws for quick rough cuts. Each saw has been sharpened and set by the carpenter himself, because in the 1800s, sending tools out for sharpening would be like sending your teeth out for cleaning. These are intimate extensions of your body that you maintain yourself. Planes represent a carpenter's precision tools, and a well-equipped workshop might have 20 or more. Smoothing planes create surfaces so perfect they seem almost polished. Jack planes remove material quickly for initial shaping. Jointer planes true long edges. Specialty planes cut grooves, rabbets and mouldings in profiles that range from simple to astonishingly complex. Some moulding planes create shapes so intricate you'd think they require machinery, but no. Just a perfectly shaped blade, careful adjustment, and steady, practiced strokes. Watch a carpenter work and you see decision-making happening with every board selected. Wood isn't a uniform material like metal or plastic. Each piece is unique, with grain patterns, knots, potential weak spots, and individual character. The carpenter learns to read wood the way you might read faces, understanding at a glance which boards will work for which purposes. A simple board selection for a table might involve considering 6 different pieces. This one has beautiful grain but are not right where stress will be concentrated. Set it aside. That one's grain runs slightly diagonal, which means it might cup or twist. May be useful for something else, but not this project. This third piece has straight grain, no significant defects, and the right colour, perfect. These judgments happen in seconds, but rest on years of experience with how wood behaves. Joinery, the art of connecting pieces of wood without visible fasteners, is where carpentry becomes almost magical. The carpenter cuts a tenon on one piece and a mortise in another, and when fitted together, they create a joint stronger than either piece alone. Through tenons show their ends decoratively. Hidden tenons disappear inside the joined pieces. Dovetails lock drawers together with an elegance that's both beautiful and functional. Those angled pins and tails can't pull apart no matter how hard you tug. Creating these joints requires precision measured not in millimetres, but in the thickness of a pencil line. Too tight, and pieces won't fit together or might crack when forced. Too loose, and the joint weakens. The carpenter works to something called a piston fit, snug enough that pieces require firm pressure to join but not so tight they require hammering, which can bruise the wood or crack delicate parts. Hand tools create this precision. A well-sharpened chisel removes wood in whisper-thin shavings, the carpenter controlling it with subtle pressure changes and angles, feeling in his hands when he's approaching the layout line. Marking gauges score reference lines so fine you can barely see them until light catches them at the right angle. The carpenter works in a state of deep concentration, where time seems to slow down and every cut, every shaving removed and every test fit becomes its own small meditation. But carpentry isn't just joinery and precision work. There's also the rough carpentry of framing buildings, where speed and strength matter more than a furniture maker's finesse. Carpenters build the bones of houses, barns and churches, heavy timber frames joined with pegged mortise and tenon joints that will support roofs for centuries. These same craftsmen might spend morning hours framing a barn addition and afternoon hours creating delicate inlay work for a music box. The versatility required is impressive. A carpenter might be asked to build anything from a simple stool to an elaborate staircase, from storage boxes to carved mantelpieces. Each project requires different skills, different approaches, and different ways of thinking about how pieces fit together. The common thread is understanding wood, how it moves with humidity changes, how grain direction affects strength, and how different species work with various tools. Finishing is where projects come alive. The carpenter might apply oil that brings out depth in the grain, making plain wood suddenly seem precious. Beeswax buffed to a soft shine protects surfaces while providing a texture pleasant to touch. Stains can darken or even change colours, though many carpenters prefer natural finishes that show wood's true character. The finishing process is slow, applying thin coats, letting them dry completely, and sometimes rubbing surfaces with fine abrasives between coats to create glass-smooth results. As you watch a carpenter work, you notice how his movements flow from one task to another without wasted motion. Tools are returned to specific spots without looking, because he knows exactly where everything lives. Sawdust is swept aside not in big periodic cleanups, but continuously, keeping the workspace clear and preventing dust from interfering with precision. There's a quiet efficiency to the work, a sense that every action has been refined through countless repetitions until it happens almost automatically. The items leaving a carpenter's workshop range from purely utilitarian to genuinely artistic. A plain pine storage chest built for an attic might be made just as carefully as a walnut escritoire destined for a wealthy merchant's home. The carpenter takes pride in both because making things well is simply how you work. It's not something you turn on and off based on how much someone is paying. As afternoon light slants through the workshop windows, casting long shadows across workbenches covered in shavings, you realise you're watching something that connects backward through time to the first person who realised a sharp tool could shape wood into something useful. The methods are ancient, refined over millennia, and in the 1800s still very much alive and central to daily life. The carpenter, like the blacksmith, will pass these skills to apprentices who'll spend years learning not just techniques, but the deeper wisdom of working with natural materials. It's not knowledge that fits easily into books. Too much depends on feel, on subtle sensory cues, and on judgments that can't be fully articulated. You learn it by doing, over and over, until your hands know things your brain couldn't explain. Leave the carpenter's workshop and make your way to where textile work happens, sometimes in dedicated workshops, but often in homes, because spinning and weaving traditionally belonged to the domestic sphere more than the professional craft shop. The gendered division of labour in the 1800s meant that while blacksmithing and carpentry were almost exclusively male domains, textile work was one of the few crafts where women's expertise was recognised and valued, though rarely paid as much as men's work. Step into a weaver's workspace, and you're entering a realm of incredible patience and precision. The dominant feature is the loom, a massive wooden framework that might be 8 feet long and equally tall, as complex as any machine but entirely mechanical, operated by hands and feet, in a choreographed sequence that creates fabric from individual threads. Before we get to weaving, though, we need to talk about spinning, because yarn doesn't create itself. The spinner starts with raw fibre, wool from sheep, flax that will become linen, and later in the century cotton that's arrived from southern plantations. These fibres are cleaned, carded to align them, and then transformed into thread through one of humanity's oldest technologies, the spinning wheel. There's something almost hypnotic about watching skilled spinning. The wheel turns. Powered by a treadle, the spinner rocks with one foot, while their hands feed fibre onto the spindle. The trick is maintaining exactly the right tension and feed rate. Too much fibre too fast creates lumpy, weak yarn. Too little creates thread so thin it breaks under its own weight. The spinner's hands dance this balance automatically, adjusting based on feel, creating thread of consistent thickness, yard after yard, mile after mile. Different fibres require different approaches. Wool, with its natural crimp and scales, practically wants to become yarn. The fibres grip each other eagerly. Flax is more challenging, requiring moisture, often just the slight dampness of breath, and careful handling to transform stiff fibres into the smooth, strong thread that becomes linen. Cotton, when it arrives, presents its own unique challenges with shorter fibres that require different spinning techniques. A skilled spinner can produce enormous quantities of yarn, several miles in a day's work, but this production comes only after years of practice. Apprentice spinners create yarn that's an adventure, thick here, thin there, and periodically lumpy or breaking entirely. Master spinners produce thread so consistent you could mistake it for factory work, if factories existed at the level needed to match human skill. The spun yarn then needs preparation for weaving. It's wound onto bobbins, measured into specific lengths, and organised by colour if a patterned fabric is planned. This preparation is tedious, but absolutely crucial. Shortcuts here create problems that might not appear until the fabric is half finished, and impossible to fix. Now the loom. Setting up a loom is an undertaking that can take days or weeks depending on fabric complexity. The warp threads, the ones that run lengthwise in the finished cloth, must be measured to exact lengths, threaded through heddles, tiny loops that lift threads in sequence, and wound onto the loom's back beam under perfect tension. Getting this tension right is critical. Inconsistent tension creates wavy, puckered fabric that's essentially ruined. Once the warp is prepared, weaving itself is a rhythmic process. The weaver sits or stands at the loom, different styles prefer different positions, and begins the repeated sequence that creates fabric. Treadles are pressed, lifting some warp threads while lowering others, creating a gap called a shed. Through this shed flies the shuttle, carrying the weft thread from one side to the other. A beater swings forward, packing the new thread tightly against previous ones. Then different treadles create a different shed, and the shuttle returns. This repeated action, shed, shuttle, beat, shed, shuttle, beat, continues for hours, days, or weeks on complex projects. The rhythm of weaving is meditative but requires constant attention. The weft thread must be tensioned correctly. Too tight and the fabric pulls inward, too loose and it waves at the edges. The beat must be consistent to create even fabric. Thread breaks require careful mending mid-weave. For patterned fabrics, the weaver must follow sometimes complex sequences of treadle presses, holding patterns in mind or working from written instructions, creating designs through the systematic raising and lowering of different combinations of threads. Simple plain weave, the basic over-under pattern, creates sturdy fabric efficiently. Though efficiently in hand, weaving terms means several hours to create a yard of cloth. More complex weaves create different properties and patterns. Twill weave, with its diagonal lines, produces stronger fabric particularly suitable for work clothes. Satin weave creates smooth, lustrous surfaces for fancier applications. Pattern weaves can create checks, stripes, or even pictorial images, though these require enormous skill and patience. The sounds of a working loom create a rhythm you can hear throughout buildings where weavers work. The thump of treadles, the swoosh of the shuttle, and the authoritative thwack of the beater compacting threads. In communities with multiple weavers, these sounds layer over each other, creating an almost musical background to daily life. Physical demands of textile work differ from blacksmithing or carpentry, but are no less real. Spinners develop strong, nimble fingers and might experience back pain from hunching over wheels. Weavers need good upper body strength for throwing shuttles and swinging beaters, plus the leg strength to operate treadles for hours. Both crafts demand excellent vision for seeing thread defects and maintaining consistent work. The range of fabrics produced by hand is stunning. Practical woolens for everyday clothing, heavy enough to keep out winter wind. Delicate linens for undergarments and summer wear, surprisingly cool against skin. Later, cotton fabrics combined comfort with durability. Fine worsteds with their smooth, dressy finish. Coarse sacking for grain storage. Canvas for sails and tents. Each type requires different fibre preparation, spinning techniques and weaving patterns. Colours come from natural dyes, indigo for blues, madder root for reds, and weld for yellows, with combinations and mordants creating a surprisingly large palette. Dyeing is its own craft, requiring knowledge of chemistry before chemistry had that name and understanding of how different fibres take up different dyes, and how to achieve consistent colours batch after batch. A dyer's workshop smells of things both pleasant and decidedly not. Onion skins and walnut hulls, but also stale urine used as a mordant to help colours adhere. As the 1800s progressed, textile work is among the first crafts to feel industrial pressure. Mechanised spinning mills can produce yarn faster than any hand spinner. Power looms, though primitive by later standards, gradually replace hand weavers for basic fabrics. This transition is painful. Textile workers who've spent lifetimes mastering their craft watch their skills become economically obsolete within years. But hand spinning and weaving persist throughout the century for specialised work. Machine-made fabrics might be cheap, but they can't match the quality of hand-woven linens, the subtle colour variations of hand-dyed yarns, or the complex patterns that skilled weavers can create. There remains a market for truly fine textiles, even as everyday fabrics increasingly come from factories. In this transitional moment, you can see both worlds coexisting. A weaver might work with factory-spun yarn to save time, but still produce fabric on a hand loom, because that's where quality and pattern complexity come from. A spinner might still prepare specialty yarns for knitting or specific weaving projects, even while factory yarn fills most needs. The crafts adapt, finding niches where hand skill still matters even as machines take over mass production. Beyond the established craftspeople with permanent workshops, the 1800s economy includes a fascinating category of workers who move between settled life and travel, between making new things and repairing old ones. These are the tinkers, cobblers, and various other repair specialists who form a kind of circulatory system in the pre-industrial economy, keeping things working long past what we'd consider their useful life. The cobbler's shop smells immediately distinctive. Leather in various stages from rawhide to finished work, beeswax for waterproofing, and the distinctive tang of tanning chemicals that never quite leaves the material. It's a smaller, more intimate space than the blacksmith's or carpenter's workshop, because cobbler work is detail-oriented and precise, working with materials measured in inches rather than feet. Shoes in the 1800s are valuable items, expensive enough that most people own perhaps 2 pairs, one for everyday work and a better pair for church or special occasions. Children might go barefoot in summer to save wear on their shoes. This means shoes need to last, and when they wear out they need repair rather than replacement. The cobbler starts shoe repair by examining the worn item with practised eyes. The sole is nearly through at the ball of the foot, where weight concentrates with each step. This is typical wear. The heel is compressed on one side because the wearer walks slightly off balance. This is information the cobbler files away. The upper leather is still sound, which means this shoe has years of life left with proper repair. Resoling a shoe is unexpectedly complex. The old sole must be removed carefully to avoid damaging the upper. The remaining leather is cleaned and prepared. The new sole, cut from heavier leather than the upper, is shaped to match, then attached not with glue, which won't hold up to water and stress, but by stitching, each stitch pulled tight with waxed thread that won't rot. The cobbler's hands guide a curved needle through holes made by a specialised awl, each stitch placed with precision because shoes literally carry you through life, and sloppy work means premature failure. New shoes are even more interesting. The cobbler begins with measurement, not just foot length but width, instep height, and any peculiarities of shape that affect fit. These measurements might be carefully recorded for regular customers, or the cobbler might simply remember them because he's made shoes for this person before. And memory is reliable when you make perhaps 20 pairs a year rather than thousands. Shoemaking starts with last, a wooden form shaped like a foot. Cobblers own lasts in various sizes, possibly carved from rough forms, refined to fit specific feet. Around this last, the shoe is built layer by layer. The insole forms the foundation. Upper leather is cut in pattern pieces, then carefully stitched together. This stitching must be strong but invisible from the outside because lumps and irregularities create blisters. The upper is stretched over the last and temporarily tacked in place. Then comes the sole, attached with more of that careful hand stitching. The heel is built up from stacked leather, each layer glued and then pegged with wooden pegs that compress and interlock under use, creating a solid structure. Final finishing includes edge trimming, burnishing, cut edges smooth, and possibly applying waterproofing compounds. The result isn't just a shoe, but a fitted item specifically crafted for its wearer's feet, likely to last years with proper care and periodic resoling. Bootmaking represents the cobbler's highest art. Tall leather, complex fitting, and multiple pieces carefully joined. Good boots are expensive enough that they represent a significant investment, but they're also essential equipment for anyone working outdoors in all weather. The cobbler takes particular pride in boots because they showcase skill while serving crucial practical needs. Then there are the tinkers, more mobile craftspeople who travel regular circuits through rural areas, arriving with tools and materials to repair metal items too small or simple for the blacksmith, but essential to daily life. The tinker carries a remarkable portable workshop, soldering irons that can be heated in any fire, flux and solder, various hammers and forming tools, sheets of tin and other repair materials, all organised in a pack or cart. Tinware was hugely popular in the 1800s, lightweight, relatively cheap, and useful for everything from cups to lanterns to storage containers. But tin is also thin and prone to developing leaks or cracks. That's where the tinker comes in, moving from house to house, farm to farm, offering repairs that extend tin items' useful life substantially. Watch a tinker work and you see clever improvisation. A pot with a hole in the bottom receives a carefully fitted patch, edges cleaned and fluxed, and solder melted and flowed to create a watertight seal. A bent pan is carefully straightened using wooden mallets that won't damage the thin metal. A handle that's come loose is reattached with small rivets. Each repair is quick. The tinker must keep moving to make a living, but also carefully done because reputation matters, and a failed repair in one household means lost business throughout the region. Some tinkers also craft new items, cutting and folding tin sheets into functional shapes. A simple cup can be made in minutes. A circle for the bottom, a rectangle wrapped around and joined for the sides, the two pieces soldered together, and a handle formed from wire and attached. The result isn't fancy, but it holds liquid and costs a fraction of pottery or wooden alternatives. The tinker's lifestyle is harder than settled craftspeople's. Travel means exposure to weather, irregular income, and constant hauling of tools and materials, but it also brings independence, variety, and the satisfaction of being welcomed in communities where your skills solve real problems. The tinker becomes a familiar figure, returning each season with news from other places and ready hands to fix what's broken. Both cobblers and tinkers represent something essential about the 1800s economy. The assumption that things should be repaired rather than replaced, that skilled hands can extend useful life almost indefinitely, and that throwing away something that can be fixed is wasteful, bordering on immoral. This attitude stems partly from necessity. New things are expensive, but also from a deeper sense that well-made items deserve respect and care. The specialised knowledge these repair craftspeople carry is impressive. A cobbler can look at worn shoe soles and diagnose medical conditions affecting the wearer's gait. A tinker knows which solders work with which metals, how to compensate for tin's tendency to crack in cold weather, and which flux cleans surfaces best. This knowledge comes from experience, years of seeing what works and what fails, learning from mistakes, and refining techniques. Physical wear shows on these craftspeople too. Cobblers often develop vision problems from close work in poor light, hunched posture from bending over work, and strong hands from pulling stitches tight thousands of times. Tinkers might have burn scars from hot soldering irons or acidic flux, weather-beaten skin from outdoor work, and strong backs from carrying their portable workshops. Yet both professions provide genuine satisfaction. The cobbler who delivers repaired boots knows the wearer can now work safely through winter. The tinker who patches a farmer's milk pail has prevented waste and saved money that family needs for other things. These aren't grand achievements that change history, but they're real improvements to real people's lives, and that matters in immediate, tangible ways. As the century progresses, both professions face challenges. Factory-made shoes, though initially lower quality, become cheap enough that repair costs can exceed replacement costs. Tinware gives way to stamped metal goods that can't be repaired as easily. The itinerant tinker begins to disappear, while cobblers increasingly focus on new shoe sales rather than repairs. But throughout the 1800s, both remain vital parts of the economic fabric, keeping things working, extending useful life, and serving communities with skills learned through long apprenticeship. Midway through the 1800s, something fundamental begins shifting in how things are made. The change doesn't happen overnight. It's more like watching the tide come in, each wave reaching slightly further, gradually transforming the landscape. What we call the Industrial Revolution isn't really a revolution at all, but a slow, uneven transition from hand production to mechanised manufacturing, from small workshops to large factories, and from craftspeople to machine operators. The transformation starts differently for each craft. Textile work, as we mentioned, feels industrial pressure earliest. And by the 1820s and 30s, mechanised spinning mills are producing yarn faster and cheaper than any hand spinner can match. Power looms follow, gradually improving from crude first versions to machines capable of producing serviceable cloth. The hand weavers who've spent lifetimes mastering their craft watch their economic value plummet within a generation. But here's what's interesting. The immediate result isn't that handcrafts people disappear. Instead, the market splits. Cheap, standardised goods flow from factories, basic fabrics, simple clothing, and utilitarian items. Meanwhile, custom work, high-quality goods, and complex items still require hand skills. A factory can produce plain cotton shirting by the mile, but the shirt itself still needs a skilled tailor to cut and sew. Machine-made furniture fills modest homes, but wealthy buyers still commission craftsmen for pieces that show genuine artistry. The carpenter's craft illustrates this split nicely. Early woodworking machinery, steam-powered saws and planers that can surface lumber faster than any hand tool, doesn't eliminate carpenters but changes what they do. Instead of spending days hand planing rough lumber flat, carpenters can now buy pre-surfaced boards and focus on joinery and assembly. Water-powered sawmills mean carpenters receive boards rather than whole logs, changing their work but not eliminating their skills. What carpenters lose in this transition is a certain kind of control. When you prepare your own lumber from logs, you understand that wood intimately, see its grain structure revealed with each saw cut, notice subtle variations in colour and density, and make decisions about how each board can best be used. With pre-milled lumber, this intimate knowledge becomes less necessary. The work gets faster, but perhaps slightly less connected to the material itself. Blacksmithing faces a different kind of industrial pressure. Iron foundries begin producing castings for items previously forged by hand. pot hooks, fireplace equipment, and decorative elements. Later, factories produced nails by machine, each one identical to the next, far cheaper than hand-forged versions. The blacksmith's bread-and-butter work gradually erodes as factory products fill needs that once required a trip to the smithy, yet blacksmiths adapt rather than disappear. Factories can produce standard items, but custom work still requires the forge. A farmer needs a specialised tool for his particular soil conditions. A factory bracket doesn't quite fit an unusual situation, and a machine breaks and needs a part fabricated to match. These jobs still come to the blacksmith. The work becomes more varied and less predictable, requiring broader skills and more creative problem-solving. The relationship between craftspeople and machines evolves in unexpected ways. Many craftspeople initially fear and resist machinery, seeing it as competition that will destroy their livelihoods. But gradually some realise that machines can be tools rather than replacements. A carpenter might use a power saw to quickly dimension lumber, then employ hand skills for joinery and finishing. A blacksmith might purchase factory-made bar stock rather than forging it from raw iron, saving time for the specialised shaping that machines can't do. This hybrid approach, combining machine efficiency with hand skill, becomes increasingly common as the century progresses. It represents a pragmatic middle ground between pure handcraft and full mechanisation. The craftsperson becomes less a maker of raw materials and more a skilled assembler and finisher, using machine-made components, but adding value through expertise that machines can't replicate. The experience of learning craft changes during this period too. Traditional apprenticeship, years spent with a master, learning by observation and practice, begins competing with technical schools where theory can be taught to multiple students simultaneously. Written manuals appear, trying to codify knowledge previously passed orally. A young person in 1850 might learn carpentry, partly through books and classes, whereas their grandparent learned entirely through hands-on experience. This shift from tacit to explicit knowledge has profound effects. On one hand, it democratizes skills. Anyone with access to books can theoretically learn techniques previously guarded within craft guilds. On the other hand, something gets lost in translation. The subtle judgment about when wood is ready to cut, the feel of metal at proper forging temperature, and the sound of a properly sharpened tool. These things are hard to convey in writing. The manual can tell you what to do, but struggles to communicate the embodied knowledge of how it should feel when done right. Economic pressures intensify as factory production expands. A hand weaver might earn a decent income in 1820, struggle in 1840, and be essentially priced out of basic textile production by 1860. Some craftspeople adapt by specialising in luxury markets, where hand quality commands premium prices. Others abandon traditional crafts entirely, perhaps moving to factory work themselves or finding new occupations. The transition is rarely smooth or easy. Communities experience these changes in deeply personal ways. A town that once supported 3 cobblers might now support 1, as cheaper factory shoes reduce demand for repairs and custom work. The blacksmith shop might employ fewer apprentices as factory goods replace hand-forged items. Young people growing up in the 1870s might see craft apprenticeships as outdated paths to poverty rather than respected routes to skilled work. Yet throughout this transition, certain values associated with handcraft persist. There remains appreciation for things made with care, for the visible evidence of skilled hands, and for items crafted to last rather than replaced when fashion changes. A factory-made chair might be cheap, but it won't match the satisfaction of sitting in something a craftsperson built specifically for you, shaped to your proportions and finished to your preferences. The aesthetic debate between handmade and machine-made intensifies later in the century. Critics argue that machine production creates soulless uniformity, that it values quantity over quality, and that it severs the connection between maker and user that gave handcraft its meaning. Defenders counter that machines democratize goods previously available only to the wealthy, that they free human energy for higher purposes than repetitive manual labour, and that progress shouldn't be feared simply because it's different. Both sides have valid points, and the century ends without resolving the tension. By 1900, factories dominate production of basic goods, but handcraft persists in niches where quality, customization, or artistry matter more than price. The crafts don't die but transform, finding new purposes in a world where making things by hand has become a choice rather than the only option. What's lost in this transformation is a certain relationship to material objects. When everything you own was made by identifiable hands, often in your own community, objects carry stories. You know whose sheep provided wool for your shirt, who spun and wove the fabric, and who cut and stitched the garment. This chain of creation is visible, personal, and grounded in relationships. Factory goods sever these connections. You have no relationship to the people or places that produced them. They arrive in your life as finished objects with no visible history. What's gained is abundance. Factory production makes previously expensive items affordable to working people. The ability to purchase adequate clothing, decent furniture, and useful tools without saving for months or years represents genuine material improvement. The question isn't whether industrialization brought benefits, it clearly did, but whether those benefits came at cost we didn't fully anticipate. The craftspeople living through this transition have complex experiences. Some embrace change, seeing opportunities in new methods. Others resist bitterly, watching skills they spent decades mastering become economically irrelevant. Most fall somewhere between, adapting where possible while mourning what's lost. Their perspective offers insights we might consider in our own era of technological disruption. As the 19th century ends, the workshop world we've been exploring exists more in memory than present reality. The blacksmith's forge still glows in small towns, but factory-made metal goods fill most needs. Carpenters still ply their trade, but increasingly with power tools and factory-milled lumber. Weavers who once were common in every community have largely moved to factory employment or abandoned textile work entirely. The tinker's circuit has ended, replaced by mail-order catalogues offering cheap replacement goods. Yet the knowledge doesn't entirely disappear. Skills pass to hobbyists and artisans who practice traditional crafts for pleasure rather than necessity. Museums preserve tools and techniques. Written records and photographs capture methods before the last practitioners die. A thread of connection remains, however tenuous, linking us back to ways of making that dominated human experience for thousands of years. As you settle deeper into comfort, perhaps your tea has cooled and you're considering whether to brew more, or maybe sleep is starting to gently pull at your awareness. Let's think about how the craft world of the 1800s still touches your life today, often in ways you don't notice until you pause to consider. That wooden cutting board in your kitchen, if it's a good one made by a small producer rather than mass-manufactured overseas, was probably created using techniques a 19th century carpenter would recognise immediately. Someone selected the wood for appropriate grain, cut it carefully, sanded it smooth, and finished it with food-safe oil. The tools might be electric rather than hand-powered, but the basic principles, understanding wood, working with rather than against the grain, creating smooth surfaces that won't harbour bacteria, these haven't changed. The same continuity appears in countless modern objects. Quality leather goods still involve many hand operations, cutting, stitching and edge finishing, because machines struggle with three-dimensional forms and variable materials. Fine furniture, while often involving power tools for rough work, still requires hand skills for joinery, finishing, and creating the details that distinguish craftsmanship from mere construction. Blacksmithing, written off as dead by the mid-20th century, has experienced an unexpected renaissance. Contemporary blacksmiths create everything from architectural metalwork to kitchen knives to decorative art. They use the same basic techniques, heating, hammering, shaping, that their 1800s predecessors employed, though modern forges might burn propane rather than coal, and temperature control might involve thermocouples rather than reading metal colour. This revival isn't just nostalgic hobby work. There's genuine demand for hand-forged items because they possess qualities machine production can't easily replicate. A hand-forged knife has subtle variations in thickness and shape that distribute stress better than uniform factory knives. Hand-forged architectural elements bring visual interest to buildings increasingly dominated by standardization. People respond to evidence of human hands in creation, even if they can't articulate exactly why it matters. The knowledge preserved in traditional crafts also informs modern innovation. Engineers studying traditional joinery discover principles that inspire new fastening systems. Textile designers analysing hand-woven fabrics find patterns and structural approaches that translate into innovative materials. The past isn't just history. It's a repository of human problem-solving that took thousands of years to develop and shouldn't be carelessly discarded. Contemporary makers often describe feeling connected to long lineages when they practice traditional crafts. The weaver at a hand loom experiences the same rhythms, faces the same challenges, and makes the same subtle judgments as weavers 500 or 5,000 years ago. There's something profound in this continuity, a sense that you're participating in fundamental human activities that transcend particular moments or cultures. The satisfaction people find in handcraft, whether as professionals or hobbyists, speaks to needs that industrial production doesn't fulfill. Making something with your hands, watching it emerge from raw materials through your efforts, knowing exactly what went into its creation. These experiences provide a kind of fulfillment that purchasing finished goods never quite matches. In an increasingly digital age where much work involves manipulating abstractions, the concreteness of craft becomes particularly appealing. Modern craft education draws heavily on 19th century traditions. Woodworking classes teach joinery techniques that would be familiar to Victorian carpenters. Blacksmithing workshops cover forging methods unchanged in centuries. Textile arts programs introduce students to spinning and weaving using equipment that differs only in details from what craftspeople used throughout the 1800s. The knowledge transfers across generations because it's based on unchanging properties of materials and human capabilities. What's changed is the economic context. A 19th century craftsperson practiced their trade because it was how they earned their living. The only way most people could acquire necessary goods was through craft production. Modern craftspeople often have different motivations: artistic expression, connection to tradition, resistance to disposability, and the simple satisfaction of making. Economic pressure still exists. Craft businesses must compete with cheap manufactured goods, but it's not the existential necessity it once was. The appreciation for handcraft has also changed. In the 1800s, handmade was simply normal, the default state of affairs. Today, handmade is special, distinctive, and worth premium pricing. This shift reflects how rare genuine handcrafters become. When everything was made by hand, individual pieces weren't remarkable. Now that mass production dominates, evidence of hand skill commands attention and respect. This creates an interesting irony. Handcraft has become luxury goods, accessible mainly to those with money for premium products or time for hobby pursuit. The skills that once served everyone now often serve wealthy collectors or become leisure activities for those with adequate resources. This isn't entirely negative. It's preserved knowledge that might otherwise have disappeared, but it represents a profound change in craft's social role. Yet the hunger for connection to making persists across economic classes. DIY culture, makerspaces, and YouTube tutorials teaching traditional skills, these phenomena suggest a widespread desire to understand how things are made and to participate in making. The specific economic circumstances differ from the 1800s, but the human impulse to create with hands and tools remains constant. Environmental awareness has given traditional craft new relevance. The 1800s' emphasis on repair over replacement, on making things to last, and on working with natural rather than synthetic materials. These approaches align well with contemporary sustainability concerns. A handmade wooden chair that lasts generations has far less environmental impact than cheap furniture designed for planned obsolescence. Traditional crafts' built-in sustainability looks increasingly wise rather than merely old-fashioned. The pace of craft work offers another kind of value in our accelerated world. Everything about traditional making is slow. The years of skill development, the careful material selection, and the patient execution of techniques that can't be rushed. This slowness frustrates modern efficiency-obsessed thinking, but provides an antidote to constant acceleration. The weaver who spends weeks creating yards of fabric, the woodworker who completes perhaps one piece per month, and the blacksmith who heats and hammers the same piece dozens of times, they're all working at human speed, the pace at which careful attention can be sustained. As sleep begins pulling more insistently and this journey through the craft world of the 1800s nears its end, consider what lessons that vanished world might offer. Not that we should or could return to pre-industrial production. That's neither possible nor probably desirable. But perhaps there's wisdom in how craftspeople approach their work, the patient skill development, the respect for materials, the assumption that things should be made well enough to last, and the direct connection between maker and user. The blacksmith, carpenter, weaver, cobbler, and tinker we visited tonight worked in a world vastly different from ours. They faced challenges we've solved and limitations we've transcended, but they also possess knowledge and practice values that industrialization swept aside, not always to our benefit. The workshop world of the 1800s can't be recovered, but understanding it might help us think more carefully about what we make, how we make it, and why we make it. The workshops have grown quiet now. The forge has cooled to darkness, the last faint heat dissipating into the night air. Wood shavings lie where they fell on the carpenter's floor, waiting for tomorrow's sweep. The loom stands silent, its threads holding tension even in stillness, ready for the weaver's return. In the cobbler's shop, half-finished shoes rest on their lasts, leather slowly conforming to the wooden forms beneath. These spaces will wake again with morning light and renewed activity. The blacksmith will rake coals back to life, feeding the forge until it glows that perfect orange yellow. The carpenter will test edge sharpness with his thumb, a casual gesture born from decades of repetition, before beginning the day's first cuts. The weaver will settle at her loom, feet finding treadles automatically, hands reaching for the shuttle before conscious thought even suggests it. The cobbler will thread his needle with waxed cord and continue stitching where yesterday ended. But tonight, as you drift towards sleep, you can hold in your mind this world of skilled hands and patient work, where time moved at the pace of careful craft, and making something well was simply how you lived your life. It's a world that existed just a few generations ago, close enough that your great-grandparents might have known people who lived entirely within it, yet distant enough that its rhythms and assumptions feel almost foreign now. The craftspeople of the 1800s left legacies beyond the objects they made. They preserved knowledge accumulated over millennia, refined through countless repetitions, and passed from experienced hands to novice ones with patient instruction. They demonstrated that work could be a source of pride and satisfaction, that creating useful beauty was a worthy occupation, and that taking time to do things properly produced results worth the investment. They also showed how quickly entire worlds can transform. The workshop culture that dominated human experience for thousands of years largely vanished within a single century, swept aside by industrial methods that promised and delivered abundance. The craftspeople who lived through this transition experienced it as loss and gain intermingled, watching their skills become economically marginal, while material standards improved around them. What survived this transformation? The knowledge itself, preserved in books, museums, and continued practice by those who valued it beyond mere economics. The appreciation for quality that transcends price, for evidence of human care and skill, for objects that tell stories through their making. The understanding that some satisfactions come only through direct engagement with materials, that creating with your hands feeds something in human nature that observation or consumption cannot. As your breathing deepens and sleep approaches, let your last waking thoughts rest with those craftspeople. The blacksmith feeling metal temperature through colour, the carpenter reading grain patterns like familiar text, the weaver maintaining rhythm through thousands of shuttle throws, and the cobbler stitching with a precision measured in fractional inches. They lived lives of physical work and mental engagement, of skill slowly accumulated and patiently applied, of intimate knowledge about how materials behave and how hands can shape them. They made the world that our industrial civilization is built upon. Every factory technique began as someone's handcraft, refined and mechanized, but rooted in human discovery. Every modern convenience rests on foundations of knowledge developed by countless anonymous craftspeople, solving practical problems with available materials and ingenuity. The workshops are mostly gone now, but what they taught us remains, waiting to be remembered by those who paused to consider how things were made before making became an industrial process. The 1800s craftspeople worked in a world lit by candles and heated by wood fires, where horse transport was still new technology, and most people lived within a few miles of their birthplace. Yet their core experiences, the satisfaction of skilled work, the frustration of difficult materials, the pride in completed projects, the relationships with customers who became friends, these remained fundamentally human regardless of era. Sleep comes now, pulling you gently away from these workshop visits. As you surrender to it, perhaps you carry with you a renewed appreciation for how things are made, for the hands and minds behind objects we take for granted, and for the deep history of human making that connects backward through time to the first person who shaped a useful tool and forward to whatever future we craft for ourselves. The forge will glow again tomorrow, the saw will bite into wood, the shuttle will fly through its shed, and leather will yield to needle and thread. The work continues because it must, because we need things made well, because some knowledge is too valuable to lose, and because making with our hands reminds us what it means to be human in a world increasingly dominated by machines and algorithms. Rest now in this knowledge. Somewhere tonight someone is practicing these ancient crafts, keeping knowledge alive, making things with patience and skill, and maintaining connection to ways of working that have served humanity since we first learned to shape our world, rather than merely inhabit it. The story of craft is your story too. How we make things, how we make meaning, and how we make our way through the world with skilled hands and thoughtful minds. Sleep well, and may your dreams be filled with the quiet satisfaction of work done well, of materials transformed through skill, of things made to last by people who cared enough to make them properly. Tomorrow you'll wake to a world vastly different from the 1800s workshop culture we visited tonight. But somewhere in that modern world, ancient skills persist, ancient rhythms continue, and the fundamental human impulse to create with our hands remains as strong as ever. Perhaps that's the real legacy of those 19th century craftspeople. Not just the objects they made, but the reminder that making things well matters, that craft has value beyond economics, and that some of our deepest satisfactions come from creating rather than merely consuming. The workshops are quiet now, the tools rest, the materials wait, and you rest too, carrying forward this story of how things were made, when making required not just pressing buttons, but understanding materials deeply, developing skills patiently, and working with the kind of care that could be neither automated nor rushed. Imagine yourself carrying everything you own on your back while you slog through another muddy valley, your goatskin boots squelching with each step. Once more, your stomach rumbles, your shoulders hurt, and to be honest, you're growing weary of living a nomadic lifestyle. Does that sound familiar? Perhaps not precisely, but your distant ancestors were conversing with themselves about 9,000 years ago. You see, people had been perfectly happy to roam around like perpetual tourists without guidebooks for thousands of years. They would hunt anything that didn't hunt them back, pick berries, follow the herds, and generally take each day as it came. Yes, it was easy, but it was also tiring. Imagine never being able to say, "Honey, I'm home," because your home was wherever you collapsed that evening. Then, something magical occurred in what is now known as the Fertile Crescent, though no one was referring to it as such at the time because, well, no one had yet come up with appropriate names for regions. It would all change when a clever human named Bob, because every good story needs a Bob, discovered that plants could be trained. Not trained in the sense that if you planted seeds in the same spot and gave them proper care, they would grow there year after year, but not trained in the same way as your neighbour's overly eager golden retriever. Really revolutionary stuff. Bob most likely thought, well, this changes everything, as he stood there gazing at his first successful wheat patch. And it did. Because a funny thing happened when Bob realised he could grow his own food rather than chasing it around the countryside. He became lethargic. Lazy, but in a good way. Like, you know what? I'm tired of walking everywhere. What if I just stayed here? Bob thus constructed a small shelter for himself. It was simple, and likely resembled a beaver dam created by someone who had never seen a beaver in person. However, it belonged to him. Additionally, when other roving humans discovered Bob's setup, they experienced what scientists refer to as a light bulb moment, though it was more of a flickering torch moment, because light bulbs wouldn't be invented for another 8,900 years. Since truly good tools had not yet been created, these early settlers weren't the sharpest tools in the shed, but they knew when something was good. Bob soon had neighbours. Then there were neighbours for Bob's neighbours. They had themselves a real settlement before anyone really understood what was going on. You would be mistaken to believe that the earliest permanent settlements were all sunshine and rainbows from prehistory. There were difficulties associated with permanent residence that no one had considered when they were travelling, such as how to dispose of trash. Garbage is simple when you're nomadic. You simply leave it behind and let nature take care of it. However, when you remain in one place, the fish bones of yesterday turn into a pest problem of today. Then there was the whole personal space problem. It takes some getting used to being within spitting distance of your neighbour when you're used to having the whole wilderness as your backyard. It's likely that prehistoric HOA conflicts began earlier than you might imagine. However, something amazing was taking place in spite of these growing pains. People had enough stability for the first time in human history to begin planning for the coming week, the coming season, and even tomorrow. They could plan, store food, and start creating the kinds of innovations that only occur when you're not always concerned with where you're going to eat next, or how you're not going to become someone else's next meal. Creating civilization as we know it was not the goal of the first city builders. They simply wanted to stop walking so much and perhaps grow their own lunch because they were exhausted. Unbeknownst to them, they were establishing the foundation for everything that would come after. Philosophy, literature, art, and eventually drive-through coffee shops. But one muddy brick at a time, that's precisely what they did. Now that you're a part of Bob's expanding community, you're beginning to understand that the whole staying in one place thing is more difficult than anyone thought. Although you no longer have to bear the burden of your life, you now face new challenges that your nomadic forebears did not face. For example, when 30 families decide they must share a water source, or when all crops are ready at the same time and you find yourself with more grain than you can use. The first actual city builders were essentially making it up as they went along, and we're talking about places like Çatalhöyük in modern-day Turkey, circa 7,500 BCE. Imagine attempting to resolve issues that have never been encountered before without the aid of Google, instruction manuals, or even a rudimentary knowledge of terms like urban planning or waste management. Consider housing. Your home is whatever makeshift shelter you can improvise when you're on the move. However, long-term housing, it had never been done before. The residents of Çatalhöyük devised a solution that would confound contemporary city planners. They constructed their homes in a way that resembled a massive prehistoric apartment complex, and then, and this is the best part, they turned the rooftops into streets. Yes, exactly. It seems that front doors were overpriced. To visit your neighbour, you had to ascend to your roof, cross a number of other roofs, and then descend through their ceiling. It may sound crazy, but it actually fixed multiple issues at once. Long before germs were a thing, there was built-in social distancing, no wasted space on streets, and easy defence against intruders. Try attacking a city when the only way in is through someone's skylight. Of course, there were problems with this system. Have you forgotten anything at home? To go back and retrieve it would require a lot of roof climbing. Are you throwing a party? I hope the dozens of people tramping across your downstairs neighbour's ceiling won't bother them, and don't even consider what happened when someone had to make their way home across a dozen slick rooftops in the dark after consuming too much fermented grain beverage. Even though their inventions may seem strange to us, the truly amazing thing about these early city builders is that they were highly practical innovators. They discovered ways to keep their communities clean enough to prevent disease, how to store grain without it going bad, and how to divide up labour so that not everyone had to work on the land all the time. This final section was enormous. Having dependable food storage allows some people to focus on other things instead of worrying about what to eat for dinner the following week, such as developing better tools, producing art, or determining more effective methods for building homes. The first true economy emerged along with specialisation. Around this time, you most likely began to see the first prehistoric business people. Someone who was very skilled at making stone axes discovered that he could exchange them for pottery, grain, or anything else he needed. Someone else became the first unofficial mayor of the settlement after realising they had a talent for planning community projects. Congratulations, you've just created accounting. Someone else proved to be very adept at keeping track of who owed what to whom. However, specialisation brought with it new social dynamics for which no one was ready. In a hunter-gatherer society, everyone is essentially on an equal footing. Everyone is doing about the same thing, even though some people may be better hunters or gatherers than others. However, social stratification occurs when Ugg controls the grain supply, and Grok produces the best pottery in town. In fact, the archaeological evidence indicates that these early settlements managed this quite effectively. Places like Çatalhöyük lack grand palaces and overt indications of extreme inequality. People appeared to have an innate understanding that everyone was participating in this experiment together, and that maintaining relative equality was better for everyone's survival. You can still picture the conversations around the communal fire. But I work just as hard gathering berries. Yes, but anyone can gather berries. Not everyone can make pots that don't fall apart. So, because good pots are hard to make and we need them, why does Grok get extra grain just because his pots don't leak? Thus began the first labour disputes, which were likely resolved by the most diplomatic person who could persuade everyone to stop fighting and come up with a reasonable solution. The seeds of group decision-making were undoubtedly being sown, even though democracy was still thousands of years away. Now that you're truly getting used to city life, you're learning that sharing living quarters with hundreds of other people presents difficulties that would make any contemporary urban planner cry into their coffee. These were people who were figuring out civilization from scratch, one awkward neighbour interaction at a time. Keep in mind that they weren't raised with an understanding of ideas like shared resources or community standards. Let's discuss what transpired after settlements grew past the point at which everyone knows everyone else's business. Social pressure is a good way to keep people in line in a small group. When everyone else can see exactly what you're doing all day, nobody wants to be the one who doesn't do their share. However, anonymity begins to creep in when your settlement reaches several hundred residents, and the first freeloaders arrive along with anonymity. You know the kind, the archaic counterpart of your neighbour who takes your lawnmower and never gives it back. However, in this instance, it's more akin to the individual who consumes food from the communal grain stores but never helps with the harvest. Modern HR departments would be proud of the accountability systems these early cities had to devise. By 8000 BCE, settlements were facing problems that seem surprisingly contemporary, according to archaeological evidence from sites like Jericho, one of the oldest continuously inhabited cities in the world. For example, property disputes. People start to care a lot about who owns what when land becomes valuable, due to its fertility or advantageous location. Neighbours attempting to determine precisely where one family's plot ended and another's began likely conducted the initial surveying rather than experts with sophisticated equipment. Then there is the intriguing evolution of the first public works initiatives. You live in a settlement that has gotten so big that individual families are no longer able to keep up the infrastructure. A well that supplies water to 50 people requires different upkeep than one that supplies water to 5 families. All of a sudden you have to plan, coordinate and get ready, pay your first taxes. The complaints likely reverberated throughout the settlement for weeks. Imagine having to stand up at the community meeting and say, "So folks, we need everyone to contribute extra grain this season, because we're going to hire Grok and his sons to spend the next month fixing the irrigation channels instead of farming." However, these early urban dwellers managed to figure it out somehow. They likely created more complex collective decision-making systems than we realise. According to recent archaeological findings, many early settlements had places set aside for community meetings, which are the precursors of city councils and town halls. Naturally, things did not go as planned. The first waves of crime will occur when hundreds of people are brought together and given the first taste of material prosperity in human history. Definitely theft, but not necessarily violent crime. Temptation becomes quite alluring when you know exactly where your neighbour keeps their exceptionally well-made tools or a beautiful collection of pottery. Usually the response to this was imaginative and focused on the community. Most settlements relied on what we might call restorative justice, making the wrongdoer make amends with the person they wronged and the community at large, instead of creating intricate legal systems right away. You may end up working someone else's fields for a season, in addition to your own if you steal their grain. The speed at which these settlements established networks of trade is truly amazing. By 7000 BCE, seashells from the Mediterranean are beginning to appear in inland communities, and obsidian from Turkey is beginning to appear in settlements hundreds of miles away. This was a systematic exchange that required standardization, trust, and most likely the earliest credit systems. It was not merely sporadic trading. Consider this. Without written contracts, without legal enforcement, without any of the systems we take for granted, these early cities developed international commerce. Someone in your settlement is trusted enough by people days away to show up with a cart full of grain and say, "I'll take those obsidian blades now, and my cousin will be by next month with the pottery we owe you." Most astonishingly, though, they were beginning to create culture, not just a means of survival, but real art, music, and narrative. Archaeologists discover musical instruments, decorated pottery, and carved figurines when excavating these early settlements. Individuals who had only been living hand-to-mouth for a few generations were investing time and money in expression, creativity, and beauty. Even though you were probably unaware of it at the time, you were seeing the beginning of civilization. You believed that you were merely attempting to find a peaceful way to coexist with your growing number of neighbours. Living in the first real cities in human history required the acquisition of skills that were never necessary for a nomadic lifestyle, such as how to coexist with people you didn't want to be around, how to settle conflicts without just relocating to a different area, and how to organise activities among hundreds of people who all had different opinions about how things should be done. It felt like the first and most important group project in history, and no one had ever worked on a group project before. Settlements in locations like Çatalhöyük had expanded to accommodate several thousand people by approximately 6500 BCE. To put that into perspective, these early city dwellers were in charge of populations that were bigger than those of many small towns in the modern era, but they lacked the social, legal and governmental frameworks that we take for granted. They were making it up as they went along, and it was working somehow. Just think of the logistics. Organising the production and distribution of food for thousands of people, controlling water supplies, disposing of waste, and preserving the types of specialised crafts that were transforming these settlements into thriving commercial hubs. To address these issues, contemporary city planners rely on decades of urban theory and computer models. Common sense, trial and error, and most likely a great deal of intense community meetings were employed by your ancestors. The idea of communal work parties was one of the most creative solutions these early cities came up with. Do you need the walls of the settlement repaired? For a few days, everyone helps out. Is it harvest time? To efficiently harvest everyone's crops, the entire community pitches in. Large-scale building project. To boost spirits, turn it into a social gathering that combines a work party with food, music, and most likely some sort of fermented beverage. These were the best examples of social engineering, not just workable fixes. These early cities strengthened social ties, gave people a stake in shared infrastructure, and provided opportunities for various families and craft experts to collaborate and exchange knowledge by making major projects community events. But since things undoubtedly went wrong in any community with a population of several thousand, let's discuss what transpired when things went wrong. Property disputes, disputes over the distribution of resources, disputes between various craft experts, and the occasional outburst of animosity. These early cities had to find innovative ways to resolve disputes because they lacked police departments, judicial systems, and established legal precedents. Archaeological evidence indicates they became highly skilled at it. The majority of early settlements appear to have preferred strategies that focused on community harmony and restoration over the development of punitive justice systems. Has someone ruined your property? They fix it and give you a little extra to make up for the trouble. Does someone interfere with community service projects? To show their dedication to the group, they take on additional responsibilities. The way these communities dealt with repeat offenders, those who simply couldn't or wouldn't adjust to city life, is especially intriguing. The majority of settlements appear to have employed banishment as a last resort rather than execution or permanent imprisonment, which would have required a significant amount of resources and possibly caused instability. In essence, you are free to return to the nomadic lifestyle if you are unable to learn how to coexist with others. Although this may sound harsh, it was surprisingly effective and humane for its time. People were typically sufficiently motivated to resolve their differences by the prospect of losing the safety, wealth, and social ties that came with living in a city. The first true economic systems were being developed in these early cities at the same time. Real market economies with standardized weights, measures, and most likely early forms of currency existed in addition to trading and bartering. By 6000 BCE, according to archaeological evidence, some societies were representing different quantities of different goods with standardized clay tokens. These were essentially the earliest accounting systems. Some intriguing social developments resulted from this. Wealth could be amassed and preserved in ways other than immediate material belongings for the first time in human history. Someone who is especially skilled at arranging trade relations could become not just well-fed but truly prosperous. Due to skill, ingenuity, and hard work rather than luck or physical prowess, your children may have a better life than you did. This is the first instance of true social mobility. However, prosperity also brought with it new difficulties. When there is a real, substantial item to inherit, how do you handle it? What occurs when a family's wealth surpasses that of their neighbours? When some people have more resources than others, how can community cohesion be preserved? These early city builders demonstrated extraordinary sophistication in navigating these difficulties. The majority of settlements established robust customs whereby affluent families assumed more responsibility for the well-being of the community by organising celebrations, making larger contributions to public works projects, and generally allocating their resources in ways that were advantageous to all. It was enlightened self-interest. The best way to safeguard your own prosperity was to maintain the stability and prosperity of the entire community. One resolved issue at a time. You witnessed the development of civilization. When the first person chose to stop wandering and sow some seeds, your little experimental settlement grew into something that no one could have predicted at that time. Something amazing has occurred in your community of several thousand people. Not everyone must spend their days worrying about the necessities of life. For the first time in human history, there is enough food surplus and stability for people to focus on mastering particular skills. Your ancestors unintentionally created what is now known as the division of labour here. And believe me when I say that it was revolutionary in ways that are difficult for us to understand from a modern standpoint. Nobody can be truly good at one thing when everyone must be a generalist. Hunting, gathering, making their own tools, building their own shelters, etc. However, Grok's pottery becomes wonderful when he's able to spend every day creating pottery while someone else grows his food and builds his home. And by amazing, I mean it. Around 6000 BCE, settlements like Çatalhöyük produced pottery, tools, textiles and artwork that were so advanced that they would have made contemporary craftspeople jealous. These weren't people who made rudimentary practical things to make ends meet. These were master craftspeople and artists who had the time and financial means to hone their craft and advance it. However, specialization brought about issues that no one had foreseen. Leadership is typically situational and informal when everyone knows how to do everything. The person with the most knowledge of the current issue assumes leadership. But who is in charge of what when there are master potters, skilled farmers, skilled builders, talented traders, and gifted organisers all residing in the same place? More significantly, how do you organise all these experts so they collaborate rather than just follow their own interests? Your ancestors had to invent management in this situation, and they did so without the aid of leadership seminars or business schools. They discovered via trial and error that different kinds of decisions required different kinds of expertise. Organising the harvest, pay attention to the farmers. putting together a large-scale construction project. The builders are knowledgeable, engaging in negotiations with alternative settlements. It's time to speak with your top diplomats and traders. The result was likely the earliest instance of representative decision-making in human history. It would be more akin to a council of experts, with various experts leading decisions in their respective fields rather than democracy as we know it. It was realistic, adaptable, and surprisingly successful at handling intricate communities. Naturally, the first true class divisions in human society were also brought about by this explosion of specialization. Certain specializations were more valuable than others, some required more training or skill, and some allowed individuals to have a greater say in decisions made in the community. Someone whose job it was to carry water or clean communal areas was in a different social position than the person who could make the obsidian blades that everyone needed for harvesting. The intriguing thing is that, according to archaeological evidence, these early cities maintained comparatively egalitarian values even as social stratification emerged. For example, the size and construction of the homes in Çatalhöyük are remarkably consistent. While others lived in hovels, even those with the most valuable skills did not live in palaces. It was acknowledged that for anyone to succeed, the community as a whole had to prosper. Additionally, trade networks truly took off at this time. You have the foundation for long-term trading relationships when your community produces the best pottery in the area, your neighbour makes the best stone tools, and the settlement across the valley has learned how to work metal. Goods were transported hundreds of miles between settlements, according to archaeological evidence, indicating that people were travelling farther, communicating more, and gaining a more complex understanding of the world at large. Nor were these networks of trade limited to the sale of goods. They served as channels for concepts, methods, and advancements. A new pottery firing technique created in one community would spread to others. Innovations in agriculture, building methods, and artistic styles all followed the same routes that brought grain, textiles, and obsidian. Though it was happening at walking speed instead of light speed, you were living through the first information age in human history. Knowledge and innovation could, for the first time, spread more quickly than the rate of cultural change and human migration. Instead of taking a few generations, a breakthrough in one settlement could reach communities hundreds of miles away in a matter of seasons. Most astonishing of all, though, these early cities were creating the first educational systems. You need to find ways to transfer skills to the next generation when they become specialized and valuable. This was the beginning of informal schools, mentoring relationships, and apprenticeships. The first meritocratic institutions in human history were established when parents who were skilled artisans began to accept students from outside their own families. Your kids may acquire abilities you never had, pursue careers that didn't exist when you were a kid, and reach levels of proficiency that would have been unthinkable in the nomadic society your grandparents were accustomed to. One apprenticeship at a time, social mobility was being created. There you are, surrounded by thousands of people, intricate social structures, sophisticated crafts, and a degree of prosperity that would have seemed unthinkable to your nomadic great-grandparents, and you are living in what has evolved into a true city. However, your city is no longer alone. Similar urban living experiments are spreading throughout the Fertile Crescent and, increasingly, other parts of the world, and eventually these cities begin to take notice of one another. Contact between settlements was most likely unintentional at first. Groups of refugees from abandoned settlements seeking new homes, traders venturing farther than usual in pursuit of new prospects, or inquisitive adventurers seeking to see what lay beyond the next mountain range. However, systematic and sophisticated city-to-city communication was emerging by 5,500 BCE. This led to challenges and opportunities no one had foreseen. There were a ton of opportunities for trade, information sharing, and cross-cultural interaction. While a city 100 miles away had perfected weaving but was unable to effectively work copper, your city may excel at metalworking but struggle with textile production. All of a sudden, specialization could occur between cities as well as within them. However, these opportunities also brought with them the first genuine risk of organized conflict between human settlements. When everyone lived on the move, conflicts were typically minor and could be settled by simply staying out of each other's territory. But when cities disagree with their neighbours, they can't just up and leave. Violence becomes a possibility if they are unable to resolve their differences amicably. Your ancestors most likely created the first official diplomatic protocols at this time, establishing territorial boundaries, negotiating trade agreements, communicating between cities and resolving conflicts without using force. Early urban centres exhibited remarkable diplomatic sophistication, as evidenced by the use of standardised weights and measures that were recognised by several settlements, shared artistic styles and symbols that alluded to cross-cultural interactions, and trade goods that travelled great distances through networks of connected cities. But since diplomacy did, regrettably, occasionally fail, let's discuss what transpired. Contrary to popular belief, the first city-to-city conflicts were most likely very different. These were more like very serious neighbourhood disputes that went out of control than great armies fighting on battlefields. Disputes that turned into organised violence over trade relations, territorial claims, or water rights. It's interesting to note how rapidly cities realised that war was generally detrimental to all parties. Disputes between neighbours cause instability, disrupt trade, and waste resources that could be used more effectively, all of which reduce prosperity for all. Even though they were able to win battles by force, the majority of early cities appear to have developed strong preferences for negotiated solutions. Some intriguing advancements in conflict resolution resulted from this. Many early cities, according to archaeological evidence, established complex procedures for competitive displays that could resolve conflicts without resorting to physical violence. Consider them the ancient counterparts of trade exhibitions or sporting contests, allowing cities to showcase their wealth, prowess and strength without resorting to physical combat. These competitive exhibitions frequently took the shape of festivals or get-togethers, where various cities would present their best crafts, most accomplished craftspeople, and most remarkable accomplishments. In later negotiations, the city that produced the most intricate textiles, the sharpest tools, or the most exquisite pottery gained prestige and probably better terms. Instead of striking each other with clubs, it was a far more civilized form of diplomacy through the display of excellence. Naturally, the first defensive tactics and military technologies were also developed during this time. Around this time, the archaeological record reveals increasingly complex fortification systems, demonstrating that even peaceful cities needed ways to defend themselves against less diplomatic neighbours. It's interesting to note, though, that these defences appear to have been built more for deterrence than for prolonged combat. We can defend ourselves if necessary, but we'd rather work things out peacefully, was the message. The speed at which early cities established what we might refer to as international law, unofficial but generally accepted guidelines for how cities ought to relate to one another, is truly amazing. Principles such as standard dispute resolution processes, diplomatic immunity for trade envoys, and even the earliest extradition agreements for criminals who committed crimes in one city and fled to another. Naturally, these were not written laws because writing was still being developed, but they were generally accepted and well understood customs that enabled and facilitated productive intercity interactions. They were upheld out of mutual self-interest rather than by any higher authority. Cities that disregarded these agreements were cut off from diplomatic ties and trade networks, which were becoming vital for security and prosperity. As you watched your species learn how to structure complex societies and get them to cooperate rather than just compete with one another, you were witnessing the beginning of international relations. Despite its messiness and occasional violence, civilization was eventually able to flourish and spread. You have contributed to the creation of something completely unprecedented in the history of life on Earth, thousands of years after those initial hesitant attempts at staying put and cultivating your own food. You're part of an economic and social system that is so intricate that no one could possibly comprehend it all, but it manages to function, despite the fact that you're living in a true urban civilization that is linked to a network of similar cities over great distances. The most amazing thing, though, is that you and your fellow city builders have unintentionally created the foundation for almost every significant advancement in human civilization that has come since. Science, philosophy, and technology will eventually follow from the specialization of labor you have developed. Your created trade networks will serve as the main thoroughfares for the dissemination of concepts, inventions, and cultural advancements. The legal and political systems that currently govern human societies will develop from the diplomatic and conflict resolution mechanisms you have established. In ways that previous generations could not have predicted, the writing systems that are just starting to emerge in some cities will preserve and transmit knowledge in ways that will accelerate human development. The first schools, libraries, and universities will be created by the educational traditions you have established. The basic issues that human society still face today include how to preserve community cohesion in large populations, strike a balance between individual success and the welfare of the group, and manage resources sustainably. It's interesting to note that you most likely did not consider yourselves to be revolutionaries or builders of civilization. You were merely individuals attempting to find solutions to everyday issues, such as how to ensure that your children had a better life than you did, how to live in harmony with your neighbours, how to have enough food, and how to stay safe. But in the process of resolving these common issues, you created civilization, not just any civilization, but one that was extraordinarily resilient and flexible. You contributed to the development of the fundamental urban model, which spread throughout the world due to its success. This model included permanent settlements, specialised labour, trade networks, and social institutions for cooperation and conflict resolution. From New York to Tokyo to Mumbai, every modern city is essentially based on ideas that you and your fellow early city builders discovered via trial and error thousands of years ago. Like any physical technology, the social technologies you created were revolutionary. Innovations as important as agriculture, metalworking, or writing included learning how to manage the activities of thousands of people, how to make decisions as a group, how to settle disputes amicably, and how to preserve social cohesiveness among various populations. Everything else was made possible by them. Most astonishing of all, you accomplished all of this while upholding essentially egalitarian and cooperative principles. The early cities continued to be places where everyone was responsible for the welfare of the community, where innovation and achievement were valued but not at the expense of social stability, and where individual success was understood to depend on collective prosperity, even in the face of growing social stratification and economic inequality. Crime, conflict, inequality, and all the other issues that arise when a lot of people are crammed into a small area made this place anything but utopian. However, you developed sophisticated, compassionate, and successful systems for handling these issues. You demonstrated that people could coexist in expansive, intricate societies without losing their essential humanity. According to the archaeological record, most people found life in these early cities to be safer, wealthier, and more culturally diverse than anything they had ever known in earlier generations. They created amazing art and crafts, had more varied diets, lived longer, and established the first official educational systems. They were the first people in history to have a legitimate expectation that their offspring would live better lives than they did. The problem is that you carried out all of this without a plan, without any examples to follow, and without any idea of where it might go. As you went along, you were forming civilization based solely on human decency and practical necessity. It's amazing it worked at all. It is truly miraculous that it functioned so well that it served as the basis for all later human development. Therefore, keep in mind that you are a part of an experiment that started with people just like you, trying to figure out how to live together peacefully and prosperously the next time you are frustrated with bureaucracy, stuck in traffic in a modern city, or irritated with your neighbours. They demonstrated that people can build societies that are greater than the sum of their individual parts, even though neither they nor we have all the answers. Heroes, visionaries, or superhuman beings were not the first people to build cities. They were regular people who accomplished something extraordinary. They figured out how to start from scratch and build a civilization, and they did it so well that we are still living in the world they made. It's not bad for those who simply wanted to avoid spending the rest of their lives carrying everything they owned. Was born in Frankfurt in 1929, entering a world already trembling beneath financial hardship and political acrimony. From the outset, she displayed a lively temperament, an eagerness to scribble down thoughts on scraps of paper, a tendency to examine curious objects in the house with unguarded fascination, and a readiness to question the grown-ups around her. Yet before she truly got to know the city of her birth, before she could form a bond with the rhythms of German streets, her family decided to leave. A gathering storm which transformed from sporadic political slogans into a monstrous force dictating who deserved to exist freely and who did not, compelled them to leave. Her father, Otto Frank, was a thoughtful man, by turns reserved and quietly determined. He had no taste for radical politics. His mind was anchored to the practical. Otto recognised that Germany was changing. He had once pictured it as a place of vibrant culture, his homeland, a nation that championed arts, literature, and philosophy. But by the time Anne was 4, it had become a place that turned hateful eyes toward Jewish families like his. The Franks uprooted themselves, leaving old neighbours behind and stepping into what they hoped was a kinder environment in Amsterdam. Amsterdam in the early 30s was not entirely tranquil. No place in Europe could claim complete serenity then, but it at least allowed the Franks to breathe without immediate fear. For Anne, it was a wonderland of bicycles clacking over cobblestones, flower stalls lining canals, and people whose different accents floated through the city like a living orchestra. She was intrigued by each subtlety of daily life. She watched the canal waters shift from grey to glittering green and found novelty in the simplest tasks, from brushing up on Dutch words to examining the swirl of watery reflections on her window. Still, life was not always breezy. Otto took on various entrepreneurial ventures in Amsterdam, a spice business, then one dealing with pectin for jam making, attempts at building stability for his family in uncertain times. Yet, beyond the household table talk about balancing budgets and maintaining a reputable standing among local merchants, Anne had her personal curiosities. She was the type of child to craft stories in her head while overhearing adult conversations, weaving little narratives about the passers-by she saw from her vantage point by the window. Outside her home, she was known to be friendly but occasionally moody, quick-witted in a way that others sometimes found surprising in someone so young. Certain teachers at her school found her liveliness endearing, others found it distracting, especially when she giggled during lessons or whispered jokes to her classmates during grammar drills. She had a capacity for charm, but she was equally able to slip into lonely daydreams if something, an unkind remark, an abrupt shift in a friend's demeanour, muddied her sense of belonging. By the age of 10, Anne's environment gave her ample room to explore. She visited street markets with her mother, Edith, noticing the layers of life in every merchant's stall, the haggling, the laughter, the day's frustrations. Margot, her older sister by 3 years, was softer spoken and more academically inclined. The contrast between the two sisters became a household joke, Margot with her pristine schoolwork, Anne with her comedic flair and unstoppable chatter. Yet behind that playful tension was genuine affection. When nights were cold, Anne might slip into Margot's bed for warmth, and they would whisper about petty jealousies and fleeting hopes, simple concerns overshadowed by the swirling chaos in Europe. Though the Franks tried to keep talk of politics discreet, Anne absorbed more than she let on. She caught a glimpse of a neighbour reading a Dutch newspaper with bold headlines about persecution in Germany. Her father's whispers with friends, hushed but urgent, hinted that the calm in Amsterdam could fracture at any moment. Even so, Anne pressed on with childlike tenacity. She was growing, she wanted fresh notebooks and new friends. She wanted experiences beyond her parents' experiences, and if the world was threatening to shape her future in frightening ways, she was determined to keep her own sense of curiosity intact. A family friend would sometimes bring over pamphlets from Germany, detailing new anti-Jewish edicts. Otto read them in silence, his brow creased. Still, he managed to maintain a semblance of optimism. Perhaps the Netherlands would stay safe, he reasoned. Perhaps all of this ugliness would remain confined to distant borders. But the dread was difficult to fully conceal. Anne sensed it in the way her mother's voice caught when asked about the future. She felt it in the hush that settled over her father's face when he listened to the radio in the evening, straining to hear news of the next ominous shift in Europe. In the meantime, she grew comfortable in her new city, walking canals with that open-hearted stare reserved for the young. The promise of tomorrow still excited her. The possibility of a new friend, a new game, or a new rumour swirling at school. She was, after all, still just a child, not entirely conscious of the forces that were about to tighten their grip on her life. The curtains were only just beginning to draw shut on a chapter she had barely started writing. During the late 1930s, Amsterdam's charm still glowed, though a sense of caution dimmed the edges of daily life for Jewish families. Anne learned the city through her own lens, a mixture of innocence and growing awareness. She observed the chattering customers in small cafes, the varied dialects of dock workers, and the clatter of trams. She found it all mesmerising. Yet, she was not naive. At school, she overheard quiet discussions among older classmates, unpleasant changes in neighbouring countries. She would sidle close, gleaning half-facts about hatred and unbridled authority. In many ways, her mother, Edith, served as a shield. Edith believed in preserving a sense of normalcy. She insisted on routines, Sunday lunches, bedtime reading, and making sure the girls wrote in neat cursive. Anne, perched beside her mother on the sofa, would sometimes stare at the ticking clock, listening to the seconds slip by as Edith talked about personal values, about compassion, and about keeping one's dignity. The words might have sounded old-fashioned to some, but Anne found comfort in them. She saw her mother as gentle yet quietly sturdy. Meanwhile, Margot was forging her path in academics. Teachers often praised her discipline and intelligence. Anne sometimes bristled at the comparisons. She recognised the familial pride. Margot was considered the reliable one, but she also wanted to make her own mark. So, while Margot was off reading textbooks, Anne would roam corners of Amsterdam with a friend, giggling about inconsequential details, the shape of a dog's ears, a funny hat worn by a passerby, or the new marquee outside the local cinema. Beneath the laughter, though, she felt the silent undercurrent of war creeping into everyday conversation. As the political climate worsened, the Franks took more precautions. They heard stories of relatives in Germany who had lost businesses, homes, or worse, vanished altogether. Although Otto and Edith tried to spare their daughters the details, Anne was discerning. She began to grasp that some people viewed families like hers with malice that defied logic. She noticed fewer carefree outings, fewer times her father returned from work wearing that small, confident smile. Even so, she clung to humour, scribbling short stories in notebooks. They were full of lively characters, sometimes overshadowed by moral dilemmas she overheard adults discussing. In her own fictionals, she rearranged reality to make sense of it. At school, Anne forged relationships that were both superficial and meaningful. Some classmates were simply partners for projects. Others were confidants who exchanged hushed confessions about shifting alliances in Europe. The teachers seemed increasingly tense. The slightest classroom disruption could ignite frustrations. Sometimes talk of censorship or newly imposed rules floated around the corridors. When a classmate whispered that their family was planning to flee to Britain, Anne's heart pounded in fear and envy. Fear, because it confirmed that danger was near, envy because that option might not be open to her. The sense of uncertainty pressed on her chest at night. In those months, she developed a small yet persistent habit of journaling, practiced daily self-reflection as a child before she gained notoriety for her diaries and wrote about food shortages, about a favourite candy no longer in stock, about the annoyance of wearing an armband with a Star of David if it ever came to that in the Netherlands, about the disapproval she sensed when walking around certain parts of the city. She wrote about hoping to see a film star in the streets, about admiring the carefree swirl of a dancer's skirt she once glimpsed. She wrote because it let her feelings breathe beyond the hush of fear. Tension turned to reality when German forces invaded the Netherlands in May 1940. The swiftness of that invasion left the Dutch reeling. For Anne, the city she had come to love was transformed overnight. Buildings still stood, shops were still open, but there was an unshakable sense of foreboding. Soldiers marched along roads she used to find friendly. The radio blared unfamiliar proclamations. Suddenly, daily freedoms were chipped away. Jewish children like Anne were restricted from certain playgrounds, certain schools. The weight of each new rule encroached on her sense of self, as if invisible hands were reconfiguring her place in the world. Still, the Franks tried to maintain a semblance of ordinariness. They participated in subdued gatherings with other Jewish families, exchanging nervous jokes to lighten the mood. Anne noticed the flickers of worry in adult conversations. How does one navigate forced restrictions? Could one travel safely? The men discussed forging connections to get visas or find safe houses, while the women lamented about rationing or the difficulty of obtaining essential supplies. For Anne, these evenings often ended with her retreating to her bedroom, mind swarming with 1,000 questions. She tried to keep her voice steady, telling Margot ridiculous jokes to break the tension. The jokes often fell flat, but they were attempts to cling to normalcy. Increasingly, day-to-day activities felt like illusions. An insurmountable occupying force muffled the city's vibrant pulse. Anne would watch from her window as uniformed men passed by, hearing the slow crunch of boots on cobblestone. A sense of dread would seep into the depths of her stomach. She yearned for the old city, the one still alive in her memories, a place of swirling canal reflections and laughter among street vendors. She missed the version of life where she could imagine any future she wanted, without the weight of a designated identity forced upon her by prejudice. And yet, even in these shadows, she held on to a spark of hope, perhaps borrowed from her father's quiet optimism, that a better day would come if they could only outlast the madness. The year 1942 arrived with a more oppressive atmosphere. Anne could feel it in the stiffening posture of her teachers and the solemn hush that fell whenever an official notice was posted in the neighbourhood. She turned 13 that June, though the celebrations were muted. Her family still managed a birthday cake, scrounging for ingredients wherever they could, and it was in that flickering moment of normality that Anne received a checkered diary. She had always enjoyed writing, but this diary felt different. It had a lock, symbolic in ways she did not yet understand. It promised a private domain for her expanding thoughts. Shortly after, life changed abruptly. Orders circulated that Jewish families might be relocated, or worse, taken away. When Margot received a summons to a labour camp in Germany, Otto recognised the writing on the wall. He had already prepared a secret hiding place, a concealed section of the office building where he ran his business. The plan had been set for some time, but the final push to execute it came with terrifying immediacy. The family packed their things hurriedly, leaving behind large pieces of furniture, personal belongings, and cherished objects that would have signalled a life in progress. Anne's head spun that day. She tucked her new diary under her arm, while her mother insisted on bringing a few personal mementos. The ordinarily chatty Anne found herself tongue-tied as they walked through the dim streets early in the morning, wearing several layers of clothing to avoid carrying suitcases. She was scared to look at anyone's face. She feared the disapproval or suspicion that might lurk in a passerby's eyes. When they finally reached the annex, slipping into its hidden corridors, she felt an odd mixture of relief and dread. She felt a mixture of relief at having found a temporary shelter and dread at what isolation would do to them all. The secret annex was cramped, made up of several small rooms behind a movable bookcase. The Franks were joined by another family, the Van Pels, whom Anne would later label Van Daen in her diary, and a dentist named Fritz Pfeffer, Albert Dussel. The arrangement was necessary for survival, but hardly conducive to comfort. Thin walls meant little privacy. Often, someone would be in the makeshift kitchen at odd hours, rustling through meagre supplies. The single bathroom demanded coordination and patience, especially in the mornings when personal space was at its premium. At 13, Anne chafed under these conditions. She missed the outdoors, the swirl of city life, and her friends. In her diary, she spilled raw honesty onto the pages, frustration with the grown-up scoldings, her disagreements with Mrs. Van Pels, her feelings of being misunderstood by her mother. She felt stifled by the incessant reminder that she must remain quiet during certain hours so the workers downstairs wouldn't suspect their presence. She discovered how footsteps on creaky floorboards could set her pulse racing. Every muffled noise became a potential danger. The annex was a fortress made not of stone but of secrecy, where any slip in vigilance might lead to catastrophe. Yet, amid the tension, there were flickers of hope. Helpers on the outside, trusted employees like Miep Gears, risked their safety to provide supplies and updates. Through them, Anne kept a tenuous link to the world beyond. She heard rumours of Allied forces pushing against Nazi lines, gleaned stories of neighbours who had managed to flee. The news was not always comforting, often it relayed more horrors, but it was a reminder that life existed beyond the walls she now inhabited. Anne's emotional world became increasingly complex. She found that her diary was the sole outlet where she could shed the mask she wore around the annex's cramped quarters. She named the diary Kitty, personifying it as her confidant. Each page was a story on which she could vent her teenage frustrations, the pangs of budding romance she harboured for Peter Van Pels, the sense of inadequacy she felt when compared to Margot, and the longing to be recognised as more than a chatterbox. She craved independence, yet her entire existence now depended on the group's collective ability to stay invisible. The mental strain of living in tight confinement tested everyone. Small disagreements ballooned into thunderous standoffs. Someone's cooking style became a proxy for deeper resentments. A snore at night might provoke laughter one day, and fury the next. Anne, perceptive as she was, noted these shifts. She saw how fear chipped away at adult composure. Even the calm, steady Otto lost some of his cheerful veneer. He worked painstakingly on ledgers and accounts, trying to help manage the business from afar. But it was an odd charade, acting as though life was normal while concealed behind a bookshelf. As weeks turned into months, the outside world receded. The war raged on beyond their concealed perch. Occasionally, Anne glanced out a hidden window at the church tower that loomed above the city. Its bells reminded her that life still ticked forward, unstoppable. Every ring was a brief invitation to imagine the bustle of a free world. And yet, each ring was also a reminder of her entrapment, that the clock was running in a timeline she could not fully join. Every day, she wrote. She poured her observations into lines that tried to reconcile the tension of living with hope in the midst of imminent danger. The confines pressed in on her, forging a young mind's determination to remain spirited even when shadows lengthened. As summer gave way to autumn in 1942, the secret annex adopted its own patterns, stilted ones, but patterns nonetheless. Office workers rustled in the building below, hushed in the mornings. The inhabitants tiptoed through daily chores, mindful that a dropped spoon or a raised voice might shatter the fragile illusion of an empty space overhead. Afternoons brought slight relief. The offices would close, allowing more freedom of movement and the chance to whisper with fewer constraints. Anne's self-awareness deepened in this seclusion. She dissected every glance, every offhand remark exchanged among the annex residents. She noticed subtle changes in her mother's eyes, sadness marinated with resignation. She saw new lines etched across Otto's forehead, reflecting the weight of shepherding them all through this ordeal. And she recognised reflections of her own changing emotions mirrored in Peter Van Pel's, who retreated into corners of the annex to escape the watchful gaze of adults. Peter fascinated her. He was different from the boys she used to know of at school, who laughed loudly and chased one another through the streets. He was awkward, uncertain, often caught in the crossfire of his parents' arguments. In that environment, Anne began seeing him as more than a housemate. There were fleeting moments in the attic space, rummaging for a jar of beans or a quiet place to think, when their eyes met. It was a wordless connection, the electric hum of adolescence overshadowed by the hum of approaching warplanes. She continued filling her diary, now with an emphasis on self-examination. She asked why she often argued with her mother, why she felt overshadowed by Margot, and how she could nurture a sense of individual identity in a place that demanded conformity for survival. At times, she was startled by her introspections. She was discovering corners of her mind she never would have explored in a free-flowing world. The enforced stillness gave her time to question everything. This internal blossoming did not come without friction. Anne's spirited nature grated on others. Mrs. Van Pel's found her chatter too bold, her opinions too insistent. Fritz Pfeffer, a meticulous man accustomed to his own routines, complained that Anne's nighttime writing disturbed his need for rest. Yet, the more they tried to rein her in, the stronger her resolve grew. She believed that if external freedoms were stripped away, her internal world was the one realm she could still shape. She would not allow that final sanctuary to be censored. Meanwhile, the war pressed closer. Occasionally, they heard about neighbourhood raids or saw glimpses of uniformed soldiers carrying out arrests in the distance. Every time they heard knocks or footsteps near the bookcase, their hearts raced. The fear of discovery gnawed at them daily. Anne was learning how easily terror could become normal, how one could adapt to a constant state of near panic, eventually folding it into the fabric of everyday existence. Food shortages became a pressing concern, meals grew monotonous. Potatoes, once a staple, became a treasure when they could get them. Dried beans and cabbage soup rotated through their limited menu. These hardships kindled resentment. It was simple to blame each other for miscounted rations or mistakes in planning. In public, families might declare unity. In reality, stuck in tight quarters, small tensions could erupt into lasting grudges. Anne documented this. She wrote about overhearing whispered accusations, about the tension swirling in the cramped kitchen when an extra morsel of bread was unaccounted for. Yet even in these fractious moments, an undercurrent of mutual dependence bound them. They knew they either survived together or fell together. Anne's diary entries also captured flickers of humour that glimmered amid the gloom. Once, Mr. Van Pel's tried to fix a faulty lampshade using a contraption of wire and tape. It collapsed spectacularly, prompting exasperated shouts that devolved into communal laughter. Another time, Anne found an old board game that had lost half its pieces and improvised rules for a clumsy new version. They played, and for an hour, life felt almost ordinary, a tiny triumph in a sea of anxiety. Week by week, Anne underwent a quiet evolution. She was still a teenager, prone to exasperation and mood swings, yet her words, penned by candlelight, revealed a maturity shaped by adversity. She reflected on the nature of good and evil, on the question of whether people were basically kind or fundamentally cruel. She tried to make sense of the paradox, how she could still believe in the potential for goodness while the world outside raged with violence and persecution. In those fleeting moments before sleep, when she heard others breathing softly in the next room, she yearned for a future full of colour and open skies. She wondered if she'd ever again ride a bicycle along Amsterdam's canals, feel the wind against her cheeks, and choose her path without fear. That longing for normal life coexisted with a newfound realization. She was growing into a person who did not just see but felt profoundly. She was forging a philosophy, an unspoken pact with herself to cling to hope and introspection, no matter how ominous the nights became. In the interplay between her hidden existence and her unquenchable curiosity, Anne was crafting a voice that would, in time, resonate far beyond the confines of a secret annex. Winter blanketed Amsterdam in a drab light, the city's chill seeping into the annex. Darkness fell earlier, which meant longer hours of hushed existence. The building's wooden beams groaned in the cold, a haunting reminder of how fragile and temporary their refuge was. Inside, the residents braced for gloom, not just meteorological but emotional. With each passing day, the outside world carried rumours of intensifying conflict, deeper atrocities, and diminishing hope for those targeted by Nazi decrees. During these months, Anne's reflections took on a more poetic bent. She wrote about the shapes of clouds beyond the attic window, about missing the sun on her cheeks. Whenever she managed a glimpse outside, a pang of loss coursed through her. She grieved not just for the restrictions placed on her life, but for the uncountable stories unfolding in the city below. Stories of neighbours, acquaintances, entire families being torn from their homes. She yearned to capture that heartbreak in words, as if writing could stitch together the frayed edges of collective suffering. Inside the annex, relationships continued to evolve. Anne's dynamic with Peter became deeper and more complicated. In half-lit corners, they spoke in halting whispers, sometimes about trivial things, childhood pranks or favourite foods, but increasingly about the future. Each conversation was tinged with a sense of borrowed time. They didn't declare romance in any grand way. In fact, their connection felt more like a quest for solace. Two adolescents drawing warmth from each other's company, while surrounded by a menacing void. However, it was impossible to suppress teenage impulses. Occasional jealousy flared. Anne sometimes felt overshadowed by Margot's studious composure. Meanwhile, Peter felt claustrophobic under the constant watch of his parents. The push-pull of adolescence, typically played out in schoolyards and social gatherings, was compressed into this hidden space. A single harsh word could unravel hours of unspoken camaraderie. They each grappled with the realization that they were forced to grow up faster than they'd ever wanted. Despite the daily dread, intellectual pursuits flourished in the annex, spurred by the older inhabitants' desire to keep the teenagers' minds engaged. Otto and Mrs. Van Pels quizzed Margot and Anne on geography, history, languages. Pfeffer, for all his quirks, had moments of generosity, sharing knowledge about dentistry or discussing foreign literature he'd read in his younger days. Books, smuggled in by helpers, were as precious as any ration. They devoured them, gleaning glimpses of worlds untouched by the crackdown they faced. These small acts of learning became defiance, an assertion that they still had the right to grow, think, and imagine. However, the tension of captivity took its toll. Privacy was scarce. If one person needed a moment alone, they had to negotiate with the rest, rearranging the living area or waiting for others to be occupied elsewhere. Tones of voice grew sharper. Some nights, Anne pressed her ear to the thin walls and listened to the muffled arguments. Money worries, fear of betrayal, or the question of whether to trust certain acquaintances outside, everything was debated in hushed, urgent tones. The claustrophobia was physical, but it was also spiritual. Each person carried the dread that one betrayed secret, one careless word could doom them. In the diaries, Anne noted these cracks in the foundation of their enforced togetherness, but she did so with a remarkable empathy for the adults. She recognised they were doing their best in unthinkable circumstances. Otto tried to maintain an even temperament, urging reason when tempers flared. Some nights, he'd gather everyone to read a book aloud or discuss a snippet of radio news. For a short while, the flickering lamp would illuminate a circle of sombre faces, each participant clutching at hope that, maybe, just maybe, the tide of war was turning. As the winter wore on, the line between day and night blurred. The impetus to remain hidden, combined with the shortage of indoor light, meant it was all too easy to lose track of time. Sometimes Anne woke, unsure if dawn was near or if it was still the depths of midnight. In that surreal twilight, she'd scribble in her diary by candlelight. Despite her uncertainty about what love meant in such dire circumstances, she penned confessions of love in her diary. She wrote about the anger she felt toward a world that had pinned a target on her family's back. She wrote about the faith she still had in human decency, though it teetered precariously. One particular entry documented a profound realization. She understood that her life's narrative might never be fully shared with the world. The diaries could be lost, or she could vanish. The thought of losing the diaries struck her with a chilling force. Rather than giving in to despair, she channeled that fear into a fierce determination to document everything she could. If this was the only record she might leave behind, she wanted to ensure it was honest. She refused to portray herself merely as a victim. She wanted the pages to convey the complexity of her internal life, the moments of laughter, the daydreams, the defiance, and the longing for small acts of liberation. Outside, the war crept closer. The sky sometimes roared with aircraft engines, Allied bombers perhaps forging a path that might liberate Europe, but with each tremor, the Annex residents clung to each other, uncertain if bombs might tear the neighbourhood apart. In the hush that followed these raids, Anne's breath would catch in her throat. She sensed the precariousness of her existence. Yet each time dawn came, she would push back against despair, buoyed by an unexplainable resolve. If she couldn't move freely in the physical world, she would soar through the realm of thought, words and dreams. That was the ember she refused to let go. Spring of 1944 brought faint glimmers of optimism to the Annex. Allied successes were whispered about, fueling speculation that liberation might be on the horizon. Anne was buoyed by these rumours. Each new snippet of promising news was a lifeline in her claustrophobic reality. She reread the few books they possessed, letting her imagination roam beyond the walls. She allowed herself to imagine post-war life, returning to school, travelling through open roads, carving out a future in journalism or literature. In her diary, she poured these fantasies into paragraphs bursting with yearning. Each page was a testament to her growing confidence as a writer. She refined her style, grappling with bigger questions about humanity and morality. If the outside world discovered her words, she wanted them to see a teenager who had wrestled with life's rawness under extraordinary pressures. She revised entries, polishing them like a craftsman, seeking clarity and expression. It was a bid for self-determination in a sphere she could control, however small. Yet behind the buoyancy of hope, tension still simmered. The Annex had endured nearly 2 years of confinement, and patience was wearing thin. Arguments erupted over trivial issues, how to budget dwindling resources, who neglected to wash dishes properly, or whose footsteps had been too loud during office hours. Sometimes these disputes opened deeper wounds, releasing anxieties about betrayal, or doubts about whether the helpers could continue risking their own safety indefinitely. Anne found these blow-ups both draining and strangely fascinating, as if she were watching an intricate play in which everyone was an unwilling actor. By midsummer, the atmosphere in Amsterdam felt expectant. Air raids became more frequent, indicating that the war front was shifting. Rumours circulated about a possible Allied invasion. Anne's heart soared each time she heard the drones of planes overhead. It meant the Nazis might soon lose their grip on the Netherlands. She pictured soldiers marching in to free them, imagined stepping out of the Annex and blinking in the bright sunlight of an Amsterdam street. The daydream was so vivid she could almost taste it. Then one August afternoon, the unthinkable happened. In a flurry of panic, their hideout was discovered. The exact circumstances remain debated. Some suspect a tip from an informant, others blame an accidental slip of information. For Anne, all that mattered was the sudden pounding on the door, the heavy boots on the stairs, the abrupt intrusion into their concealed world. Fear seized her body, a terror so stark it made her eyes blur. It was as if everything slowed. The look of shock on Otto's face, the trembling hands of Mrs. Van Pels, the hush that fell over them as uniformed officers burst in. In the aftermath, they were taken into custody, forced to surrender personal belongings, including Anne's beloved diary. She had no time to secure it, no chance to salvage her carefully honed words. She felt as though part of her identity was wrenched away. Together with her family and the others, she was hustled into the trucks, then trains, herded alongside strangers wearing the same bewildered, hollow expressions. The transit led to the Westerbork transit camp first, a grim holding station for those awaiting transport to concentration camps deeper in Nazi-occupied territory. There, Anne confronted the mass scale of the persecution she had only heard about in bits and pieces. Sleep was fitful, marred by the wails of children separated from parents, by the unrelenting stench of overcrowded barracks. She clung to her family, though even that solace felt tenuous in the face of so many horrors. From Westerbork, they were crammed into freight cars bound for Auschwitz. It was a journey of unimaginable discomfort, with little food or water, suffocating air, and a brutal sense of finality. In the corners of the car, she glimpsed people too weak to stand, while others, gripped by despair, rocked back and forth silently. Anne's mind reeled with her questions. How could humanity reach such cruelty? Where was the justice for all these souls packed like cargo? She tried to recall lines from her diary, from the future she had once envisioned. She thought of passing them on by word of mouth if she couldn't write them anymore. But words no longer felt adequate. Auschwitz was a kaleidoscope of fear. Barking guards, snaking barbed wire, towering chimneys. Family members were separated upon arrival. Otto was taken away from the women. Anne, Margot, and Edith stayed together initially, although conditions were beyond dreadful. Stripped of personal belongings, forced to endure roll calls in the cold, they found themselves in a world that tested every last shred of hope. Still, Anne clutched the memory of her father's reassuring voice and the faint possibility that they might all survive. Before long, she and Margot were transferred to Bergen-Belsen, a camp in northern Germany. There, disease and starvation raged. As the winter of 1944 to 1945 bore down, the camp devolved into an even harsher nightmare. Food was scarce, sanitation non-existent, and each day more prisoners vanished from the makeshift huts, succumbing to typhus and other illnesses. Amid this grim reality, Anne's own strength ebbed. She coughed through the nights, feverish, her body worn thin, yet to her last conscious moments, she reportedly still clung to the slender thread of hope that she might one day see a world free of these torments. The flame in her eyes flickered, but it never entirely died. She had believed in something better. The weeks leading to Anne's death in early 1945 at Bergen-Belsen remained partially shrouded in uncertainty. Accounts from survivors mentioned that she was frail, afflicted by the rampant disease that haunted the camp. Margot was similarly weakened. Both sisters, once so distinct, Margot the studious one, Anne the outspoken dreamer, were reduced to gaunt silhouettes in the chaos of camp life. Starvation, exhaustion, and illness conspired to steal away their final reserves of energy. Their mother, Edith, had died in Auschwitz months earlier, and the separation from their father was complete. Neither sister knew that Otto Frank was still alive. Otto would be the only member of the immediate Frank family to survive the Holocaust. Liberated by the Soviet forces at Auschwitz, he began the agonizing search for his wife and daughters once the war ended. Hopes were cruelly dashed as he confirmed, step by step, that Edith had not made it, and that Anne and Margot had perished in Bergen-Belsen just weeks before British troops arrived to free the camp. In that painful discovery, Otto lost more than his family. He lost the future he had fought so hard to protect during their years in hiding. Amid the staggering grief, a slender thread of continuity emerged. Anne's writings, Miep Gies, one of the faithful helpers who had risked her own life to hide the Franks, had discovered Anne's diary left behind in the annex. She protected it, unaware of its full significance, hoping one day to return it to Anne herself. When Otto came back, broken and haunted, Miep handed him the papers, the notebooks, and the loose pages. In those delicate stacks lay Anne's words, raw, insightful, and at times painfully honest. Reading them was an ordeal for Otto. Each sentence bore the imprint of a daughter who no longer existed. Yet, as he ventured further, he recognized that Anne had transcended the limitations of her dire situation. Her diary was not just a record of fear, but also a testament to a young soul's will to dream and make sense of a senseless world. Otto saw that this wasn't a private chronicle of self-pity. Instead, it was a clarion call from a teenage girl who kept her mind vibrant under unimaginable constraints. She had turned introspection into a shield, and her pen had become a voice that soared beyond the annex walls. Gradually, Otto decided to share Anne's writings with a wider audience. He believed the world needed to hear her story, not to sensationalize tragedy, but to bear witness to the quiet heroism in a teenager's reflections. Initially, publishers hesitated, war memoirs were abundant, and some feared there was no appetite for yet another. Yet once the diary was finally printed in 1947, under the title Het Achterhuis, The Secret Annex, its resonance was immediate. Readers recognised Anne's vivid humanity. Her teenage worries, yearnings, and insight struck a chord that transcended the specifics of time and place. Her words made the Holocaust personal, one voice speaking for millions who could no longer speak. Over the subsequent decades, Anne Frank's diary was translated into dozens of languages, staged as plays, adapted into films, and included in curricula around the globe. Some commentators questioned the sanctification of a single story when so many lives had been lost. Others worried that her universal appeal risked diluting the brutal realities of the Holocaust. Yet few disputed the authenticity and power of her diary, which offered a profound glimpse into how hatred warps society and how an individual spirit can remain defiant. The annex itself became a museum, a tangible space where visitors could experience the cramped rooms and steep staircases that shaped Anne's daily existence. People from every corner of the world filed through, imagining the silent dread that once enveloped that hidden sanctuary. In those quiet rooms, Anne's voice still seemed to hover, urging reflection, on the precarious balance between survival and betrayal, on the nature of hope amid despair, on the vulnerability that defines our shared humanity. For readers in the 21st century, indeed for any era, Anne's writing remains startling in its intimacy and relevance. She documented her teenage angst with a frankness that resonates with anyone who has navigated self-doubt, family tensions, or the desire to be heard beyond that. She recorded how the rhythms of ordinary life could unravel under totalitarianism. In the face of hatred, her diary stands as both evidence and indictment, a reminder that oppression doesn't start with concentration camps, but with smaller steps of exclusion and prejudice. Though she never lived to see the liberation she craved, Anne's story has endured for generations. It's a story not only of horror, but also of the transformative power of bearing witness through art. Her diary is more than a historical artifact. It is a living conversation between past and present, warning us that the fragile freedoms we cherish must be protected. In its pages, we find the echoes of a curious, hopeful spirit, urging us to remain vigilant against the complacency that allows hatred to flourish. And so, despite her tragic end, Anne Frank's legacy carries the force of a life interrupted, but not silenced. Through her words, she continues to speak, to question, to observe, to challenge. That voice, gentle yet unwavering, reminds us that in even the darkest of times, there remains a spark of resilience ready to ignite a broader understanding of compassion, empathy, and the fragile bonds that hold us all together. Aaron Burr was born on February 6, 1756, in Newark, New Jersey, into a renowned family that promised a life full of amazing chances. His maternal grandfather was Jonathan Edwards, a well-known theologian, and his father was the College of New Jersey's second president. When Burr was only 2 years old, both of his parents died, first his father, then his mother, leaving him and his sister orphans and reared by fabulous relatives. Such sorrow at a young age could have crushed a less hardy personality, but it fostered Burr's independence and desire to identify himself beyond parental expectations. Burr showed extraordinary intelligence in his early teens. He enrolled at the College of New Jersey and demonstrated an interest in classical studies and debate. His peers described him as intense, charismatic, yet a little distant. While many future statesmen focused solely on speech, Burr quietly mastered logic and moral philosophy, gaining insights that would eventually guide him through the maze of political power. He wasn't just a bookish prodigy, he also enjoyed socializing and made friends with students who noticed his quick wit. However, he kept his deeper intentions private. Burr graduated at the premature age of 16 and first pursued theology. He studied with several pastors, attempting to balance his intellectual rigor and spiritual fervor. However, he regarded organized religion as excessively limiting, and he was wary of accepting dogmas without proof. His restless intellect wanted a vocation that provided both challenge and the prospect of global success. After studying with Dr. Joseph Bellamy, he gave up on the idea of becoming a minister. Law appeared more substantial and open-ended, a field in which ingenuity and compelling argument might change fortunes in an instant. But first, destiny beckoned him to an entirely different arena: the war. The American colonies were drawing closer to open conflict with Britain. In 1775, Burr was attracted by the thunder of muskets and the swirl of patriotic discourse. At the age of 19, he joined Benedict Arnold's expedition to Quebec, a perilous journey across the Maine woods aimed at undermining British power in Canada. The arduous march tested every ounce of Burr's fortitude. Many men faltered in frigid temperatures, but Burr persevered, demonstrating a tenaciousness that pleased his superiors. Although the campaign failed to seize Quebec, Burr established a reputation for bravery in the face of adversity. He was even reported to have carried wounded General Richard Montgomery off the field, though the exact specifics are unclear. Throughout the Revolution, Burr distinguished himself in the Continental Army. He temporarily served as an aide to General George Washington, but the two disagreed. Washington's quiet character clashed with Burr's more daring attitude. Burr thought the commander-in-chief to be overly cautious, afraid to undertake dramatic movements that he believed would hasten the end of the war. Burr's military career was unaffected by his resignation from Washington's staff. He continued to serve in various positions, eventually commanding a unit at the Battle of Monmouth in 1778. Harsh surroundings and never-ending demands weighed on him, and in 1779, health issues caused him to leave active duty. Still, by the time the guns went silent, Burr had demonstrated that he was neither a timid thinker nor a man of words. After experiencing both wartime heroism and the sting of near-constant friction, Burr redirected his energy into the law. Post-war America was brimming with chances for ambitious young men, and Burr was eager to take them. He studied in the offices of well-known lawyers in New York, soon establishing himself as bright, detail-oriented, and practical. By 1782, he had married Theodosia Prevost, a widow with academic interests that suited his desire for discourse. Their connection would quietly shape Burr's worldview. Theodosia supported his legal profession and gave emotional stability, which was sometimes lacking in a post-war milieu of flux. Before relocating to New York City, Burr practiced law in Albany after receiving his bar admission in 1782. His legal knowledge, combined with an unassuming charm, made him an effective advocate. He took on high-profile cases representing both wealthy merchants and underdogs, and created fascinating narratives that wowed juries. Burr's legal accomplishment paved the groundwork for his political career. The nascent republic needed voices that understood both the law and the delicate balance of power. Burr believed he could shape that dynamic to his advantage, and, he reasoned, the nation's as well. With the war's echoes still vivid in public memory, Burr set out on a voyage that would take him to the pinnacles of American politics as well as its lowest depths. By the late 1780s, New York's political scene had changed, with various factions competing for power in the new United States. Aaron Burr navigated a sea of alliances, making subtle contacts behind the scenes. He had little regard for grand ideological speeches. He viewed politics as focused on practical arrangements and mutual benefit. Some co-workers appreciated his focus on results, while others called him opportunistic. Burr's strategy propelled him forward quickly. In 1789, he first entered formal office when Governor George Clinton appointed him as the state's Attorney General. Burr took the role seriously, prosecuting crimes and enhancing the legal system. Political gossip, not legal progress, kept him in the spotlight. Burr kept his opinions on the federal constitution to himself, seldom engaging in the intense conflicts between Federalists and Anti-Federalists. Such behaviour kept him mysterious, a friend to both sides yet loyal to neither. The strategy was wise, though controversial among purists seeking unwavering loyalty to one camp. Burr's increasing popularity led to his election to the Senate in 1791, where he defeated incumbent Philip Schuyler. Hamilton was alarmed by Burr's rise, seeing it as a direct threat. Hamilton supported strong financial systems for the nation, such as a federal bank and centralised fiscal policy. Burr questioned Hamilton's concentration of authority without directly opposing these actions. Burr acknowledged states' rights to an extent, but emphasised personal liberty, especially his own. The animosity between the two men grew gradually, hidden behind the formality of legislative procedures. Burr gained recognition in the Senate for his subtle and effective speeches. He seldom gave long speeches, favouring quick points to sway undecided members. He built cross-party coalitions, confusing colleagues who insisted on taking sides in the Federalist-Republican divide. Burr's coalition-building skills terrified Hamilton further. Burr returned to New York when not in session, expanding his legal practice and maintaining contacts that kept him a prominent figure in city politics. His personal life changed significantly. Burr was left distraught after the death of his wife, Theodosia Prevost, in 1794. They had a daughter, Theodosia, born in 1783. Burr concentrated his emotional energy on her education. He thought women's intellectual abilities were undervalued, so he took charge of her studies, exposing her to literature, geography, and philosophy. Burr's father-daughter relationship was a key influence in his life, shaping his progressive views on women's roles, which were rare among his peers. In the late 1790s, Burr's political fortunes varied. Prominent politicians overshadowed him in 1797, and he lost his Senate re-election. He leveraged his network in New York's Tammany Hall, which was evolving into a powerful political machine. Burr's early involvement with Tammany focused on grassroots organizing, despite the group's later association with corruption. He understood that mobilizing regular voters, instead of seeking approval from elites, was essential for gaining power. This focus on widespread involvement distinguished him from many Federalists who viewed democracy as a fragile issue best managed by property-owning elites. As the 1800 election neared, Burr's ties with Democratic Republicans, especially Thomas Jefferson, strengthened. The Federalists were falling apart, and John Adams' administration had lost its appeal. Burr quietly secured Jefferson's electoral votes in New York, orchestrating a surprising upset through the city's crucial vote bloc. Burr was in line for the vice presidency, but an unusual constitutional quirk arose. Jefferson and Burr tied in the Electoral College. Hamilton intervened in a lengthy House debate, convincing Federalists to support Jefferson over Burr. Hamilton disliked Jefferson's politics but loathed Burr more, seeing him as unprincipled and unscrupulous. Jefferson won the presidency and Burr became vice president, but the affair left a lasting impact. Burr felt betrayed, believing Hamilton's actions damaged his reputation. The idea of honour, crucial in early American politics, ultimately resulted in a disastrous conflict. Burr played the second man, uncertain of his influence in Jefferson's administration. The vice presidency then was not a route to fame. Burr presides over the Senate but plays a minimal role in executive decisions. Jefferson was wary of Burr's ambition and maintained distance from him. Burr, as presiding officer of the Senate chamber, showed remarkable fairness, earning praise from his ideological opponents. The larger stage cooled. Rumours of a governor's run in New York or other high positions fueled Burr's ambition. Aaron Burr, vice president from 1801 to 1805, viewed his formal duties as limited. After defeating the Federalists, Thomas Jefferson excluded Burr from the main group that influenced policy. The president chose a cabinet that matched his vision, allowing Burr to preside over the Senate with notable calmness and fairness. For an ambitious man, being a polite referee during legislative sessions felt oppressive. Burr's resentment grew gradually. He invested great effort in ensuring Jefferson's success, but gained little in political rewards. Jefferson's circle, influenced by Madison and others, opposed Burr's flexible partnerships. They viewed him as a political chameleon, prioritizing personal gain over intellectual beliefs. Burr viewed unwavering partisanship as unwise. He believed the Republic prospered when leaders worked together across factions. The ideological divide deepened. In 1804, Burr aimed for the New York governorship, believing this influential role would restore his national prominence. The race was full of intrigue. Burr faced tough competition from Morgan Lewis, supported by DeWitt Clinton, the notable nephew of Governor George Clinton, and Alexander Hamilton's group. Hamilton stood prominently against Burr's candidacy. Hamilton portrayed Burr as a power-hungry individual who found it difficult to manage a municipal council, let alone a state. Burr was appalled. Burr lost the race significantly. It felt worse than a political failure. It seemed like a personal betrayal by Hamilton. Rumours emerged that Hamilton made negative remarks about Burr at private dinners, describing him as morally corrupt. Burr worried they had irreparably damaged his reputation. Burr saw a duel as the sole means to restore his honour in that era. Though it may seem odd now, for many Americans in the 18th century, a man's honour was like vital currency, essential for engaging in public life. Burr challenged Hamilton to a duel in the summer of 1804. The men negotiated details through intermediaries, adhering to the conventions of the time. On July 11th, 1804, they met at Weehawken, New Jersey, a secluded spot on the Palisades above the Hudson River. Some versions suggest that Hamilton meant to throw away his shot, indicating he would intentionally miss, hoping Burr would do the same. Burr later claimed he thought Hamilton was aiming to kill. As the smoke cleared, a bullet hit Hamilton in the abdomen, killing him. Burr, unharmed, turned into a fugitive in the public's eye. Hamilton's death the following day ignited widespread condemnation. Burr faced murder indictments in New York and New Jersey, but the charges were never pursued. The tragedy overshadowed any detailed reasoning for their hostility. The public largely backed Hamilton. The Federalist Papers lauded him as a brilliant politician hindered by a vain rival. Burr's political prospects fell apart. Jefferson explicitly barred him from any further participation in the government. Newspapers labelled him a murderer. Even those who once admired his intelligence or heroism had distanced themselves. Burr completed his vice presidency, eager to salvage what he could, yet the duel loomed over the painful conclusion. At the final Senate session, he delivered a heartfelt goodbye message that brought some senators to tears. Yet, dignity in language could not erase the mark of Hamilton's death. Burr found himself adrift after his departure from office in 1805. He was left without a public office, consistent support or a good reputation. He tried to manage his increasing debts. Some suggested he return to practice, but the incident left high-profile clients wary. Some believed he could move to Europe for a new beginning. Burr adopted a bold strategy, exploring the American frontier for new political opportunities. He journeyed west, connecting with frontier leaders and exploring the Ohio and Mississippi valleys. The Louisiana Purchase opened vast territories, igniting talks of new states or possibly independent nations from Spanish lands. Burr's motives are still up for debate. Some believe he aimed to occupy these regions legally, while others claim he sought to incite revolt and create a new empire. Burr, always enigmatic, revealed little about his ultimate goal. He built connections with influential frontiersmen like General James Wilkinson, the governor of the Louisiana Territory and a U.S. Army officer. Burr recognized the potential in leading a private expedition to benefit from the southwestern frontier. Whispers circulated back east. Was the disgraced former vice president scheming against the United States? Federal officials found cryptic notes suggesting suspicious motives. Jefferson, not a friend of Burr, had to carry out an investigation. A dramatic legal spectacle was poised to challenge the nation's views on treason and explore the limits of personal ambition. Burr moved ahead, sure of his cleverness, oblivious that his next step would thrust him from political exile into a web of conspiracy trials that endangered his life. Between 1805 and 1807, Aaron Burr traversed the western border with a covert agenda. He spent time near the Ohio River, negotiating for land and speaking with militia officials. Burr's critics said he planned to conquer Spanish land along the southwestern border and establish a new empire, with himself at the helm. Others said he planned to push several western states or territories to capitulate from the Union, establishing a breakaway republic. Burr spoke cryptically, addressing great undertakings and confiding only in close pals. To some, his words evoked visions of fame and money. To others, they smelled of blatant treachery. James Wilkinson, a U.S. Army officer, governor of the Louisiana Territory, and known double dealer, was at the centre of his scam. Burr and Wilkinson communicated encoded messages about army movements, resources, and potential alliances. Burr expected Wilkinson's help to gather recruits for an expedition. It is unclear whether the expedition's goal was to liberate Spanish-ruled Mexico or to seize American land. Regardless, Burr's plan to use armed force for personal gain crossed a dangerous boundary. President Thomas Jefferson urged authorities to closely monitor the situation after hearing increasingly disturbing rumours. In October 1806, Burr assembled a small fleet on the Ohio River, laden with men, provisions, and dubious intentions. He led them south toward the Mississippi. Public concern grew. If Burr actually intended to hit Spanish territory, it could spark an international crisis. If he collaborated against the United States, it was sheer treason. The disaster peaked when Wilkinson, always eager to rescue himself, disavowed Burr and sent dispatches to Jefferson depicting Burr as a conspirator. Burr quickly discovered that law enforcement was onto him. Burr was caught in January 1807 in what is now Alabama, having been deceived by individuals he had formerly considered supporters. He had just a small band of supporters left, the rest having dispersed when the expedition lost pace. Under protection, he endured a perilous journey back east to face charges. The journey was humiliating. He had been honoured as a military hero and vice president, but now he was paraded around dusty frontier communities as a criminal suspect. When he finally arrived in Richmond, Virginia, he was indicted for treason and high misdemeanor. The subsequent trial of Aaron Burr in 1807 was a national spectacle. The Constitution defines treason as waging war against the United States or assisting its enemies, and it requires 2 witnesses to the same overt act. In the prosecution against Burr, the government struggled to provide direct evidence that he had really fought in the war. They had reams of letters hinting at mischief and testimonies from turncoat collaborators, but no clear evidence of a definite plan to break off territory or confront US forces. Chief Justice John Azay, as a circuit judge, Marshall insisted on strict adherence to the constitutional requirements for treason. Marshall's stance infuriated President Jefferson, who saw Burr's culpability as evident and demanded speedy retribution. The trial's drama captivated the young nation. Every day, scores of people, lawyers and journalists jammed the courtroom. Burr, with his typical cool attitude, served nearly as co-counsel in his defence, meticulously scrutinising witnesses and evidence. He mocked the concept that frontier gatherings or ambiguous conversation constituted treason. At most, he contended. He could have been planning an expedition against Spanish possessions in the event of war, hardly a crime if no war had been declared. What's the verdict? The jury acquitted Burr of treason due to inadequate proof of an overt act. They also cleared him of a misdemeanor charge for mounting an unlawful military mission. Public opinion remained mixed, with many believing Burr was guilty in spirit if not in form. Jefferson was furious, fearing that clever legal techniques and Marshall's Federalist leanings had protected Burr. However, the outcome stood, leaving Burr free, but permanently soiled. Following the trial, Burr's money and reputation were in shambles. Friends disappeared, credit was non-existent, and trust in any source was low. A fresh Western expansion plan was out of the question. His every step would be examined. Burr, facing near certain ostracism, chose to depart to Europe in 1808. He had an audacious plan. Perhaps foreign powers, such as Britain or France, could find value in his strategic mind and sponsor a fresh voyage to the Americas. If that fails, he may become a permanent exile, moving from one European capital to another. Embarking on a ship under an assumed identity, the once vibrant politician plummeted into what appeared to be irreversible obscurity, leaving behind a country that would remember him only as a duelist and an alleged traitor. Aaron Burr travelled to Europe in 1808 in search of a fresh start or a financial boost to help him achieve his goals. He travelled around England, France and other countries, meeting politicians, bankers and explorers. The charismatic man who negotiated New York's political environment attempted to persuade Europeans that he could make a significant difference in the Americas with their assistance. The times had changed. European powers were engaged in the Napoleonic Wars, focusing on conflicts in Europe rather than transatlantic strategies. Burr's imprecise and impractical plans garnered only courteous nods and dubious stares. Expatriates in London suspected Burr of plotting a war between the United States and Spain to take Spanish possessions. British intelligence tracked Burr, wary of potential partnerships. Burr's finances decreased, requiring him to rely on loans from acquaintances or limited assistance from old American friends. The former vice president resided in run-down rented apartments, writing letters to potential donors who no longer saw him as a useful ally. His famed ability with words was insufficient to deter creditors. Burr relocated his activities to Paris in 1810, hoping to find a more welcoming atmosphere under Napoleon's rule. He encountered bureaucratic obstacles and disinterest there as well. The French had interests in Spain and were not interested in supporting a renegade American proposal. Burr's demands for an audience frequently went unanswered for long periods. The French authorities occasionally restricted his movements, suspecting him of espionage or subversion. Burr voiced frustration in his diaries about the difficulties of being a stateless traveller, without a purpose. He attempted to maintain his dignity by referring to himself in social circles as Colonel Burr, or The American Traveller, omitting his scandalous history. He had some success delivering Revolutionary War or early American politics anecdotes at dinner gatherings. The man who had duelled with Hamilton, risked the death penalty for treason, and was now pursuing crazy adventures drew the attention of some Parisian intellectuals. Fascination rarely led to genuine support. Burr, no longer attacked by American media, faced a bitter irony. In Europe, he was less infamous, but also less significant. Burr's name was hardly spoken in the United States, except in cautionary tales of ambition gone bad. The War of the 1812 overshadowed his legacy. America faced fresh war with Britain, but Burr remained helpless abroad. By 1812, he was nearly bankrupt, relying on the generosity of a few devoted friends or new acquaintances who liked his talk enough to take him to dinner on occasion. He felt the burden of returning to America. Will he get rearrested? Will creditors pursue him? Is it possible to reconstruct a life? Burr decided to come home in 1812 because he saw no future in Europe. The return was humiliating. He adopted an alias to avoid exposure. When he arrived in Boston in 1812, he discovered a transformed nation. The second conflict with Britain tested America's might. The Federalist Party, which could have offered him stability, was in disarray. The Republican faction, led by Madison, had little interest in a person deemed toxic. Reclaiming a tiny political position seemed hopeless. Burr was enticed to New York City, where he was once regarded as a legal powerhouse. He quietly resumed practicing law and maintained a low profile. Despite initial skepticism in the legal community, his abilities finally attracted enough clients to keep him afloat. The era of extravagant balls, sophisticated dinner parties, and daring political moves has passed. Burr's existence was restricted to an office, a modest living arrangement, and occasional social gatherings with a few acquaintances who tolerated his ruined reputation. In 1813, his daughter Theodosia went missing at sea, causing personal anguish. She set sail from South Carolina to New York, but her ship disappeared. The cause, pirates, a storm, or mechanical breakdown, was unknown. Burr was saddened after losing the one person who had always trusted in him, despite the scandals. His diaries from this period reveal intense anguish and a sense of universal unfairness. He lost his wife years ago, abandoned his political career, and now his daughter has vanished. Burr drifted through duties in the 1810s, surviving but troubled. Occasionally, acquaintances spotted flashes of his previous charm, sly humour, and acute mind capable of dissecting a legal case. It was as if he had subdued a formidable force. The press scarcely mentioned him, merely reporting the occasional lawsuit or article. As the War of 1812 ended and the country entered the era of good feelings, Burr stayed on the sidelines, a reminder of a more turbulent era. Burr's attention switched to urgent problems as new leaders defined the Republic's future, leaving him unsure whether he could redeem his tarnished reputation. Aaron Burr, a lawyer in New York in the 1820s, lived in obscurity and had few illusions. His survival abilities remained good. He handled a continuous flow of legal cases, including contract disputes, estate matters, and occasionally criminal defense. Elder residents in the city's quiet corners remembered his flashy youth, while younger residents considered him a footnote to the Hamilton duel, or a cautionary tale. When an enthusiastic journalist attempted to interview him about those exciting occurrences, Burr, while cordial, remained evasive or imprecise. Burr maintained a sense of old optimism, believing that fate may yet surprise him. He prioritised personal interactions, developing friendships with progressive minds in the community. These included academics, voting rights activists, and women's rights pioneers. Some thought it strange that the former conspirator mixed with them, but Burr relished having robust debates about social changes. He was the father who advocated for Theodosia's education, feeling society undervalued women's contributions. Years passed, and Burr would occasionally fly upstate for work or to see friends. The Erie Canal's development in the 1820s demonstrated New York's commercial advancement, placing him behind. Younger politicians, such as DeWitt Clinton, emerged as the city's lights, overshadowing Burr's legacy. He walked by the new canal locks, surveying the mass of workers and business people, privately realizing that these infrastructure accomplishments defined a future he had aspired to influence as a politician. He was consistently unable to establish financial stability. Debts accumulated, forcing Burr to seek clients relentlessly. His previously raw charisma had faded, but in brief contacts with clients or local clerks, that disarming aspect still flared. He did not marry again. Rumours of covert liaisons circulated, but none evolved into a bond that matched Theodosia's unwavering loyalty. Burr told a close friend that he felt older than his years, as if the burdens of scandal, exile, and heartache had aged him prematurely. Burr married Eliza Jumel in 1833, a wealthy widow who was thought to be America's richest lady. Observers suggested that it was a convenient marriage, with both partners pursuing financial or social advantage. The union rapidly became contentious. Jumel expressed concern about Burr's excessive spending and his possible grandiosity. They split up within a year, resulting in a contentious divorce that harmed his public image even further. The fiasco demonstrated how Burr's personal life, long concealed by the political issues, had created new talk with no true atonement. The national stage had progressed. Andrew Jackson was a populist president who frequently cited the founders but rarely recognised Burr. John Quincy Adams, Henry Clay, and Daniel Webster were significant contributors in shaping policy regarding the Bank of the United States, tariffs, and westward development. Burr's era of duels and conspiracies appeared antiquated in an America enthralled by new frontiers and industrial expansion. He read articles about inventions such as the Reaper and Cotton gin, recognising that the country was headed toward a future in which his personal political style would be less important. By the mid-1830s, Burr's health had deteriorated. Time had worn him down, and each winter brought merciless cold. He carried on with his everyday responsibilities, but the old spark was mostly lost. He took solace in reading classics from his Princeton days, occasionally making notes in the margins about power's illusions or destiny's frailty. A few visitors, drawn to his memories of the founding era, found him open but curiously distant. He can now say Hamilton's name without venom, as if recalling a tragedy he hardly remembers. Aaron Burr had a stroke in 1836. He was crippled on one side and confined to a boarding home on Staten Island. His youth was full of promise, and his middle years caused national turmoil. In brief periods of awareness, he apparently displayed neither sorrow nor contrition, only a stoic acceptance of fate's will. He died on September 14th, 1836, at the age of 80. The event hardly warranted front-page coverage. America was obsessed with economic debates, scarcely commemorating the death of one of its most divisive early leaders. Burr's death was announced to those who cherished his memory. Several tributes praised his intelligence, service in the Revolution, and advocacy for women's education. There were numerous references to Hamilton's duel and the treason trial. Relatives planned a quiet burial, but turnout was sparse, overshadowed by the bustling city that had moved on. The former vice president quietly fled the stage, leaving a legacy marked by scandal, brilliance, and suspicion about squandered opportunities. Long after Aaron Burr's death, his story continued to cast a conflicting shadow over American memory. On the one hand, he was a Revolutionary War hero who fought alongside the Patriots to achieve independence. He was also a progressive lawyer, among the first to advocate for expanded roles for women, particularly in education. However, the infamous episodes, like the deadly duel with Alexander Hamilton, the treason trial, and the questionable frontier deals, overshadowed these virtues. Each generation that reviewed Burr's life discovered a new perspective, transforming him into everything from a sad anti-hero to a cautionary tale of uncontrolled ambition. Throughout the 19th century, historians rejected Burr as the man who assassinated Hamilton, an unforgivable deed in a pantheon that extolled the founding generation's genius. Hamilton's star rose posthumously, while Burr fell more into contempt. Rivalries over economic measures, such as the National Bank, faded in importance, but the allure of human conflict persisted in a popular culture. Dueling had already lost social acceptance, making Burr appear antiquated. Schoolchildren were taught simplified versions. Hamilton, the noble statesman, succumbed to Burr, the dishonest opportunist. However, some contrarian thinkers discovered complexities in Burr's record. They emphasised that he was among the first politicians to use modern campaign organisation strategies, garnering grassroots support rather than relying solely on elites. They pointed out that Burr's efforts to ensure equitable education for his daughter Theodosia demonstrated progressive tendencies. The question persisted: How could a man with such promise become so despised? These questions prompted a re-evaluation of the founding period, revealing that the distinctions between hero and villain were never as clear as textbooks suggested. In the early 20th century, authors and dramatists discovered a treasure trove in Burr's life: the romance with Theodosia's mother, the agony of Theodosia's disappearance, and the cloak and dagger atmosphere of the purported southwestern conspiracy. Fictional works depicted a broken soul who, hated by Jefferson and maligned by Hamilton, went to desperate lengths to save an epic destiny. Audiences absorbed these stories, partially realizing they were reading gossip rather than history. Meanwhile, academic historians amassed additional evidence from archives, portraying Burr as neither completely wicked nor wholly misunderstood, just extremely ambitious in an era of unbreakable connections. Then came increased attention in the 20th century, as historians shifted their focus to the roles that the individuals performed outside of traditional narratives. Burr's covert promotion of women's education drew more notice. Researchers investigated correspondence between Burr and his daughter, discovering emotional depth and intellectual synergy that was unusual for that paternal time. These glimpses complicated the typical condemnation. Some researchers argued that Burr's notion of personal dignity was more associated with old-world aristocratic traditions, contradicting the emerging American expectation of free moral democracy. This encounter could have fueled the Hamilton duel and the eventual disaster. For modern viewers, perhaps the most compelling aspect of Burr's story is the conflict between personal ambition and national unity. He rose to the position of vice president, only to let hatred drive him to a fatal encounter. He soared again, envisioning new horizons in the southwest, only to fall into a maze of accused treason. The recurring theme is self-sabotage, a gifted mind undermined by circumstance and personality. That dynamic resonates in an America still plagued by figures who cross moral boundaries in pursuit of personal goals. In historical memory, Burr stands out among the founders. George Washington, John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, and Alexander Hamilton are honoured with monuments and coinage. Burr's physical memorials are limited, an occasional plaque, a brief remark in an old churchyard. Nonetheless, his ghost lingers in the shadows of the founding story, telling us that the line between brilliance and destruction, loyalty and betrayal, can be unsettlingly narrow. The story also highlights how personal grievances can impact political outcomes in an era when the limits of Republican rule are still being tested. Finally, Burr's biography leads us to consider the complexity of ambition. He contributed to the revolution, championed revolutionary ideas about women's duties, and advocated for new types of political strategy. The killing bullet at Weehawken, however, overshadows all else, as do the conspiratorial rumours that landed him in a treason trial. As time passes, readers may ponder whether Burr was merely ahead of his time in terms of moral judgments, or if he was a cautionary character whose appetites and instincts led him wrong. Whatever the outcome, one fact remains: Aaron Burr embodies the turbulent junction of personal ambition and a maturing American republic. His biography, tinged with brilliance and tormented with sorrow, has us wondering about his exact place in the tapestry of the nation's foundation era. Picture this. You're sitting in ancient China around 220 BC, probably wondering what's for dinner and hoping the weather holds up for harvest season. You've got your little plot of land, maybe some chickens pecking around, and life is pretty predictable. Then Emperor Qin Shi Huang shows up with what might be history's most ambitious home improvement project. "We're going to build a wall," he announces. Not just any wall, mind you, a wall that stretches across mountains, deserts and valleys for thousands of miles. Your neighbours probably thought he'd been sampling too much rice wine, but this emperor was dead serious. He had already conquered 6 other kingdoms to unite China, so building an impossibly long wall seemed like a simple task. Tuesday afternoon's project. The thing is, walls already existed. Various kingdoms had been building defensive barriers for centuries, like having a really impressive fence to keep the neighbours' goats out of your garden. But Qin Shi Huang looked at these scattered walls the way you might look at mismatched furniture in your living room. Functional, but lacking a unified vision. His plan was brilliant in its audacity. Connect the existing walls, extend them, and create one continuous barrier along China's northern border. Imagine this as the world's first massive renovation project, where instead of demolishing walls they were constructing the ultimate wall to end all walls. The emperor's motivation wasn't just showing off, though that was certainly part of it. The Mongols and other nomadic tribes from the north were habituated to dropping by uninvited, usually with swords and an attitude problem. These weren't friendly social calls. They were more like aggressive house parties, where the guests take everything and leave the place in shambles. So you can understand the emperor's thinking. Build a wall so impressive, so formidable, that these northern neighbours would take one look and decide maybe they'd rather stay home and tend their horses instead. It was like installing the world's most elaborate security system, except the cameras were guard towers and the alarm was a very loud horn. But here's where it gets intriguing for regular folks like you. This project wasn't going to be built by magic or imperial decree alone. This undertaking was going to require hands, millions of them. Suddenly, your quiet life of farming and chicken tending was about to get a lot more complicated. The recruitment process was about as subtle as an earthquake. Local officials would show up in villages with scrolls and serious expressions, essentially conducting a very involuntary job fair. Congratulations, they'd say. You've been selected for a wonderful opportunity to serve your emperor and build something truly historic. The fact that you hadn't applied for this opportunity was considered irrelevant. Now, before you start feeling too sorry for yourself in this scenario, consider the alternative. The emperor had just finished unifying China through a series of wars that made Game of Thrones look like a peaceful afternoon tea. Building a wall, even an impossibly long one, was actually the peaceful option. Still, knowing you're part of the calmer solution doesn't make the prospect of hauling stones across mountains any more appealing. The scale of this project was something no one had ever attempted. Imagine trying to coordinate a construction project that spans the distance from New York to Denver, except there are no trucks, no power tools, and no Home Depot. Everything had to be done with human muscle, animal power, and whatever clever engineering solutions people could devise with the technology of 220 BC. And so began one of history's greatest adventures in construction management, community cooperation, and sheer human stubbornness. You were about to become part of something that would still be visible. So here you are, standing with your hastily packed belongings and wondering how your life took such an unexpected turn. The recruitment officer has assured you that the job is a temporary assignment, just a few months, maybe a year at most. You'll be back home before you know it, he says, with the confidence of someone who's never actually built a wall. Your first glimpse of the construction site is like nothing you've ever seen. Imagine an anthill the size of a city, except the ants are people and they're all carrying rocks. Thousands of workers stretch across the landscape, creating a human chain that disappears into the distance. The noise is incredible. Hammering, shouting, the scrape of stone against stone, and the occasional creative curse word that probably shouldn't be repeated in polite company. You're assigned to a work crew that becomes your new family, whether you like it or not. There's old Chen, who claims he helped build the Emperor's palace and has strong opinions about proper mortar mixing. Young Liu bounces around with the enthusiasm of someone who thinks this whole wall business might actually be fun. Wang the Quiet barely speaks but can carry stones that would make a donkey jealous. And there's you, trying to figure out which end of a hammer to hold. The living arrangements are, shall we say, cosy. Your new home is a tent shared with 5 other men, which sounds awful until you realise some crews are sleeping 12 to a shelter. Privacy becomes a fond memory, like a favourite dish from home that you can almost taste if you concentrate hard enough. The good news is that everyone snores, so at least the noise is evenly distributed. Your daily routine starts before dawn, because apparently whoever designed this schedule believed that sunlight was a luxury rather than a necessity. You stumble out of your shared tent, grab some rice and maybe a pickled vegetable if you're lucky, and report to your section chief. This is a man who has elevated shouting into an art form, and seems to believe that volume is directly proportional to work efficiency. The work itself is simpler in concept than execution. You're building a wall, which sounds straightforward until you realise this wall needs to be tall enough to stop mounted warriors, strong enough to withstand siege engines, and long enough to protect an entire frontier. It's like being asked to build a fence around your property, except your property is the size of several states and the fence needs to stop an army. The foundation work is back-breaking in the most literal sense. You spend days moving earth, laying stones, and creating the base that everything else will rest on. Each stone needs to be placed just so, because a wobbly foundation today means a collapsed wall tomorrow, and nobody wants to explain to the Emperor why his wall has developed a lean. But here's the thing about shared misery. It has a way of bringing people together. By the end of your first week, you and your tent mates have developed an effortless camaraderie born of mutual exhaustion. Old Chen shares techniques he learned from previous construction projects. Young Liu invents games to make the repetitive work more bearable, while the quiet turns out to be an excellent cook who can make rice taste almost intriguing. The engineers overseeing the project are a fascinating bunch. They've had to solve problems no one has ever faced before, like how to build a uniform wall across terrain that varies from desert sand to mountain granite. Watching them work is like seeing puzzle masters tackle a jigsaw with a million pieces, none of which seem to fit together properly. Supply lines stretch back towards civilization like the world's longest grocery delivery route. Wagons arrive with fresh stone, timber, rice, and replacement tools. Occasionally they bring news from home, which everyone gathers around to hear like it's the evening entertainment. Occasionally they bring new workers to replace those who've completed their service, or, more grimly, those who won't be going home at all. Despite the hardships, there's something oddly satisfying about the work. Each day you can see progress. The wall grows taller, stronger, and more impressive. You begin to take pride in your section, competing informally with other crews to see who can lay the straightest line or build the most solid foundation. It's like the world's most exhausting team sport. After a few weeks on the wall, you've developed what your grandmother might charitably call character. Your hands, once soft from farm work, now sport calluses in places you didn't know could grow calluses. Your back has adapted to a permanent slight hunch from lifting stones, and you've learned to identify different types of rock by their weight and the specific way they make your shoulders ache. The workday starts with what the section chief optimistically calls morning coordination, but which everyone else recognises as the daily ritual of figuring out who's going to do what and how badly it might go wrong. Today, your crew is assigned to mortar mixing, which sounds easy until you realise that getting the consistency right is like trying to bake bread while blindfolded during an earthquake. Old Chen takes this opportunity to share his philosophy on mortar, which apparently involves the same level of precision that other people reserve for poetry. If the mixture is too wet, it runs like water from a broken bucket, he explains, while stirring the mixture with a wooden paddle that has seen better days. Too dry, and it crumbles like a promise from a politician. You're beginning to suspect that Old Chen has strong opinions about everything, which makes him either very wise or very annoying, depending on how early in the morning it is. The stones themselves come from quarries that seem impossibly far away, yet somehow keep producing an endless supply of building material. Watching the stonecutters work is mesmerising. They can look at a rough boulder and somehow see the perfectly shaped block hiding inside like sculptors working in reverse. Their hammers ring against chisels with a rhythm that becomes the soundtrack of construction, a percussion section for the symphony of building. Transportation of materials has evolved into a complex dance of human efficiency. Teams of workers form chains from the supply wagons to the construction site, passing stones hand to hand in a process that looks chaotic but actually moves materials faster than you'd think possible. It's like watching a very patient version of the world's heaviest relay race. Young Liu has invented a game where you try to predict which stone will be the most awkward to carry, based on its shape. He's surprisingly talented at this, having developed an eye for stones that look innocent but turn out to be engineered by nature specifically to be impossible to grip properly. His uncanny ability to spot these troublemakers has saved the crew numerous bruised toes and creative vocabulary lessons. The wall itself is taking shape with surprising speed, considering it's being built entirely by hand. Each section has its own personality, reflecting the crew that built it. Some sections are precisely uniform, built by teams that measure twice and cut once. Others show more character, with small variations that somehow make them look more human and less like something assembled by very patient machines. Weather adds its complications to the work. Rain turns the construction site into a muddy obstacle course, where every step requires careful consideration of physics and balance. Hot days make the stones too hot to handle comfortably, and cold mornings mean waiting for fingers to thaw enough to grip tools properly. You begin to develop a farmer's intuition for weather, reading the sky like a daily newspaper that specialises in inconvenient surprises. The guard towers, spaced at regular intervals along the wall, present their engineering challenges. These aren't just tall platforms. They're sophisticated observation and communication posts that need to be sturdy enough to withstand attacks, while remaining tall enough to provide commanding views of the surrounding territory. Building them requires a combination of masonry, carpentry, and what might generously be called optimistic physics. Food becomes both fuel and entertainment. The camp cooks have mastered the art of making large quantities of rice interesting through creative use of whatever vegetables, meat, or seasonings happen to be available. Sometimes you have lucky and there's pork. Other times, you learn to appreciate the subtle flavours of turnips and hope. Crews gather during mealtimes to share stories, voice complaints, and occasionally speculate about the potential completion date of this project. Your tent mates have developed distinct personalities that make the cramped living quarters more bearable. Old Chen tells stories from his construction days that may or may not be entirely true, but are always entertaining. Young Liu practices writing characters in the dirt, determined to return home more educated than when he left. Wang the Quiet has revealed a talent for repairing tools and equipment, making him the most popular person in a 100-yard radius. By now you've realised that building the Great Wall isn't just construction, it's engineering on a scale that makes regular building projects look like children's blocks. Every day brings new problems that require solutions no one has ever had to figure out before, and you're starting to appreciate the complexity of what seemed like a simple concept. Take, for instance, the challenge of building a wall across a mountain ridge. You can't just pile stones in a straight line and hope for the best. The wall needs to follow the natural contours of the land while maintaining its defensive capabilities, which means constantly adjusting height, thickness, and angle. It's like trying to draw a straight line on a crumpled piece of paper while wearing mittens. The foundation work varies dramatically depending on terrain. In rocky areas, you're essentially building on nature's concrete, which sounds great until you realise that rocky often means uneven, unpredictable, and determined to make your life difficult. In sandy or soft soil areas, the foundation needs to go much deeper, which means more digging and more stone, but at least the digging is easier. In marshy areas, well, everyone tries to avoid thinking about marshy areas. Your crew has been assigned to work on a section that crosses a particularly steep hillside, which provides spectacular views and spectacular challenges in equal measure. Building on a slope means every stone wants to roll downhill, apparently having missed the memo about staying put. This has led to the development of increasingly creative techniques for convincing stones to remain where you place them. Old Chen has become something of a master at reading stone behaviour. He can look at a rock and predict whether it's going to be cooperative or whether it's going to spend the day trying to escape down the mountainside. Stones have personalities, he explains, while wedging a particularly rebellious boulder into place. Some want to work, some want to wander, and some just want to cause trouble. You're starting to suspect he might be right. The mortar mixing has evolved into something approaching science. Different weather conditions require different consistencies, and the local materials, limestone here, clay there, all react differently to mixing and setting. The master masons have developed an almost mystical ability to produce exactly the right mixture for current conditions, like chefs who can cook perfect meals without measuring ingredients. Tool maintenance has become a critical skill for survival. When your livelihood depends on hammers, chisels, and carrying baskets, keeping them in good repair isn't just professional pride, it's self-preservation. Wang the Quiet has set up an informal repair service, trading tool maintenance for extra rice or help with heavy lifting. His ability to resurrect a broken handle or straighten a bent chisel has made him the most valued member of several crews. The logistics of the project are mind-boggling when you stop thinking about them. Someone, somewhere, is coordinating the delivery of materials, food and equipment to dozens of construction sites spread across hundreds of miles. Supply wagons consistently arrive, delivering not only essentials but also occasional luxury items such as tea or preserved fruit, adding a touch of joy to everyone's day. Communication along the wall happens through a system of signals that's part practical necessity and part entertainment. Horn calls relay messages from section to section, creating a chain of communication that can carry news faster than a running messenger. The horn operators have developed a surprisingly sophisticated vocabulary of calls, different patterns for mealtime, shift changes, material deliveries, and occasionally warnings about approaching inspectors. The inspectors themselves are a source of both anxiety and amusement. These are officials who arrive periodically to check progress and quality, armed with measuring devices and serious expressions. They examine wall sections with the intensity of art critics, running their hands along stone joints and muttering about specifications. Smart crews learn to recognise the signs of an approaching inspection, and spend extra time making their sections look particularly impressive. Quality control has evolved organically among the work crews. Nobody wants to be responsible for the section that falls down, so there's intense peer pressure to build well. Teams develop reputations for craftsmanship, and being assigned to work with a crew known for solid construction becomes a point of pride. Competition between crews drives quality improvements that no amount of official supervision could achieve. The wall's defensive features require careful attention to detail that goes beyond simple construction. Arrow slits need to be positioned at exactly the right height and angle to provide maximum coverage while offering protection to defenders. Walkways must be wide enough for guards to patrol, but not so wide that they waste materials or provide too much target area for attackers. Winter arrives like an unwelcome relative who shows up without warning and refuses to leave. One day you're working in comfortable autumn weather, and the next morning you wake up to discover frost decorating your tent like nature's least practical artwork. The section chief announces that work will continue regardless of weather, because apparently walls don't build themselves and emperors don't appreciate seasonal delays. Building in cold weather presents challenges that the project planners probably didn't fully appreciate when they scheduled this particular construction timeline. Mortar doesn't set properly when it's freezing, which means either waiting for warmer temperatures or developing creative solutions that involve keeping mixed mortar warm until it can be applied. This scenario leads to the amusing sight of grown men huddling around small fires with buckets of mortar like they're warming their hands. Your tent becomes both a sanctuary and an endurance test as temperatures drop. 5 men sharing a small space generates a surprising amount of body heat, which is beneficial for staying warm but challenging for maintaining any sense of personal space or air quality. Everyone develops strategies for staying comfortable, extra layers, creative use of blankets, and the unspoken agreement that nobody comments on anyone else's sleeping habits or unusual nighttime noises. The supply lines face their own winter challenges. Wagons that moved easily over dry summer roads now struggle through mud, snow, and ice. Food deliveries become less predictable, leading to careful rationing and creative cooking with whatever ingredients are available. Rice becomes even more precious, and everyone learns to appreciate the subtle differences between turnips, radishes, and other vegetables that all taste remarkably similar when you're hungry enough. Spring brings relief and new complications in equal measure. The ground thaws, making digging easier but also creating mud that seems specifically designed to make walking difficult and tool handling treacherous. Fresh supplies arrive more regularly, but so do new workers who need to be trained and integrated into existing crews. You find yourself in the odd position of being a veteran after just one winter, offering advice to newcomers who look as bewildered as you once did. The seasonal cycle creates a rhythm to the work that becomes oddly comforting. Summer brings long days and maximum productivity. However, it also brings heat that makes handling sun-baked stones an exercise in pain tolerance. Autumn brings perfect working weather and the urgent push to complete sections before winter returns. Each season requires different strategies, preparations, and types of stubborn determination. The rainy season deserves special mention as a time when optimism goes to die. Working in rain means dealing with slippery stones, mud that clings to everything, and the constant challenge of keeping tools dry enough to use effectively. The wall itself becomes treacherous to work on, requiring extra caution and significantly reduced productivity. Everyone develops strong opinions about rain gear and the inadequacy of most attempts to stay dry while doing heavy construction work. The changing seasons also bring changes in local wildlife, which adds an element of unpredictability to daily work. Spring brings curious deer that seem fascinated by construction activity. Summer attracts various insects that apparently view human workers as either entertainment or potential meals. Autumn brings migrating birds that sometimes interfere with construction work, and winter brings various creatures searching for warm places to shelter, occasionally choosing tool storage areas. Old Chen reveals that he's worked construction jobs in all kinds of weather and has developed philosophical approaches to each season. Summer teaches patience, he explains, while taking a break in whatever shade he can find. Winter teaches persistence, spring teaches hope, and autumn teaches urgency. Young Liu suggests that all seasons teach you to appreciate being indoors, which seems like the most practical wisdom anyone has offered. Food preservation becomes a crucial skill as weather affects both supply deliveries and storage capabilities. It becomes essential to learn which vegetables store well and which require immediate consumption. Based on available ingredients and safe storage methods, the camp cooks create seasonal menus that result in surprisingly diverse meals. Tool performance varies significantly with weather conditions. Wooden handles shrink and expand, metal parts rust or become brittle, and carrying baskets develop holes or weak spots that seem to appear overnight. Maintenance becomes an ongoing project rather than an occasional necessity, and everyone learns basic repair skills that weren't part of the original job description. Weather prediction becomes a valuable skill set that everyone develops to some degree. Cloud reading, wind pattern recognition, and understanding seasonal patterns all contribute to better planning and preparation. The ability to predict weather changes helps crews plan work schedules, prepare for supply delays, and generally make life more manageable in an environment where comfort is largely dependent on being ready for whatever nature decides to provide. Living and working in close quarters with hundreds of other people creates a unique social environment that's part construction site, part small town, and part extended family reunion where nobody can leave early. The Wall Project has brought together people from different regions, social classes and backgrounds, creating a temporary community that develops its own customs, jokes and social structure. Your tent has evolved into something resembling a household, with everyone settling into informal roles that make shared living more manageable. Old Chen has become the unofficial leader, settling disputes and offering advice based on his extensive experience with group living situations. Young Liu serves as entertainment coordinator, inventing games and keeping spirits up during difficult days. Wang the Quiet handles practical matters like tool maintenance and small repairs that keep daily life functioning smoothly. The evening routine after work has become a social ritual that everyone looks forward to. Crews gather around small fires to share meals, stories and complaints about the day's challenges. These conversations range from practical discussions about construction techniques to elaborate storytelling sessions where facts and entertainment blend together in ways that probably wouldn't pass strict historical scrutiny, but make for engaging listening. Regional differences create intriguing cultural exchanges as workers from different areas share their local customs, foods, and approaches to problem solving. Someone from the northern provinces might introduce techniques for working in cold weather, while workers from southern regions contribute knowledge about building in wet conditions. It's like a practical education program where everyone is both teacher and student. Games and entertainment develop organically to fill the hours between work and sleep. Simple gambling games using stones or sticks provide excitement and social interaction. Storytelling competitions emerge, with workers sharing tales from home or inventing elaborate fictional adventures. Physical competitions, who can carry the heaviest stone, who can work longest without rest, add elements of friendly rivalry that make work more engaging. The development of informal leadership structures within work crews demonstrates how people naturally organise themselves when faced with shared challenges. Some workers emerge as natural organisers, others as technical experts, and still others as mediators who help resolve conflicts before they become serious problems. These unofficial roles often prove more important than formal hierarchy in determining how well crews function. Trade and barter systems develop to supplement official supply distributions. Workers with particular skills, cooking, tool repair, storytelling, letter writing, find themselves able to trade services for extra food, better sleeping arrangements, or other small luxuries that make life more bearable. These informal economies create networks of mutual support that extend beyond individual work crews. The challenge of maintaining morale during difficult periods brings out creative solutions from the worker community. During particularly tough stretches, bad weather, equipment shortages, especially demanding work assignments, crews develop strategies for supporting each other emotionally as well as practically. Shared hardship creates bonds that probably wouldn't form under normal circumstances. Communication with families back home becomes a valued service that brings the community together. Workers who can write often compose letters for those who can't, creating connections between the Wall Project and the outside world. These letters serve multiple purposes, maintaining family relationships, sharing news from the construction site, and providing an emotional outlet for homesickness and anxiety about the future. Religious and cultural observances continue despite the challenging work environment, adapted to fit the constraints of construction life. Festival celebrations happen on a smaller scale, but with no less enthusiasm, creating opportunities for workers to maintain connections to their cultural traditions while building new shared experiences with their fellow workers. The gradual development of construction site traditions creates a sense of continuity and belonging that helps workers feel part of something larger than their individual daily struggles. These might include ceremonies for completing wall sections, rituals for welcoming new workers, or informal celebrations when supply wagons arrive with particularly welcome deliveries. Conflicts, when they arise, tend to be resolved through community pressure rather than formal authority, as everyone recognises that cooperation is essential for both work efficiency and personal survival. The shared experience of difficult working conditions creates strong incentives for people to work out their differences rather than let disputes escalate into serious problems that could affect entire crews. The knowledge that this assignment is temporary gives the community a unique character. Everyone knows they're here for a limited time, which creates both a sense of urgency about forming relationships and a practical focus on making the best of the current situation rather than building permanent social structures. Months have passed since you first arrived at the wall site, and the changes are remarkable, both in the wall itself and in yourself. What started as scattered construction sites has grown into a continuous barrier that stretches beyond what you can see from any single vantage point. Standing on a completed section and looking along the wall's path, you can hardly believe that human hands and stubborn determination created something so massive and permanent. The wall sections your crew has built bear the subtle marks of their creators, slightly different stone patterns, variations in mortar joints, and the accumulated character that comes from being constructed by real people rather than perfect machines. You can identify your work from a distance, recognising the particular rhythm and style your crew developed over months of working together. It's like being able to recognise your own handwriting on a massive scale. Completion of individual sections brings mixed emotions. There's pride in the craftsmanship and satisfaction in seeing a job well done, but also awareness that completion means eventual departure from this temporary community that has become unexpectedly important. The relationships forged through shared hardship and common purpose don't necessarily translate easily back to normal life, creating a bittersweet quality to finishing the work. Old Chen, who has worked on various imperial projects throughout his career, offers perspective on the historical significance of what you've all accomplished. Most things people build get torn down eventually, he observes, while surveying a newly completed tower. But walls like this become part of the landscape. Your grandchildren's grandchildren will walk along sections you built with your hands. It's an oddly comforting thought that adds meaning to all those days of carrying stones and mixing mortar. The skills you've developed during wall construction turn out to be transferable to civilian life. Understanding stone and mortar, reading terrain, coordinating group work and managing projects under difficult conditions are valuable abilities that will serve you well back home. You've also developed physical strength and endurance that make farm work seem almost effortless by comparison. Young Liu has indeed become more literate during his time on the wall, practicing writing characters in spare moments and learning from other workers who shared their education. He plans to use these skills to improve his family's business dealings, demonstrating how the wall project has created unexpected opportunities for personal development alongside its primary construction goals. Wang the Quiet has saved enough money from his tool repair business to make significant improvements to his family's farm when he returns home. His mechanical skills, sharpened by months of keeping construction equipment functioning, will make him valuable in any rural community where practical problem-solving abilities are always in demand. The completion ceremony for your section is simpler than you might expect, but deeply meaningful to everyone who participated in the construction. Local officials make speeches about imperial glory and defensive necessity, but the real significance is in the quiet satisfaction shared among the workers who know exactly how much effort went into every stone, every joint, and every decision that shaped the final result. News arrives that other sections of the wall are nearing completion, creating a sense of being part of a larger coordinated achievement that extends far beyond your direct experience. The project that seemed impossibly large when you first arrived has been broken down into manageable pieces by thousands of work crews like yours, demonstrating how even the most ambitious goals can be achieved through patient, persistent effort. Preparations for departure begin with mixed feelings. There's eagerness to return home to family, familiar surroundings, and the comfortable routines of normal life. But there's also reluctance to leave the friendships and sense of shared purpose that made the hardships bearable and gave meaning to the difficult work. The journey home provides time to reflect on the experience and process what you've learned about yourself, about cooperation, and about what people can accomplish when they work together toward common goals. The wall represents more than just a defensive barrier. It's proof that ordinary people can create extraordinary things when they combine their individual efforts with shared determination. Returning home means readjusting to civilian life after months of structured work routines and community living. Family and friends are curious about your experiences, but explaining the daily reality of wall construction proves challenging. How do you describe the satisfaction of building something permanent, the camaraderie of shared hardship, or the pride in craftsmanship that developed over months of patient work? The wall continues without you, as other crews take over maintenance and improvements, ensuring that your temporary contribution becomes part of a permanent legacy. Knowing that your work will endure lends a sense of permanence to what felt like just a temporary assignment, connecting your individual effort to something that will outlast your lifetime. Years later, you might travel past sections of the wall and feel a particular satisfaction in seeing your work still standing, still serving its purpose, still bearing the subtle marks of the craftsmanship you and your crew brought to an impossible project that somehow got finished anyway, one stone at a time.